Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's Jack Collier.
Hello everyone and welcome to NEARCON 2023. Come on! Yeah! Right. What a show we've got in store for you over the next 3 days. As you all know, the sort of motto for the next 3 days will be how we're stepping into an open web, which is really where we're trying to give people control of their data, privacy, and power of governance, something that we all here believe in deeply. And so, yeah, all the talks, all of the show that we've got for you is centered around that. And this year, it's even bigger than ever. Can you believe we've sold almost 3,000 tickets, hey? How good is that? That's our biggest event to date. And obviously, we're in the third year here at NEARCON. Last year, you remember the warehouse on the waterfront? Yeah? Where the roof collapsed? You remember that? It was great. Luckily, we've got some proper roofs in here today. But that was epic, right? It was epic. But what I can tell you is that this year, it's going to be iconic. Iconic, right. Okay, so we start the show off here. This is NEARCON HQ. This is really where, you'll be able to interact with all of our amazing ecosystem projects with the ecosystem booths. You'll be able to experience the blockchain operating system for yourself at the blockchain operating system area, learn all about the open web stack. You'll also be able to experience lots of the different chill zones we've got. We've got the proximity lounge upstairs and the NDC lounge. But I guess most importantly, on this stage, throughout the 3 days, we will be dropping some mad alpha. There's going to be some amazing announcements. We can't really give any of the game away today. But what I can say is at 2 o'clock or around about that time, do not miss Illia Polosukhin on this stage with one massive announcement, all right? So that's happening right here. And alongside that, we've got so many fantastic speakers from across the NEAR ecosystem, but also from outside the NEAR ecosystem. We really want to bring in voices, anyone who's really interested in an open web, and you'll see some incredible speakers right here. So this is NEARCON HQ. We also have our second venue, which is our Hacker HQ up at Armazan. That's really where all the building's happening. That's home to our 48-hour in real-life hackathon with over $140,000 in prizes to be won through the bounties, right? 140,000, and they're hacking right now over there. And on this stage on Friday, will be doing the judging for that with some incredible judges as well, so that's not to be missed. So, 2 venues. We also have the 3rd venue, which is our community HQ, and that is near the Hacker HQ. And in there, we're holding our Founders Forum today, which is mainly from our Near Horizon programs, first cohort getting together and really learning from each other and sort of seeing how we can best support projects growing in our ecosystem. And alongside that, it will be a good place for anyone to be able to chill, get a drink, meet other people from the community. But also with our friends at Refraction DAO, there's been some incredible artwork from them and people across the community, which you can also enjoy, which I think is fantastic. So, they're the venues. But one thing that is also new this year, and you might have noticed this when you had your ticket and you scanned it in to get your passes this morning, that is your first experience into what we've called our NEARCON app. That's your full NEARCON event app. And in there, you'll see all of the agendas and the schedules, the walkthroughs, any help you might need, you can do through that app. But most importantly, we have launched our NCON event token for this event only, and you'd have all received 100 NCON in your app just from walking through the door. Easy as that. And with NCON, you can purchase some swag in the swag store out here. You can purchase fantastic food and drink from across the venues, and you can also, make some petty bets between your mates. David Morrison's already lost 50 NCON to me. Unfortunately for him, he won't be getting any swag this week. But one thing you can do is earn NCON throughout experiences through the event. So from watching fantastic talks as proof of watch, from experiencing the ecosystem partner booths who will have their own quests that you can complete to earn NCON. And what I can say is that the people that earn the most NCON over the next 3 days will win a free trip to NEARCON 2024. So make sure, that's it, make sure you're out there scanning the QR codes and collecting all the NCON that you can. Right, so enough of me. I really hope you enjoy the next 3 days. I know I will. But what I'm going to do now is hand over to a very special guest. I've just seen them backstage, and I'm not going to introduce them. I'm just going to leave it to a little video. So enjoy the next 3 days, everyone. Thank you.
If it's called a stable coin and its point is to be stable, someone could look at UST and say, this product did nothing.
South Korean crypto fugitive Do Kwon has been sentenced to 4 months in prison.
A cryptocurrency entrepreneur has been arrested in Montenegro.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried arrested in the Bahamas, set to face a judge this morning.
3 Arrows Capital.
3 Arrows Capital.
3 Arrows Capital.
The now bankrupt hedge fund was borrowing billions.
Well, how did a major crypto lender go from managing billions in assets to filing for bankruptcy?
I would not touch crypto in a million years.
This is one of the largest speculative bubbles.
Bitcoin is worthless artificial gold.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
Near Protocol.
Near Protocol.
Near Protocol.
Near Protocol has rocketed to 3 million monthly active wallets, making it one of the most used blockchains in the world.
So, what's the answer?
What's the answer?
What's the answer?
The key to success is developers, 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 developers. Developers, 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 developers. Developers, builders, founders. Developers, builders, founders. Developers, builders, founders. Developers, builders, founders at NEARCON 2023.
Abhishek Vaidyanathan. Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's Abhishek Vaidyanathan.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? Woo! I want to hear a little more energy here. How is everybody doing this morning? Woo! Welcome to NEARCON. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome up our first panel. Before that, I'm Abhishek Vaidyanathan, Senior Counsel at Near Foundation, and it's my first NEARCON, so I'm very psyched to be here with everyone. This morning, we've got our first panel, DeFi Onramps, how to build a better multi-chain experience. Moderating this panel is Felix Machart from Greenfield. So I'd like to welcome him up, and let's get this party started.
Hello everyone, good morning. I'm super excited to be talking today about DeFi Onramps, how to build a better multi-chain experience with this wonderful panel here. To my right we have Josh Lee, he's the co-founder of Osmosis, an interchain liquidity hub, and also Keplr, which is a wallet for the Cosmos ecosystem. Then we have Jess Houlgrave, who is the CEO of WalletConnect, basically building a solution to connect all types of wallets to dApps. And we have Carson Brown, who is a senior protocol manager at Gauntlet. And they are largely advising protocols on risk management and also on certain multi-chain issues. So yeah, we have an ecosystem of various blockchains across several layers emerging. And that means we get more scale, we get more diversity, and specialization as well, but that also means much more complexity, which can potentially overwhelm users and also lead them to tap into security pitfalls. So, which means we need to be really thoughtful about designing user experience and abstract complexity for end users. So, yeah, I want to start out with how does it in your mind look like to have a great multi-chain UX? Should
I start?
Maybe you want to start, Josh?
Sure. Yeah, I think from my perspective, I think it is inevitable that all of crypto is going to go multi-chain. The path there is, I think, fairly evident, and we've seen the industry sort of go that way. The part that we haven't figured out is how do we sort of create interoperability at the user layer rather than the technical layer. And yeah, I'd like to kind of open up with that and see what you guys have to think about that as well.
So at WalletConnect, we have built in a deliberately chain agnostic way from the very beginning. And WalletConnect started as a protocol to connect dApps and wallets and allow auth and sign messages, basically, that exist off-chain, but allow that connection. And so the motivator for that, for our founder Pedro back in 2018, was to create better end-user experiences. It's that QR code that many of you might be familiar with when you're logging into an app. How do I use a mobile wallet on a desktop application? And over the last 5 years, that's something that the team has really worked endlessly to try and improve, whether that be implementing different frameworks, so we have mobile native now, and other ways. So I think it's really, for me, it's all about that end user experience. There's a lot of very exciting things that happen at the technical layer, but in order for DeFi, and that's the topic of this panel, but in order for crypto to continue to expand and bring in people other than the sort of the early geeks that we all identify with that get really excited about this, how do we create end user experiences that feel safe, that feel familiar, and that ultimately deliver real value to those end users?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And when I think of user experience across multiple chains, I think one of the things I try to think about is like consistency and expectations. I think one of the barriers right now is generally when going to a new chain, it comes with a new learning curve. And I think bringing that barrier down really improves the user experience, because generally you're going to another chain to achieve some type of goal. And so either it obfuscates that cross-chain experience, or if you're intentionally going to another chain, kind of reducing that level of a learning curve so you can get closer to accomplishing your goal faster.
Yeah.
So how much does the user actually know or need to know in order to use multiple chains, and like how can we cater to different types of user personas? Like are there users that want to kind of max out on like the potential of different chains, and probably others that just want to...
I think realistically the challenge here is like just the different standards of different ecosystems, right? Like for example, name services are different based on which layer 1 service that you use, you know, how endpoints work in the background are all very different. And it's hard to know how far a user will go, right? Like you can abstract a lot of these things up front, and then later once they become an advanced user who wants to do something and realize, because I'm locked into a standard, which in the very beginning helped me onboard way easier, but later realize this is completely incompatible with the rest of the crypto ecosystem, then, you know, you're sort of stuck in this, you know, loop where the benefit that you got early on for onboarding costs you the opportunities of expanding into kind of other standards and things like that. So, you know, there is this benefit of UX, but it also comes typically at the cost of compatibility, standardization, and yeah, it's always kind of a careful balance when you're trying to design user-facing systems with kind of the blockchain with all of its decentralized like technical development, specification, and things like that. You know, you no longer have someone to call and say, hey, this isn't working for us. Can we change this standard? Because, you know, that could take years to you know, actually happen. So, yeah, it's always this a very hard balance from our experiences.
I think you bring up a really interesting point there around standards, which is something that I think at the moment individual ecosystems are very good at, but as an overall ecosystem, we're not. We've been working a lot on the chain agnostic improvement proposals. Sorry, I can't speak yet. This morning, need more coffee. And those are really designed to work in a cross-ecosystem way. So how do we take standards that we identify working really, really well in a single ecosystem and make those extensible so that other ecosystems can start to adopt them? And naturally, within ecosystems, there's a, you know, are interests aligned to create a lot of compatibility, or do you want to hold your users within your ecosystem and keep them there? And I think that that's something that a lot of layer 1s, layer 2s are really wrestling with right now. But I really believe that we are going to have this multi-chain future, and if we want to deliver better end-user experiences, having these shared standards that exist across the ecosystem, I think will benefit us all, but they're very, very hard to do. If you're sort of making standards proposals in a single ecosystem where there's a lot of alignment, we already know that that is hard to implement, and doing that on a chain agnostic basis is even harder. But I think it's going to be really essential to the growth of the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. And I think also tapping into some of that question you asked about personas, I think it depends on the user. It also depends on the type of application the user is hoping to use. I think if you have an experienced user who's trying to do something in DeFi as they're bridging over, you know, they're going to care about the liquidity depth of whatever token they're getting on the other side. They're going to care about if they need gas tokens, and also care about the reach of whatever token they end up getting, whether it has a lot of use cases in a lot of different protocols. On the flip side, if you have a maybe relatively inexperienced user and they're interested in some type of gaming application, all this stuff doesn't really matter to them. And so it's kind of all about catering the multi-chain experience to the use case and the experience of the user. And I think that's why we're starting to see you know, different bridges and different kind of multi-chain adapters built into the applications themselves, because it's really hard to kind of give that control off to another a different, you know, bridge provider.
Yeah, bridges is definitely an interesting topic, a very important topic. I want to touch on that a little bit later again. But first, maybe Jess, do you want to share a little bit more about the work WalletConnect is doing in standardization, since you brought that point up as well?
Yeah, so I think one of our core philosophies is to be fully chain agnostic. In a world where there are more and more chains and more variety of chains, that becomes increasingly hard for us. But it's something that we still really endeavor to do. And so at the protocol layer, that is built with such low opinionated kind of technology that it can be built on and compatible with any chain. The higher up you get in our stack of SDKs, the more opinionated they become and the less generalizable they come. But we're starting to expand those. From a standards perspective, WalletConnect has always been very focused on the EVM ecosystem and building standards there. But it was a couple of years ago that we really started with the CAIPs. And I think we're up to some 130, 140 different proposals with that right now. And more chains are starting to get involved with it. That I think is going to be helpful for us to build great end user experiences at that intersection between apps and wallets, but also just for end users. So you can imagine sign in with Ethereum that people are talking about. There's a proposal under CAIP right now for sign in with X. So the idea would be that there is a shared standard across ecosystems for that. And there are many of those being proposed. And I think we're really excited to see the growth of that community and those proposals coming through. Part of the challenge is how you actually get those implemented, right? And so that there are some great proposals out there, but delivering really amazing end user experiences depends on the cooperation of those chains. We've been incredibly lucky over the last few years to work really broadly across different chains, different wallets, and different applications. And so, it's a lot of the team at WalletConnect are really focused on driving those forwards. But I think, I would encourage chains, builders to take a look at those too. Because I think that's really going to deliver the end user experience, which, to Carson's point, is going to really vary as to what they want out of these products, how experienced they are, what their tolerance for risk is, what their tolerance for fees are. And that's one of the things that excites me about the DeFi ecosystem right now, is we're starting to see that variety, and we're starting to see applications that are catered for more experienced users, for less experienced users. And I think as DeFi continues to grow and also becomes more embedded in other applications, whether it's gaming or other things, they'll have different needs there as well. And so defining those standards really clearly is going to be important.
Mm-hmm. Do the others have any points on standardization, maybe also like how to integrate that in Keplr wallet?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, it's kind of a, I always bring up two sides of everything, but there's also this like incentive issue where, you could sort of have someone standardize something, but, why should someone actually use this standard? So kind of the other flip side of this is I think there is a very market-driven, strategic way of things being standardized, right? Like, as EVM gets used in more rollups, layer 2s, things like that, we have seen kind of, a lot of the EVM standards gets ported over to other chains as well, even if in the lack of like a clear standard of how to do it. So I think there definitely needs to be some sort of like balance of we're not over-specifying things and leaving room for just kind of, users and markets and incentives to play out, right? We're gonna see different potentially conflicting standards, and we're not going to have someone to say, hey, which is the right decision here. At the end of the day, it could end up in a competition. It could be a little bit messy, but hopefully at the end of this, you see kind of a more organic standard emerge, alongside kind of some level of, let's at least agree to, standardize on a few fairly non-controversial things as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, in my head, I keep going back to a not a blockchain comparison, but thinking about iPhone ports and thinking about kind of the debate going on with USB-C and Lightning ports, and it's a balance of innovation. You know, Apple says, oh man, we shouldn't use USB-C, we want to build better and better plugs. And then there's kind of like the builder point of view. It's like, well, we need to standardize this so that builders and you can have an ecosystem where other people can tap into this. I think it's kind of the same thing here, where like standardization will help the builders because they can have, they can come into a new ecosystem with an expectation of how their applications might fit into it. And then there's the innovation side of it where it's like, well, what if I want to build something that doesn't necessarily fit into this standard? So I think it's all about kind of balancing it, and we see these kind of these discussions play out in multiple industries like plugs. Yep. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I guess like you touched also about like the EVM, how I guess that has emerged as like the standard, and a bunch of other virtual machines have maybe advantages, but so far like still most activities on EVM chains. But yeah, there's like. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think there are plenty of people who would say the standards currently implemented on the EVM side isn't perfect, but it's like, all right, it's adopted everywhere at this point that it's too hard to kind of rewind these changes than just sort of go with it and improve it from there on, kind of thing, right? So
yeah. I guess often it's something that's good enough that then gets adopted widely. But I guess like how can wallets actually simplify the experience for users? Like, given that you have in some ways you have standardization, but then in other ways you don't, and you need to maybe shift between different chains, and also you need to bridge. Like we're gonna talk about the risks in a bit regarding that as well. But yeah, how does a wallet make it easy for users to just interact with chains?
Yeah, I think one of the largest changes that we implemented where Cosmos is fairly multi-chain, and we do see kind of crypto ecosystems outside of Cosmos as well going to this multi-chain direction. And one fairly major paradigm shift that we had to implement was remove the notion of kind of a token being in one blockchain. And what I mean by that is now you can have ETH on every other chain in basically all of crypto. So how do you show that, right? Like, so previously, you would only assume that ETH only existed on the Ethereum mainnet, but now it's sort of everywhere. So I think one of the first things that we did was, previously you had to explicitly set which network you are active on as a wallet, right? So me as 0x1234 am interacting with Ethereum mainnet. If I want to do it on Polygon, now I have to switch this thing. Whereas now, it's sort of the norm that you may have an application that has a transaction that's getting sent out on Ethereum, also on Polygon, and the fact that you would have to switch every single time would just be a massive pain. So trying to kind of remove the idea of connecting to a specific chain and building interaction points more focused on what is the user trying to do. And typically, in the current market, that has a lot to do with what token am I trying to move, what NFTs am I trying to buy. So kind of putting, previously I think in the hierarchy of how UX was, information was shown, chains were sort of the first thing that you had to select. I think now we're kind of reassessing and realizing, hey, chains are sort of something that's underneath the token, the asset, the contract, more contextual to that, rather than, I would like to, on Ethereum, interact with this token. Now you're sort of going into this paradigm of, I would like to move this token from Ethereum kind of thing. So I think that would be kind of the role that wallets have. And then ultimately, one issue that we have with bridging is there are so many different bridges, and sometimes it's hard to know what's safe, what's not, what's fast, what's cheap. And yeah, that's kind of TBD from our perspective, because we may push to a very cheap and fast bridge and later realize it was unsafe, and then it wasn't, the cost of it wasn't very apparent when we were pushing users to it, but it could pay off, it could be a big price to pay at a later point when that bridge gets hacked or something, right? So from our perspective, we're not always trying to push the user to what seems to be the easiest, cheapest, fastest solution, but also have to be this moderator of, hey, we do have more technical depth than the average user, And there are opinionated decisions that we make in terms of which service bridge providers that we push towards, because there is this risk that the average user may not know about, right? And even if that means at the cost of slightly more time for that bridge, bridging to happen, or slightly higher transaction cost. So yeah, I think that's one of those more opinionated decisions that each wallet can independently make based on their assessment, rather than kind of this one size fits all for all ecosystem, all wallets, all dApps kind of thing.
I think that's also where we have to do more to help end users to understand those decisions and explain what we're doing and why. So, giving people optionality, but highlighting the risks, or demonstrating, like, this is why this is the recommended bridge. There are these other alternatives, but they come with a user kind of buyer beware narrative, because I think especially as we bring more people onto these platforms, those are the people who are going to see, oh, this is just lower fees, I should go there, when maybe the liquidity isn't there, maybe there are other risks, as you say. So I think that we have, in all those user experiences, those user interfaces that we're creating, we also have an obligation to help pass on that knowledge and educate our users around why these decisions are made for them, or why those recommendations are made for them. Because that ultimately gives them more freedom overall, helps keep them safe, and gives them more control, which is what we're all here to do. But we want to do that in a way that's not just off you go and good luck, but actually, like, let me help you get to that state.
Yeah, I think both of you nailed this question. I don't have a ton to add. I would just tie it back to what I had said, I think, to the first question about learning curves. And I think with when you're using a wallet that is going across multiple chains, it's really just about abstracting away some of that learning curve when you go to a new ecosystem, and make sure that you can essentially have the same kind of smooth interface, and basically have that learning curve be built into the wallet instead of for the ecosystem itself.
Yeah.
And what are the types of risks you would watch out for when analyzing bridges, or generally also advising clients and protocols what types of bridges to implement? I guess, like, regarding standardization, there's this other point where you have like multiple different derivative tokens of different bridges then that can also be confusing in the end for users that might not be inherently super risky by themselves, but I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the things we're seeing right now is these bridged assets are coming with an additional cost associated with them. Generally, that's in liquidity depth, but as well as just kind of how willing users are to hold them. When these bridge tokens are in protocols, they're generally at a higher cost as well, just because, unfortunate as it is, bridges have been one of the largest, hacking destinations, and because of that, these bridged assets are viewed as riskier assets. So I think one of the things that we've been noticing is just kind of like how that risk is being transitioned over to the users, and it's something that users need to be aware of as they're using bridged assets in whatever DeFi protocol they're interested in. I think the other part of it would also be just being able to count on this liquidity. I think as liquidity spreads out across multiple different chains, one of the things at Gauntlet that we look at when setting almost all parameters is liquidity depth. And we're almost always looking at that as liquidity depth on a single chain, just because we can't really count on the liquidity on another chain to be available in time for different atomic transactions that are generally used in liquidations or arbitrage. So I think as that experience improves and that bridge speed comes down and becomes more trusted, it also just expands the amount of liquidity that's available and actually makes the user experience for all DeFi applications a lot smoother for users, because you're able to tap into so much more liquidity.
I guess the point you're touching upon, that you need to see liquidity on individual chains, it's like a more general kind of trend or concept that of asynchronicity across several chains versus on one unified state machine. Do you think that's something we need to get used to work with asynchronous environments?
Yeah, I think it's inevitable that today Uniswap exists on multiple different chains, and the price that you get to swap from token A to B will be different from point chain A, chain B, chain C, et cetera, et cetera. And the whole idea of flash loans, right, only exists when you have this kind of synchronous environment where you're able to interact with multiple applications within the same transaction. But I think as you approach this multi-chain thing, where it takes more than one transactions for an interaction from one chain to be finalized on another chain, I think we're kind of going back and saying, all right, what are some of these multi-application interactions that traditionally have worked in the world where DeFi only existed on just Ethereum versus today when the same applications exist on multiple things, right? So it definitely raises the complexity of calculations that you have to do, kind of risk factors that you have to put into where a simple arbitrage that worked in a synchronous environment may be far more risky in this like asynchronous multi-chain environment. And yeah, at the end of the day, I don't know if the average user should even know that, but hopefully we will have kind of more expert kind of institutions and enterprise have focused around that and kind of solving that, where the user doesn't have to figure that out. There is a separate kind of dedicated entity figuring that out in the background.
I think the other thing with asynchronous environments that we think about, is like oracles, for example. Oracles are pretty core to a lot of applications we see right now, and if we say like heartbeat of these different chains are kind of at a different pace, and one Oracle update goes through before another one, that presents potentially, a vector for like an economic attack. So that's like another kind of thing to be cognizant of as these, different ecosystems operate at kind of different speeds, is kind of making sure that these cross-chain applications are synchronized as well.
Yeah, so I guess users can move across bridges. You also already touched upon like having several instantiations of the same application across different chains. So like, should dApps build multi-chain, also being connected in some way? Or is it okay to expect from users that they move to the native chain where a specific dApp is based on?
Yeah, I think in the future, so there's the whole meme of like fat protocol thesis where the protocol captures all the value. I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of a transformation from the fat protocol thesis to like fat application thesis, where people are saying, hey, it's the good apps that capture value. Eventually, I think it's even going to move further away to this like other layer of like fat interface thesis. We're already seeing this play out when Uniswap turned on, taker fees on their front end, right? Like, so it's like the order flow that Uniswap gets from app.uniswap.org is massive, and that's where kind of the value capture is. So eventually, I do think that interfaces of applications figuring out the multi-chain story faster and better will eventually kind of pay off at the end of the day when the rest of crypto becomes even more intertwined than it is today. And yeah, and then it will definitely go through a cycle of kind of ups and downs, right? Where you see an interface that optimizes for low fees and speed, but then maybe it just blows up when a giant bridge hack happens. So there's that up cycle of something cheap and fast grows really quickly, but also just blows up very quickly. And we'll just definitely see this kind of cycle where hopefully we'll just find this fairly good equilibrium of cost, UX, efficiency, speed, etc.
No, I completely agree. I think that the more and more users come into this space, the likelihood is that a lot of those users, probably a majority, are much less sophisticated than the users that we have today, right? The early adopters that are in there that are really excited about this have a different approach to using applications than those who follow later, who typically are here for a very specific reason that, there's value. And so it's not just about let's build something cool and hey, I as the early adopter want to take some risk and play with it and see what happens. The later wave of users that we bring into this ecosystem are going to be much more demanding in terms of what they want as a user experience, the safety that they expect. And so being able, as you say, to build for that mass adoption and solve those problems in a way that shows real value to those end users. It's not just about demonstrating cool tech. It's about saying, hey, this is something that is going to create real value for you. That, I think, is exactly where the value is going to sit.
Yeah, and I think right now, talking about dApps and whether or not they should be built multi-chain, I think right now we kind of see this fall into two categories. You see applications that are deployed isolated on single chains but across multiple, so multiple isolated applications on multiple chains, or a kind of single application that is built multi-chain as a feature. And I think right now we do see multi-chain as a feature, not necessarily something that people assume to be built into applications. So right now, if you're a dApp builder considering whether or not to build multi-chain, I think that's something to kind of be cognizant of is multi-chain one of the core features of what I am building? Because I think right now that is how it's perceived. I think eventually we will transition away from that, where multi-chain becomes kind of an assumed feature instead of something that is viewed as a feature. But I think as we are right now, that's just not necessarily the case.
So our time is up. Thanks a lot. That was super interesting. I guess if anybody from the audience has any further questions, you can find us around at the conference. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, how's everybody doing one more time? Give it up for our last panel. DeFi is near. I don't know how many times I'm going to say something is near today. Just a reminder, we've got the NEARCON app, so just keep an eye out on the screen for QR codes for various rewards as the day progresses. We're now going to move on to our second panel, the Interop future. Moderating this panel is Dani Osorio from MetaWeb Ventures. Give it up for her, please.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone, to the Interop future. I'm Dani from MetaWeb Ventures, and I'd like to introduce our wonderful panel today. We have Jason Ma from Axelar, Alex Shevchenko from Aurora Labs, Mariano Sorgente from A16Z, and Alex Zaidelson from Secret Labs. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I would love to kick off today by having you introduce yourself and what you do that relates to interoperability. So, Alex, kick us off.
My name is Alex Zaidelson. I'm CEO of Secret Labs, the developer of Secret Network. I joined quite recently. My past is in other blockchain projects like Layer 1 privacy coin called Beam and a new kind of DEX. So I'm relatively new to this project. Now, in terms of what Secret Network is all about, it's all about confidential computing. So it is a blockchain where everything is done on chain, but the information is not visible to anyone. And in terms of Interop, we feel that privacy, confidentiality is a feature that is needed on every blockchain out there, and there are lots of apps that can be enhanced and even made possible when privacy is available. So a large part of our 2024 roadmap is about exporting our confidentiality features, and for that we're using interoperability, working with Axelar. We're also planning to work with Octopus to enable interoperability between us and the NEAR ecosystem. And we'll be looking into more ecosystems. So for me, Interop is key for the success of Secret Network and for actually delivering the much needed confidential computing everywhere it may be of use.
Wonderful, wonderful. Mariano.
Hey everyone, my name is Mariano Sorgente. I'm an investment partner at A16Z, and I focus on investing in infrastructure and DeFi projects. My background is as an engineer and engineering manager at Chia blockchain, where I built a lot of the consensus, full node, and cryptography code base. And I've also focused heavily on light clients. And with regards to Interop, I really think the main three problems that we need to solve in the blockchain industry to take it to the next level are scalability, interop, and privacy. And we've already kind of solved scalability to a certain extent. We've invested heavily in privacy, and there's a lot of new solutions. But interop is still, I think, really early stage, and it's something we really need to focus on immediately to reach the true potential of blockchain. So I'm really excited about a lot of interop solutions that are being developed, and especially with things like L2s, I think interop is an interesting thing to invest in.
I'm Alex Shevchenko. I'm the CEO of Aurora Labs, the main developer of the Aurora protocol and different products that are inside of the NEAR and Aurora ecosystem. We are working on the forefront for the interoperability future for all of us. We launched Rainbow Bridge. This is the bridge, fully trustless and permissionless bridge in between Ethereum and NEAR. It has been in operation for more than 2.5 years by now. And the latest contribution into the interoperability from our side is Aurora Cloud. This is our stack for launching your own chains, similar to the L2 stacks. And the cool thing about it is that all of these networks that you are able to launch on top of the NEAR protocol are interoperable with each other, and they are able to cross-call each other.
Hey everyone, I'm Jason. I lead DeFi at Axelar. Axelar is a leading decentralized full-stack interoperability solution. In addition to asset transfers, Axelar also has something known as message passing, which is the ability to pass any payload and call contracts across the 53 blockchains we currently support. Axelar has a rapidly growing ecosystem of over 100 projects building out chain-agnostic applications ranging from cross-chain swaps, cross-chain lending, asset management platforms, NFT bridging, and so on.
Fantastic. So there's a ton of momentum behind scaling solutions right now in the Web3 space. We think it's about to enter really like a Cambrian phase, an explosion of optionality. You've seen everything ranging from L2s to rollups to L3s to advances in ZK technology. And this is exploding into a really fragmented and complex ecosystem. So my question to you is, how are all these chains and layers connecting to Ethereum and other layer ones going to enable and preserve interoperability?
Well, I think there's various ways to do it. It depends on the system. So what we think of when we say interoperability is bridges, but there's more than just bridges. There's things like shared sequencers. For example, if you have multiple rollups or multiple L2s, they can communicate by sharing a sequencer. You have things like sharded systems like NEAR, where the interoperability is handled for you. You have things like IBC on Cosmos that also handles interoperability. And then there's atomic swaps, so swapping an asset on one chain for an asset on another chain immediately. And finally, there's bridges as well. And there's many different categories of bridges, which we can get into, but I think a combination of all these solutions is necessary, and I really think that we need abstractions on top of all these things and all these blockchains, because a developer is not going to be able to reason about 100 different blockchains, integrate with each of them, know the security properties, the performance properties. What they want is one API, one SDK that handles everything for them, and they just assume that it has the performance and the security that they need.
Fantastic. And when we talk about this, when we talk about moving things in between chains, whether through bridges or shared sequencers or all these different alternatives, are we talking about moving assets, moving messages and data? What exactly do you think are the most important pieces that require, that need to be moved in order for interoperability to become a reality?
in my view, it must be generic, so it must include everything, starting with assets, but also functionality. So Secret is a great example. So we have this confidential computing where you can pass, say, encrypted data to a contract and perform some computations on that, and then get the results back without anyone seeing what went in the computation. And this is basically a functionality that requires general message passing. I think what Axelar is doing, and I think others will follow suit, we need really very easy to use and kind of transparent communication layer, because we cannot expect developers from one blockchain to understand the technology of all the other blockchains, or be a developer in multiple ecosystems. So those bridges need to work as best as possible and as seamless as possible to enable this interwoven future where you get your functionality from different pieces and you just build this puzzle together for the best user experience.
That's a really good point, and both you and Mariano have now talked about bridges and sequencers. And why don't we go ahead and start defining what a bridge is? If Alex or Jason, you want to tell us through, talk us through that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still, in the early days of interoperability where we just call everything a bridge. And I think this is really like where we came from, right? And it hasn't been that long. I would say even like a year ago, what we started was, we had like 5, maybe 10 blockchains. And when people thought about interoperability, it was purely asset transfers, right? Where you would, lock an asset on source chain, mint your app version of it. But from the user's point of view, they have moved one token to another chain. And that's what we associate everything with bridging. Message passing is a relatively new technology that came out in the last year. And most people don't truly understand what the implications of that is, right? Message passing, as I mentioned earlier, is the ability to pass any payload and call contracts across these chains. A very simple way to think about it is, rather than just moving an asset from one chain to another, now you can pass instructions. You can combine functions into one, and you can do things now like one-click cross-chain swaps or cross-chain staking, where you're combining multiple swaps with the bridging transaction, with the staking transaction, all into one. Why is that important? That's important because today, like if you look at who's actually moving across chains and doing a lot of these very complex DeFi applications, it's these power users, right? My parents will never be able to do that. For them to participate in DeFi and really drive adoption for the next billion people, we need to abstract away the complexities of that. And I think message passing, the ability to pass these kind of payloads across, is absolutely essential to achieving that.
Okay, and speaking about abstracting away complexities, would you say that the term bridge is actually a misnomer?
Yes, I would say so. I think like when I think of bridging as always just asset transfer, particularly involving wrapped assets. I think as we mature as an industry, we need to separate between bridging and message passing. But ideally, we have a better way of even just denominating it so the average person can understand it.
I've thought about that a lot. Well, okay, so that takes us to a really interesting sort of segment, which is, why do we need to bridge into all these things? Like, why can't we just use a base layer and operate? Like, what are the things? We talked about searching for privacy. We talked about searching for scalability. We talked about, the modularity, proliferation that's been happening in the ecosystem. So what do you guys feel are some of like the really core reasons for why we need to be using additional layers on top of our technology today?
Well, from my point of view, the blockchain is all about the decentralization, right? So it is hard to imagine a single layer that is going to centralize all of the blockchain activity. It doesn't make any sense, right? So from that standpoint, the fact that there are many different L1 blockchains like Ethereum, Near, Bitcoin, it actually contributes into the robustness of the blockchain space. And because of this, we need to have also many different ways how we can bridge the gap in between these solutions, because blockchains, intrinsically, they are built as a thing in its own. It is a sandbox. Usually, you don't have a way to go outside of the blockchain, and you need to have specialized solutions for this, like oracles or the before-mentioned bridges and message passing. So we need to have this, to enable this interoperability, just because from the standpoint of the ordinary users, and I'm very, very with Jason here, that the internet itself, though it is a decentralized thing with lots of different servers running on different continents, is viewed by us as a monolithic structure, as an ordinary users, right? I can pop up the Amazon website, which is hosted on the US servers. I can then go to the Alibaba website that is hosted on the Chinese servers. And there is no difference for me as a user. It needs to be seamless. So the interoperability solutions are extremely crucial to make the decentralized world of the blockchain very convenient to use.
Awesome, awesome. And actually, Mariano, I imagine you're doing a lot of research on this specific category, and I was hoping you could maybe tell us a little bit about the categories and trade-offs between the different interoperability solutions.
Yes, so first of all, I would say within bridges, there's many different categories. I would classify them through their security properties. There's L2 to L1 bridges, which rely on the security of the L1, so they're much lower risk. There's light client bridges like Near's Rainbow Bridge, which also are really secure because they don't rely on a trusted party or a trusted group of parties to verify the bridge. And then there's finally the third category, which is a multi-sig bridge, or a bridge that relies on a small set of parties to transfer assets. So I would think that these different categories of bridges are applicable to different scenarios and different types of blockchains. And it would be great to get as secure as you can. If you can make an L2, that's the most secure way to bridge an asset. There's also different types of interoperability solutions like shared sequencers, which are only applicable to certain types of systems where these blockchains can basically merge together and work together. So these are not applicable for everything. And then there's message passing, which I kind of consider that in the bridging category as well. But it really depends on which types of systems you're dealing with. For example, IBC is only possible with Cosmos or Cosmos-like chains which integrate that protocol. It's not really possible with something like Ethereum at this point. So the type of interoperability solution is highly tied to the blockchain that you're bridging. And there is no one-size-fits-all, unfortunately.
So you talked a lot about sequencers, and right now it's my understanding that basically each L1 runs its own sequencer. Do you think there's a future where those might be shared sequencers between L2s?
It's possible, and it's especially possible if the things that you're sequencing are very similar. For example, if you're doing EVM L2s that all have the same EVM structure and all follow a certain protocol that is mandated by the shared sequencer protocol, then it's definitely possible to do a shared sequencer. You can't, however, do something like share a sequencer between an Ethereum L2 and something like Solana because those systems are completely different. So there you would need a different kind of solution.
Okay, cool, cool. And moving into like a spicier topic, you talked about security. So DeFi hacks, right? A lot of bridges involved in this. What's really happening, and how can consumers sort of think about their bridge selection as paired with security models?
I can take that one. So, I feel very strongly when it comes to security bridges, right? It's obviously a topic that everyone always talks about. But I just want to say that it is not up to the average user to be cross-chain infrastructure experts and to be able to make the right choice so they don't lose all their money because something happened out of their control.
It's kind of crazy, right? That I have to make that choice. I don't know anything about how it's built inside. But it's the choice everyone has to make day to day.
Totally. I think as the industry grows, builders have to take more of a responsibility to make sure they're using the most secure solution. And us, as cross-chain infrastructure builders, have to be better, to be more transparent, and help educate the industry on what are the risks and what are the trade-offs. So, with that said, from an Axelar standpoint, we've always been really proud that we have committed ourselves to building a truly decentralized cross-chain infrastructure solution. Axelar uses proof-of-stake security because we're a Cosmos chain ourselves, and we built it like that because we believe delegated proof-of-stake has been battle-tested, it's been around for a long time, and on our Block Explorer Axelar scan, you can see who exactly our validators are, the stake that they have, and their performance status, right? And it's because of these properties that when Uniswap Foundation did a very thorough cross-chain assessment where the technical committee actually went through the code of every solution, they realized that most of the bridges out there, I think they interviewed 6 or 8 bridges. Only Axelar and Wormhole were decentralized and secure enough for cross-chain development. A lot of what we found with other industry providers was that, when you look under the hood, a lot of things isn't as described, and there were all kinds of security red flags. And I think, it was okay because even a year ago, the industry was moving so quick. People just needed something that worked, right? Whether it's bridging or asset transfers, and we, really sacrificed security for convenience, for speed. And we've seen where that got us. One implosion after the other.
Well, I mean, I think there's different philosophies on like how people design an architecture for a bridge and what they think they're prioritizing. Last year, there was a lot of talk about an optimistic design. Since then, the narrative has evolved. Maybe Alex, maybe you want to tell us really quickly, 30 seconds or so, what was your thought process behind the design and architecture of what you guys built for interoperability and bridging?
So we were looking for general message passing eventually. So we needed a way for an EVM contract to be able to call a contract on secret and vice versa. So it's not about bridging. We had, and we still have, bridge the classic, bridge the asset transfer bridges to and from, and it's very well developed inside Cosmos. But we were looking for true interoperability. By the way, I think in 5 years when we talk about those initial bridges, they will appear as antiques, very unwieldy and very simple machines just passing assets. And this is, to me, it's just a small part of interoperability. It's just passing value, right? We need to pass stuff. We need to pass to call contracts to do real interoperability as it exists in computing in other places. So we looked at the technology that was available, and we went through an integration process that was not very simple, but we succeeded, and it's working now, and we're quite happy. So we are also looking at expanding to other places, as I mentioned, with Octopus going to NEAR by upgrading our IBC infrastructure. Preferably, though, I'd love to work with a single provider because integrations are difficult, and developing this trust and building the feature set together is a good way to go, especially for specific use cases. Maybe we'll have two or three, but there should be one that is the most trusted, because again, the integrations are still not a very easy
they're complex things,
right? So
absolutely.
Investing multiple times doesn't make much sense. It's much better to invest this energy into improving or fixing whatever is missing with the existing ones.
Great. Alex Shevchenko, do you want to tell us a little bit about your architecture and thought process?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would like to mention to everybody that security is a pretty complex topic, and it should be viewed as a multi-layered cake. There is no such thing as just a single secure approach to do things. You need to put barriers for hackers and potential fraudsters not to exploit your system, right? And you obviously start with the proper architecture, and the architecture of the Rainbow Bridge is a pretty complex one. This is not for average Joe even to understand it, not talking about the implementing it. But in short version, the light client of Ethereum is developed as a NEAR smart contract. So you literally have a node of Ethereum on NEAR that is working, and every 12 seconds that is synchronized to the Ethereum blockchain. And because of this node being inside of NEAR, we are able to validate transactions that are happening on Ethereum. But there is also a NEAR-like client operated as a smart contract on Ethereum, so Ethereum can do absolutely the same thing. And now these light clients are not very simple to build. But besides that, once you develop the architecture that seems as a proper one and it kind of addresses your security concerns, now you need to assess the implementation itself. There need to be rigorous internal procedures for testing, integration testing, reviews and stuff like that. And later on, you're going to a third-party security auditing company that must be also auditing this. And this thing is pretty expensive, especially if you would like to invite really professionals to take care of your solution. But this is not the end. Once you launch your solution, even if it is audited, you need to install the proper maintenance and proper monitoring procedures around it to be able to act quickly, because in case there is an active attack that is happening, you most probably need to do something really, really fast. And I'm super proud about the Rainbow Bridge team, because the major attacks that were on the Rainbow Bridge, they were all automatically stopped within seconds by the automated systems that are monitoring the Rainbow Bridge state, right? And at the moment when humans were able to jump on the war room call and figure out what to do, I mean, everything was already done. We just needed to analyze the logs and understand what actually was happening, and that's it. But the final frontier, or the final two frontiers here, are the bug bounty programs. Sometimes there are bugs, right? This is like, we are all humans. AI is not yet at the stage when it is writing secure, permissionless and trustless generic bridges code, right? So we would need to get there. And there needs to be these bug bounties that are there. And Rainbow Bridge was paying out the second biggest bug bounty. And I'm extremely proud for this, because though it was a 6 million bug bounty for a hacker, this solution protected more than 500 million of user assets, and because of it being in place, these users are whole and in a proper way. And maybe in the future there will be some insurance companies that will be able to insure such things, but unfortunately it is a little bit too much at this point. So in case you're interested in any of these topics, they are actually presented on this conference. And for example, Mitchell from Immunify is going to be here. Dmitry Budorin from Hacken. Immunify and Hacken are both the bug bounty platforms. They're giving their talks here too. So complicated things, not for average Joe, but any builder who understands that his smart contracts are going to be the home for large amount of assets or critical data, they need to understand all of these implications and need to make the proper measures.
Yeah, that's a very good point, which I think, when we talk about safety in architecture and design, that naturally takes us to standards. And Mariano, you mentioned you guys are investors in Layer 0. There was an announcement a few weeks ago, and then a reaction on crypto Twitter from the community about cross-chain standards. So like ERC20. Do you want to talk a little bit about what was announced and what was proposed, and sort of maybe what are some of the implications or trade-offs about that?
Sure, yeah. So when you bridge assets or bridge messages between chains, let's say, for example, you want to bridge Ethereum to Solana, you can wrap your token in a wrapped bridge token. So for example, you can have a Layer 0 wrapped ETH on Solana. You can have an Axelar wrapped ETH or a Wormhole wrapped ETH. So you end up in a system where there's a lot of different competing tokens that don't necessarily interoperate with each other, right? There's not like one ETH token on Solana, there's different types. So that is not optimal. It creates problems with liquidity fragmentation, creates confusion for users, user experience, etc. So there are some talks of creating some standards where you have a kind of meta bridge, where like 5 or 6 bridges can be combined into one meta bridge. And any of those inner bridges can be used to create the same token on the destination chain. There's a standard called ERC20 or EIP 7281, which would do something like this. And they can set rate limits. So they can say, for example, each bridge has a max wrapped asset of $100 million or something like that. That could be really good for interoperability on the destination chain, but it does create risks. For example, you now need someone to manage that contract, to say which bridges are allowed, which bridges have which amount of limits. So there's a risk of hacks there. It's a completely new risk layer that you're adding. You also have problems with the least secure bridge being able to cause security issues for the rest of them. If one of those 5 bridges gets hacked, the whole meta bridge suffers, and everyone else suffers. So if you're a user that wants to secure your assets with only the most secure bridge, you would be harmed with this meta bridge system. So I think standards are an interesting approach that we need to look into, but I'm not really convinced by them yet, and there's certainly trade-offs if you...
Yeah. Jason, you had some strong thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, I echo what Mariano said. I think it sounds great in theory. I know Axelar actually has recently had the support of Lido DAO to deploy staked ETH and Cosmos, and it was designed as a multi-bridge approach, where initially it launched just with Axelar, but we will then add Wormhole and additional bridges later on. And as you know, we're looking at designing this and we're building this. We realize there's all kinds of additional trade-offs, right? Having multiple bridges, as Mariano says, you then take on additional security risk of the other bridges as well. But then bridges are very complex infrastructure where you also have to think about things like relaying. So what happens when you send 2 messages and one of the relayers of a bridge fails? That could potentially disrupt the entire application and create a very confusing user experience, right? Not to mention there's additional trade-offs, like users then have to pay additional gas based on, because you're now sending multiple messages. So I think the multi-bridge design is interesting, but it's still very much in its early days and comes with lots of trade-offs. So I think we'll see how this evolves.
DYOR, right? Okay, cool. So as we start to wrap up this panel, I did want to quickly touch on modularity and the broader trend that we're seeing about Ethereum as this global settlement layer and looking at the open web as a combination of different components and pieces, whether it's the application layer, identity, or data, or data availability, or so on and so forth. So how do you see modularity playing out in this multi-chain future?
I think, well, right now I think we have more blockchains than applications running on them, like more L1s and L2s than the apps, which is kind of crazy. But I think at the end of the day, the networks that will stay active are the networks that have some specialization. Maybe speed, maybe they're good for a certain app, or maybe they have privacy built in, maybe something else. And in the end, this will be exactly the modularity we're looking for, right? So an app will be running, main part of the app may be running on Polygon. It may store funds on Ethereum for more security. It may use Secret for some privacy feature. It may use something else for something else. And that will all play nicely for building, unbeatable and unstoppable applications and making the user experience great. So I see it that way. I don't think we need 10 versions of kind of exactly the same functionality. In the end, they will either merge or most will die out because it doesn't make sense.
Fantastic. Unstoppable applications. Mariano, 30 seconds.
Yeah, just to add here, from my point of view, modularity itself is an extremely great feature for all of us because it allows us to cooperate with each other instead of competing. So every single team would be able to focus on its smaller part and bringing it to enhance all of the other teams' efforts. So that's a great thing, and we need to figure out how to work through this.
Awesome. Any last thoughts? Modularity, cooperation. You heard it here first. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dani.
Wow, look at everybody stacking that NCon. Woo! All right, well, look, they even gave me a podium. So with that, we've got a very exciting keynote speech coming ahead Chris Donovan, Chief Operating Officer of the Near Foundation, will be presenting Closed versus Open, the case for an open web. So please stack up that NCon and give it up for Chris Donovan, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Hi, everybody. How are we all doing? Enjoying NEARCON so far? I hope. So, I'm super excited to be up here today, and thank you all for taking the time out of your very busy schedules, I know we're all very busy in Web3, to be here with us at NEARCON 2023. Now, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Donovan. I am the COO at the Near Foundation, and what I wanted to do today is to briefly make the case for an open web and why I think it is so vital today and also so urgently needed. So the current web paradigm we have today, right, it has revolutionized and it now dominates pretty much every single aspect of our lives, from our social and financial activities, how we travel and work, to how we communicate and even just consume information, particularly news. And the power of these systems is unquestionable, right? And their influence is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. And of course, with the recent remarkable advances in AI, and actually built in part on the great work of our esteemed co-founder and CEO, Illia, the power and ubiquity of these systems is only set to increase further. But there's a problem, a big problem, in fact, in my view, and that despite all of these successes and the amazing things that this technology enables us all to do, the current web paradigm is fundamentally broken. And why is that? Because today, the web is closed. It's built on closed permission systems and infrastructure. And these systems have the effect of concentrating power and wealth, data, and governance in the hands of a very small number of people, the controllers and operators of these platforms. And we as users, we are the product. And privacy is eroded and inequality grows. So that's why the creation of an open web, right, which is what we're all here to do, it has always been the near ecosystem's North Star. But what do we mean by open web? Right, it's a term that gets thrown around a lot. So let's try and break it down. So in our view, an open web is built on permissionless, autonomous systems and infrastructure, right, without controllers or gatekeepers of any kind, where anyone, anywhere, can access and use these systems to create, participate, and be fairly rewarded for their ideas and effort. And by extension, and to me most importantly of all, this type of infrastructure can actually create guarantees for privacy, for data ownership and portability, and censorship resistance, amongst a whole bunch of other things. Right? And in this digital age, these qualities, they are fundamental human rights. Now, having said all of that, I actually want to dive more into why we need an open web. And I think to better understand that question, let's come back to the current paradigm for a minute. Let's think about the closed web, sometimes also called Web 2. And I mentioned earlier that despite all of the great progress, the current closed paradigm is fatally flawed because it's built on these closed, permissioned systems. And actually, this has a bunch of quite negative and very impactful consequences that are really important for us to recognize. So let's think about a few of those. Gatekeepers. As we all know, the operators of these systems, right, they can control the rules of the game, right, how these platforms operate, who can have access to them, and of course, they can also arbitrarily change the rules of the game whenever they like. And these walled gardens that they create, in order for users and developers and founders to get access to them, they're typically required to give up something. Usually it's their privacy, it's also usually their data ownership, and sometimes a bunch of other stuff as well. And of course, these issues, when it comes to gatekeepers, it's not just a purely online phenomenon, right? If we consider things like the traditional financial system, for example, that, of course, is something that has been operated on a permissioned, gate-kept, closed basis for its entire history, right? And we've seen that accessibility and equality suffers as a result of that. There's also extraction that happens with these Web 2 services, right? Many of them, as we know, they're billed as free. Isn't that fantastic? But actually, they demand trade-offs and sacrifices that users, developers, and founders are just often not aware of, or they might not fully understand because there's no transparency, but actually they have no choice but to accept because they want to use these services. They want access to these goods and these products. But that means that actually these services, they're not free, right? Again, in this world, we are the product, and we give up a huge amount of value when we enter into that bargain. One of the biggest things that we do, actually, is we give up our ability to truly own anything in the current digital paradigm, right? At the moment, in the closed Web 2 paradigm, it operates primarily on what's called a license-based model. So that means that you don't have true ownership of any of your digital lives. All that you have is what's called a license. This is like a bundle of contractual rights between you and the platform or the operator, right? And the platform operators typically would retain ownership. And these licenses, as you guys may know, not that you've probably read through all of them, they have reams of terms and conditions. They're extremely dense. They're hard to follow. The terms can be changed at any time, and without notice as well. So the things that you think you own and the things that you think are yours in this paradigm, they're not really. And I think this is probably one of the biggest issues of all, right? So these systems are fundamentally built to optimize two things: pure attention, and I'll come back to what I mean by that in a minute, and profit. And that is at our expense, again, as the users of these services. And of course, like we mentioned, the operators of these platforms, they are continuously updating the rules of the game in order to maximize these two things, attention and profit. And they're getting really, really good at that. They even understand how our brains work neurologically, how we respond to stimuli, how they can make sure that they keep our eyeballs glued to these screens as much as possible. And in fact, they've become so good, like I said, that actually this closed web paradigm, it touches every aspect of our lives. And the controllers and operators of these platforms, they have become extraordinarily powerful and wealthy and have an inordinate amount of influence as a result. And of course, despite all of the progress, like I mentioned, and despite the fact that this technology has unlocked a lot of wonderful things, it is doing a huge amount of damage to us as individuals and actually also to the broader fabric of our societies. So what I'd like to do now is go through a few examples of the negative impact of the open web, right, to try and provide a little bit more context, because people often say to me, they're like, look, Chris, okay, I understand all of that. This is like the 100th time you've chewed my ear off about the open web. But honestly, I don't really see why I should care, right? I just want to be able to use seamless products and services. I want them to be powerful. I want them to be easy. And also, I kind of think I trust that, insert name of random Web 2 tech giant will do right by me, right? I guess I kind of trust them enough. It doesn't really bother me. So let's dive into some examples, I think, in practice to try and make the case as to why we should care about this stuff. So let's start with Kindle ebooks. Right, I'm sure a lot of people in the audience have got an Amazon Kindle. I do too, right? Now, these ebooks that you buy on the Amazon store, right, and they appear on your Kindle, you don't actually own them, right? They are licensed content, like we were talking about earlier. So what does that mean in practice? That means that these books can just disappear from your Kindle, right? No notice to you, no warning, nothing. They can just disappear. Because, for example, Amazon might have changed its licensing policies. Or maybe Amazon is in a dispute with a writer or a publishing house because they disagree with the political views or social views of a particular author, for example, right? And even more sinisterly, the content of these books can be changed unilaterally, without notice, right? So you could go back to reread one of your favorite paragraphs in one of your favorite books, and it could be different to the last time that you read it, and you wouldn't even necessarily know. Data breaches. Another big problem with this closed, centralized paradigm, right, is that these enormous organizations and platforms, including both technological and traditional, say like traditional financial institutions, as we know, they gather huge amounts of very sensitive personal data as part of how they police and gatekeep access to these goods and services, right? And this creates enormous data breach risks. And actually between March 21 and February 22, there were over 42 million records exposed by data breaches, which is enormous, and that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? We see new stories of additional security lapses and breaches almost every single day, it feels like. And these things seriously harm individuals, right? With identity theft and financial loss and all the rest of it, it can truly destroy people's lives. And I'm also just, on this topic, going to take a very quick kind of sidebar, right, and just raise the topic of KYC, AML, and sanctions checks, which is a bit of a boogeyman to the Web3 crypto community, right? And by those, by the way, KYC is know your customer, AML, anti-money laundering, and sanctions checks, right? And these are checks that organizations do in order to verify the identity of your counterparty or maybe your customer, right? And the policy outcome of that process is to try and validate that your counterparty is legitimate, right, and isn't a criminal trying to bring criminal proceeds into the financial system. And I think, look, that's a worthwhile and important policy outcome. But of course, the way that these processes are run at the moment is extraordinarily outdated and dangerous. You have copies of passports and utility bills and bank statements flying around the internet and being stored very poorly, and all that it does is expose users to risks, privacy and security. And I think, one of the really important things to recognize is actually that in Web3 today, we have technology to do this process better. Right? Things like zero-knowledge proofs, where you can do these types of identity verifications without having to expose people's sensitive information. And so that means you're getting not just the same policy outcomes, but actually better ones, right? More enhanced protection, not creating all of these risks. Another great example, app stores, right? Web2 app stores, particularly the Apple Store, right? Famously high commission, 30%. So hard for projects even to get admitted, right? And of course, Apple sets the rules of the game. It decides which apps, which projects it wants to allow in. It can arbitrarily change the rules and kick apps out. We know MetaMask was booted out for a brief period of time and then let back in a couple of weeks ago. But I also, the examples I just talked through, they're quite specific, right? And I wanted to take a step back and for us to think about the broader impact of this closed paradigm, right, on our society as a whole. So for example, right, there are 1.7 billion adults are currently unbanked. And as I said, the traditional financial system, it is the paragon of closed, permissioned approach. Inequality continues to grow, again, underpinned by this closed, permissioned approach. And if you look at this, and there's plenty of other data on this, the concentration of wealth and the levels of wealth inequality are actually the highest that they have ever been in the history of records that we have, right? The previous time that we were even close to this level was on the eve of World War I, and we know what happened after that. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, polarization, right? So we talked about how these permission systems, they optimize for pure attention. And by pure attention, I mean that these platforms, they don't care what kind of attention it is. They don't care if it's attention to truthful content, right, or credible content. They don't care if it's high quality attention. They just want eyeballs on screens. And the result of that is that these systems, intentionally or not, they have the effect of enhancing the spread of misinformation and therefore increasing social and political polarization. And there's some great research on this topic that I'd recommend anyone with an interest in this to look at. There's a great paper from MIT back in 2018 that analyzed how false and truthful news stories spread on Twitter, right? And this data demonstrated that actually false news stories are 70% more likely to be retweeted than true stories, which is crazy when you think about it, right? And it actually takes true stories 6 times as long to reach 1,500 people as it does for false stories to reach the same number of people. And that kind of blows my mind, to be honest, right? That there is an inbuilt bias to falsehood and misinformation, right? And we see the impact and the outcome of that every single day. And this is a great example, right? Where the median Democrat and the median Republican have become more divided and more polarized than at any point, in the history of these records. So, needless to say, right, the world does feel like we're at a bit of an inflection point, and maybe even a precipice of sorts across many different areas and many, many different dimensions as well, right? And the closed permission paradigm has, intentionally or not, been playing an enormous part in either causing or amplifying these issues. Right? And this is a pretty bleak list here, right? Political and social polarization, erosion of trust in everything, geopolitical instability, etc. Right? It's not a nice read. And the trouble is, at the moment, governments and big corporations, the only paradigm they know is this closed permission paradigm. So when they think about how to try and meet and overcome all of these challenges that we were just talking about, they only know one way to do that, right? The closed web way. And so this typically results in increased control, additional permissions, and increased centralization. And of course, that's just a negative feedback loop. It just further enhances and amplifies all of those issues that we were talking about. And again, right now, the closed web, like we said, is extraordinarily dominant. And the permission systems and infrastructure on which it relies are extraordinarily dominant and actually set to become even more dominant, right, as AI is deployed in a closed web environment. And this is happening right now. And frankly, the same should be said of blockchain, right? Blockchain can exist in a lot of different ways, both in an open and closed, permissioned, permissionless environment, right? So blockchain can be used to form the basis, for example, of a pervasive surveillance infrastructure, right? Where every aspect of our lives is monitored and tracked. Maybe it's monitored and maintained by AI. And that sounds a lot to me like a dystopia, right? And I think that's a genuinely non-trivial possibility. I agree, this is all starting to sound a little bit bleak, right? So what to do? So right now, it feels like, the past state that we're in, it doesn't feel sustainable, right? At least, certainly not to me. But looking forward, there is a huge amount of optimism and promise. But also, we have similar risks and similar dangers. But now, we actually have the tools, right, in this room, at this conference, in this industry, to do better. And I actually think we have an obligation to do better, in fact. But we can. We can with an open web, right? That is the corrective to all of these issues that we've just been talking through, right? And it's right here. It's at our fingertips. It's happening right now. And as we said, an open web, it's built on permissionless, autonomous systems. So let's break down what we mean by those two terms, right? So starting with permissionless. So by permissionless, we mean that these systems can be used by anyone, anywhere, at any time, right? No one controls how they're accessed or used. They operate on a peer-to-peer, peer-to-system, or system-to-system basis, and that's it. Anyone can use them. And by autonomous, we mean that the operation of these systems is internally consistent and predefined by a set of rules that operate in the same way for everybody. And those rules will continue to operate in the same way, consistently, without any influence by external third parties, right? And that quality, this autonomousness, it enables censorship resistance, which is vital, but also true data ownership and portability, like we were talking about earlier. And again, a quick little sidebar, thinking about true property ownership, right, and property rights in general. They're very special and unique because unlike just about any other type of legal right, a property right you can enforce against the entire world, against anybody. It's a very powerful thing, right? Whereas contractual relationships, licenses, which are a form of contractual relationship, usually you can only enforce those against your contractual counterparty, right? So they're nowhere near as meaningful, they're nowhere near as powerful. Now, the other great thing about these open permissionless systems, right, is that they can be designed to incentivize something other than pure attention or profit, right? And we can implement them in a way that enables contributors and users to be fairly rewarded for the value and the effort that they put in. But we also need to recognize, and this is one of the biggest challenges I think that we've faced as an industry, that we need to make sure that we give folks a reason to use this technology, right? We need to make the case effectively. We need to match these Web 2 services for convenience, for user experience, and for power. And I think we're making great strides towards doing that. But I think it's pretty clear, right, that the essential component here that underpins this open web vision and this optimistic view of the future is permissionless, autonomous infrastructure, just like the Near ecosystem's open web stack. Now, Illia is going to be discussing this later, so I'm not going to steal his thunder. I would not dream of doing that to Illia. But what I will do instead is talk a little bit about how, at the foundation, we think about supporting an open web ecosystem. Right? And you'll see here, we think about 3 critical areas or buckets that we think all need to be functioning in harmony and sustainably for this ecosystem and for an open web to become a reality, right? So founders, assets, and ecosystem. So let's start with founders, right? These are the brilliant entrepreneurs and the risk takers that are helping us to build the open web, right? And revolutionizing how they offer products and services to their users and their customers, right? And it is their dedication, it is their brilliance and their hard work that is helping to build the open web and actually solve real-world problems, like I said, give people a reason to use this amazing technology and understand the value and the empowerment that it brings. The second area is assets, right? We want founders and projects and builders to come and generate new assets and new value in our ecosystem, right? And that will bring additional capital and additional backers and probably additional founders and additional projects and users into the ecosystem, right? And this has the possibility of creating a virtuous circle, right, that can enable founders and builders to create new projects and also to support the ongoing economic health and vibrancy of the ecosystem. And you know, again, without all of these 3 pieces working together, we're not going to be successful. So now coming lastly to the ecosystem. And in some ways, right, this is what underpins everything else that we're doing, right? Because the ecosystem, it includes that open web stack that Illia is going to talk about more, right? The permissionless, autonomous infrastructure that we absolutely have to have, right? That makes everything within an open web paradigm possible. But of course, it also consists of everyone here in this room and everyone else across the ecosystem, this amazing, vibrant ecosystem that we have, and all of these enormously talented founders and builders, you know, leveraging that technology and making use of those assets and that value flowing into the ecosystem to build new projects, to bring value to their users, and ultimately to build an open web. And so the ecosystem is where all of this stuff comes together, right? And that is why the Foundation's mission has always been to support the ongoing growth and development of an autonomous and decentralized near ecosystem, and therefore, by extension, an open web. And you know, at the Foundation, we are unequivocally laser-focused and committed to bringing our considerable resources to bear in support of this open web mission, right? And we believe that together, all of us here in this room, not just us at the foundation, but as an ecosystem, and frankly, as an industry, we have an opportunity to make this open web vision a reality. And like I said earlier, this is not just an opportunity, right? I think it's also an obligation that we have to do this, right? To make this a reality. So look, on that note, I wanted to thank you for listening, and I wanted to ask you to join me to step into and to help build and support an open web at this year's NEARCON. So thank you very much, everybody, for listening.
All right, we heard from the audience that the NCon QR codes weren't being left up long enough, so we're going to leave them up here. We've made them less blurry, and you can keep stacking up that NCon. So with that, we're moving on to our next panel, and I'm going to need a slide here. Oh, it's a break. Oh, even better. It's a break. All right, so stack the NCon, enjoy a little bit of a break, and we'll come back. And hopefully I get a slide next time to tell me that that's what's happening. Appreciate it, everybody.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's Abhishek Vaidyanathan.
All right, I'm back. And we need people in the room. So let's get everybody back. We've got another incredible session coming. We've got Level Up, How Asia is Driving Web3 Gaming. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we're all very excited for this session. We've got Mark Mee, who's the head of gaming in our business development team at the Near Foundation, moderating this session. Tell your friends, tell everybody to get out of the other places and come to join this session. So we're really looking forward to it. I'll welcome Mark to the stage right now. Give him a round of applause.
All right, can everyone hear me today? I hope everyone's back from their lunch, so please come back. But anyways, hello everyone, my name is Mark Mee. I am a Director of Business Development here at Near Foundation, and I also lead the gaming sector and work closely within the Asia side just because I live in Asia as well. And so we have a very exciting panel today and would love for everyone to maybe introduce themselves. And why don't we start with Hannah at the end?
Hi guys, I'm Hannah. I'm the marketing director at MARBLEX. So a brief intro on MARBLEX. MARBLEX is a gaming blockchain service company having its headquarters in Korea's #1 gaming publisher called Netmarble. So we mostly integrate our blockchain services to our own published games, but we're only integrating our blockchains to high-quality games, and that's what MARBLEX does. Thanks.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jay Hunjai Lee, and I'm the co-founder of the Vortex Gaming. Vortex Gaming is the content-driven gamers community initiated by the company called Invent, which is based in Seoul, Korea. And Invent has been operating. Invent is the largest gamers community, like Web2 gamers community in Korea. And at the same time, we are the most influential game media in Korea too. So we've been operating Invent past 18 years. And the know-hows and knowledges that we acquired like past 18 years, we want to plug that into Web3 space. And Vortex Gaming is all about that. And Vortex Gaming is a new gaming-oriented social media that unifies Web2 and Web3 gaming contents and the gamers all together in a single space.
Lastly, we have Scott from...
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Scott. I'm General Manager of Near Korea Hub. We launched last year around this time. It's been a year now since we run regional hubs of Near Korea Hub, and we are very focused on bringing a lot of Web2 gaming companies, enterprises, to achieve a mass adoption. And I'm glad to have our onboarded partners such as Vortex Gaming and MARBLEX. So we are closely working with our partners, making sure that they get brand awareness, they get the core marketing, and then they get support what we need. And then especially Korea Hub has a dev team, so we actually do provide tech support to our partners. I think that kind of differentiates from other chains that, that's how we onboard and work with our partners. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So yeah, really excited because today I think we have various angles, bring in kind of the view of kind of the Asia market, specifically within gaming, right? We have game developers, we have the game community, and we have someone focused on developing the Asia region, right? So, today's topic is how is Asia driving Web3 gaming? So why don't we start with that? Why don't we start with, what's the view on the current, gaming market, right, within Asia, and how has development kind of been driving? So who wants to, anyone Scott, you want to talk a little bit more on just the Asia landscape and maybe kind of some background within how Asia has really been a leader within the driving gaming innovation?
Yeah. How many people here play games? Mobile games, anything? Console, PC? Yes. So Korea started around 1990 with the PC games, console games, and then I think around 2010, after iPhone launched, I think mobile gaming really kicked off. And some of the big names, from Korean gaming companies, Netmarble, Nexon, NeoWiz, Krafton. So I mean, we do have a lot of many of the RPG games kind of create a hype and free-to-play model. And then Korean gaming companies are unique because they are very open to Web3. So Koreans are usually very fast adopting new technologies and try with the blockchain. And then they actually, around 2020, 2021, they started adopting or creating their platform, such as MARBLEX. So I think Korean gamings are very bold on Web3. And I truly believe that mass adoption will come from the gaming. So I think we are way ahead of US, actually. US has a big companies like Blizzard, EA Sports, but I think Korean gaming companies are more keen to try new things, making sure Web3 gamings are alive.
That's very complete. Thank you for that, Scott. Did Hannah or Jay want to talk a little bit about this?
Okay, I want to add in like few more points. Like being in the gaming industry for the past 20 years, I have seen the histories, like how it evolved. So evaluating the entire Asian gaming market, like outside of Korea, that's beyond my knowledge. But speaking of the Korean gaming market industry, Koreans, we made quite significant the contribution in the history of gaming. And innovation of Korean gaming, it can be divided into two different eras. In 2000s and 2010s. In 2000s, there was this emergence of the esports in Korea. And StarCraft and StarCraft 2 were the huge part of this. And professional players, they have gained celebrity status. And the game matches, it were televised and drawing even more audiences. And it just became one of the entertainment contents beloved by the entire country. And in 2000s, there was the emergence of PC online gaming as well. So Korean developers started making world-class games like Lineage, Ragnarok, and MapleStory. And going back to 2010s, with the introduction of iPhone, the mobile game became very popular. And the concept of free-to-play was introduced to the market. And while traditional game developers and gamers didn't really like this change, Korean developers and gamers quickly adopted and embraced the mobile gaming market. So major Korean game studios entered into the mobile gaming market early on and made quite successful games. And in 2010s, also, the Koreans are one of the pioneers in gacha, which has become a staple monetization mechanism in thousands of games. Now in 2020s, I feel that Korea is once again at the forefront of the Web3 gaming.
Thank you for that. I think you definitely kind of went into more of the next question that I was going to ask as well is, how has Korea led? But maybe taking a step back in terms of overall Asia, I think, gaming has always driven a lot of innovation and has attracted a lot of growing talent to build and develop within Asia. You have the markets within Korea, you have markets within Japan, you have markets within China that has spent a lot of time to develop, to these really strong studios. And other countries within the region also has a very strong retail market and users to play the games. And that's why I think it's such an interesting and very big scope within a lot of the funds, the gaming funds that are looking to develop and invest in it, right? And so, Hannah, did you have anything else to add in terms of maybe either the Asia market or even just specifically the Korea market?
I'll be a bit more general. As these two have highlighted only Korea, I'll be a bit more general on the whole of Asia. So Japan started a new trend in console gaming with huge companies like Nintendo, Sega, and Sony. Also brought a new trend to arcade gaming in the 70s and 80s, bringing big mega hit games like Pac-Man and Super Mario Brothers and stuff like that. Korea has been made gaming an actual sports by bringing the birth of esports gaming, free-to-play games, unlike Western countries, a new trend to mobile gaming. That's what we do in MARBLEX and Netmarble, and such other things like that. But I think Asia's growth, it's not ending just here. It's only starting now. So I think everyone should keep looking forward to the APAC region's gaming industry and look forward to that.
So that's a great segue, right? We always say, is it too late? Obviously, I think what Hannah is saying, it's still early within gaming, at least Web3 gaming, and that's something that I actually truly do believe. We have so many good titles developing, and we haven't really seen one that's a sustainable model to grow and develop yet. So I think, this is NEARCON. We're here to talk about blockchain and crypto and how that relates. And so maybe let's segue from gaming's general market to actually the Web3 side, right? And maybe Scott could start. What do you think in terms of where we are at in terms of the Web3 gaming, and kind of how does Asia or Korea specifically kind of accelerate that?
Yeah, I think it's very early. I talked to a lot of the CEOs from major gaming companies, and they even though they have a lot of users, conversion rate are usually from 10 to 20%. So the most problem is that general users or players of the Web2 gamings, they have such a barriers to enter into Web3 market because of login experience, creating a wallet or transferring their digital assets, working with the NFTs. So these are big hurdles, even they're experiencing it, as they create Web3 gaming. So I think that's where Near kind of comes in. We help them with the fast auth and some of the easy onboarding experiences. And we always tell them, look, it's very, Near is a high throughput, low cost, and it's one of the best platforms to launch your game. So I think it's been kind of proven to Korean market. And I think we are pushing more gaming companies, with the Vortex gaming. Now we have a big community. Now we have a good IPs. So I think slowly, I think we are adopting into Web3 gaming.
So I love this. Clearly, Scott has done a lot of business development for Near in Korea, since he kind of has a lot of good selling points on the pros here. So maybe Hannah, can you talk a little bit more on why do you think Korea has been able to accelerate more of the Web3 gaming versus other markets, and obviously speak from within either the company, your company, or even just within the industry itself.
In Korea, gaming is taken a lot more seriously compared to other regions over the world. Like, for instance, I'm not sure you guys know what a PC bang means. It's a facility that Koreans have. It's a room. It's basically an internet cafe, but it's all over the place, more focused on gaming. It's normal for like a teenage boy to go spend time in these PC bangs for about 8 hours a day, not even talking to their girlfriend, and that's one of the reasons they always get into a fight, because they play too much games. It's normal for teenage boys to wanting to take gaming as a real career, and the governments support that in Korea. And that's why I think Korea has been accelerating in gaming and also Web3 gaming.
So I think you hit on a point right there, which is culture, right? I think culture historically seems like the Korean entrepreneurs have been very willing in terms of to innovate, very willing to take risk and try new things to see if they can make it. And you can see this with kind of what Jay said earlier in terms of new business models with the free-to-play, and historically kind of what that's done, right? And so I find that to be very, very interesting. And maybe next we can step into more of like maybe the Korea gaming community, right? And how that relates to I guess the developers in terms of building the games, right? So maybe Jay, maybe you want to talk a little bit more about the gaming community.
So definitely, like Web3 gaming, like it has gained like interest and attention, but compared to other sectors of the gaming industry, like it is not as established. But given that, like Web3 gaming community is, I mean, it's emerging and evolving in Korea, but it's just not there yet. Like, but the dominant Web3 gaming community is currently absent. And just like any other countries, like in Korean Web3 gaming the community is fragmented and scattered on Discord, Twitter, like Telegrams. So that's where we want to kick in. I mean, Vortex Gaming, like we want to kick into that area, and we want to make a breakthrough.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's very, very interesting kind of what Vortex kind of is trying to achieve here. I mean, they're basically coming in, you know, we have a few projects, for example, you know, the top projects on Near are building kind of these Web 2.5, right? Basically, already have a platform with millions of users and onboarding them to Web 3, and in a way that's, you know, what Vortex is doing, right? They're utilizing the parent company, Invent, and seemingly kind of providing a new experience, new model, and really onboarding them to be able to provide, I guess, more value and engagement to their users. So, yeah, Scott, did you have anything to add within the kind of the Web3 gaming community and within Asia or just Korea?
Yeah. I think Jay explained very well that it's kind of a shame that we're still using Discord as a community platform. And I mean, Jay has experienced that Invent is one of the biggest gaming community in Korea and media. Their MAU is great. DAU, if you look at Invent's, the metrics, it's amazing. So I mean, they're trying to figure out how they can gather all these scattered and siloed communities into one, so the players or users can kind of make a social and then they can actually communicate within the one platform. I think that's the beauty of Vortex Gaming. And just to elaborate more, I think the Web3 gaming community should be the pillar and the core of our gaming, because it's the whole point about this blockchain is to communicate in a transparency manner. So I think Vortex Gaming, probably next year, I'm very bold that they're gonna take the whole Web3 gaming community in Korea.
Awesome. So talking about Web3 gaming community, I think it's only fair to actually talk about how does that really work, right? A lot of questions we always get or ask as well is, why does it need to be on the blockchain, right? Like what does it really add value? Is it something that we need? Right, and obviously, I would say I definitely put a lot of thought into this personally on how we can create value, why it's valuable. But I think especially these builders as well as Scott, definitely I guess question: why do you think how does blockchain fit, and then why why would you utilize it and things like that? Hannah, can you?
Yeah, I think it's about the ownership and sharing the profits or revenue shares with the users. I think. I used to play Lineage by NCSoft, and I think Korea loves playing RPG, but you are not really owning your items. It's companies. It belongs to companies, and you actually can trade this, buy and sell these gaming items through black market with gray market. But it's all about the transparency where gaming companies actually can take some revenues by charging them commissions, and they can actually bring that gray area into more brighter area, and then you're actually telling your users that look, each item is yours and it's in your wallet. I think it's all about giving back to users and then being transparent with users. So I think that's the whole point why they should definitely adopt blockchain.
Okay. Hannah, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think gaming is the next tipping point for blockchain mass adoption, just by sharing some of our KPIs. But before I go into that, why don't you guys search up some of our games onto your app stores, and then after you played it sometimes today, why don't you come find me and we can talk about this. So go to your app stores, let's search in MetaWeb My City, which is one of our most recent games, or you could do Ni no Kuni Crossworlds, Ninokuni, and then we could talk again. Well, I'll go through the KPIs. Ni no Kuni Crossworlds, it's a large MMORPG based on Studio Ghibli. I'm sure most of you are familiar with that studio from Japan. Studio Ghibli and Level 5's IP. So we have achieved a lot of KPIs just by integrating blockchain, because we had achieved #1 position in Google sales in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. After blockchain integration, we achieved top 10 in Google sales in North America, which is huge for an APAC company like us. A3 still alive. It's a MMORPG based on Battle Royale PvP content. After integrating blockchain, we actually increased users about 620%. And lastly, for MetaWeb My City, which is our most recent product, it's a Monopoly-based board game, metaverse game, which is really fun to play. It's one of my favorite. We achieved top Google sales in Taiwan, Korea, Thailand, Indonesia, most of APAC with blockchain integration. So just by looking at our marvelous KPIs, you can see how blockchain and gaming are so compatible.
No, thank you for those actual case study examples. I wasn't actually sure that you were going to say that. I was going to go more with the theoretical. So, Jay, did you have anything else to add on that?
Yes, I'm going to share my opinion from the community's perspectives.
Perfect.
I mean, obviously, I'm in the Web3 business, so I think the blockchain is a perfect technology especially for games. And my personal conviction goes even beyond that. I believe soon gamers will not differentiate from Web2 games and Web3 games, and refer to them just as games. That is my conviction. And the problem right now in the market is that traditional gamers, Web2 gamers, they rather treat blockchain games as an investment vehicle, not as the genuine means of enjoyment. That is the problem that we see from the community angle. But I think this is natural. Looking back to the past, in 2000s, when PC online was booming, and 2010s, mobile game was booming, there's always individuals with a negative view on new developments. So I think this is perfectly natural. And here we are, 2023, hardly anyone has negative perception on games, right? Especially mobile games, it just became the integral part of our everyday life. So I think blockchain game, Web3 gaming, is going through the exactly same process now. And a substantial number of gamers right now has a negative perception on, who haven't even tried Web3 games, but they do have negative outlook on Web3 games. So improving such negative perception is a key, and it's the mission of the Vortex Gaming. At Vortex Gaming at a higher level, what we are trying to achieve is we want to break down these psychological barriers, the gamers trying Web3 games. I think we from our past experiences, on the successfully building the Web2 gaming community in Korea, We believe the key to building like organic and sustainable gaming community, like it lies in contents. And so at Vortex Gaming, like we're gonna be unifying Web 2 and Web 3 gaming contents and gamers all together in a single space. And we're gonna be continuously exposing users to the Web 3 game contents. And we're gonna be facilitating like communication between Web 2 and Web 3 users. And we believe that will be instrumental like to achieve our goal.
Okay. No, thank you for that. I think you hit on so many great points that, you know, in this past year of looking within the gaming market and industry and following Web3 that you hit on, right? I think, you know, I would say at last NEARCON, everyone was still talking, you know, a huge gap between Web 2 gaming and Web 3 gaming. And now it's not really about that. It's just generally about gaming, right? The market is so competitive. What are you trying to do? You're actually trying to create a game. You know, game developers are trying to create a game that people will play, right? And from there, then it's more of the features, the gameplay, you know, how things are gamified and you know, how blockchain fits into that. And I think it's pretty exciting that Jay hit on a lot of points, right? One is the negative, you know, either connotation or the view of blockchain and how it's used. But, you know, if we do it tastefully, if it makes sense, then I think there's really a strong opportunity to really have that first sustainable game that everyone plays because they like the IP, because they like the content, they onboard easily, and they play it, and then they realize, oh man, you're already in Web3, right? You're utilizing the chain, and most of the people don't know it. So I do expect and, you know, hope to see something like that in the near future. Maybe the last part, you know, since this is NEARCON, would love to, for the projects themselves, maybe to speak about kind of their experiences in terms of, you know, of NEAR, right? NEAR protocol, NEAR Foundation, the NEAR ecosystem. I mean, you know, I know in terms of your guys' product development, you guys are, you know, haven't really launched yet, but maybe you could speak to a little background on just your experiences and understanding of the tech or the ecosystem and things like that. Maybe we'll have Hannah. I want to start off with that.
It's been such a pleasure to work with the NEAR team. First of all, NEAR is one of the you know, one of those Web3 companies that has a real mission, not only integrating blockchain to a lot of projects, they're really about linking real life and blockchain, which is one of MARBLEX's KPI and roadmap, so that's why we're great partners. But in addition, among other Web3 projects, now NEAR Korea Hub has been amazing team to work with, because they have a real interest in the APAC market and the Asian market. They're very serious about linking the Western and the Eastern world in blockchain. And it's been such a pleasure to just work with Scott and Mark. And I see a few Korean Hub members here, and it's been such a pleasure.
I second that.
Got it. Then Scott, did you want to maybe talk about more on, you know, we have a lot of builders here at NEARCON, and maybe how Asian market can maybe work with them and kind of what the opportunities be. You know, if you guys joined a little bit later, Scott leads our Korea hub. Obviously, gaming is not their only mandate and only focus, but that is something that, you know, they worked heavily on just mainly due to the Korean market. So Scott, you know, now that we have a little bit more people here, I would love for you to maybe talk a little bit more about maybe what the opportunities might be for you to kind of support and work with that.
Yeah, Korea is good at creating contents, IPs. If you look at Netflix, you know, we have a lot of Korean drama series, you know, movies, and we have a great builders. I think why Korea gaming is so strong, not only in the Asian market but globally, is that we have such strong builders. And on top of that, I think NEAR provides such a good, you know, strong technical features such as fast toss, meta transactions, and, you know, function call keys. Utilizing these, you know, technical features, I think Korea should be really driving this Web3 global gaming in the global market. I'm glad that Japanese is opening up their market, and they have a lot of content and IP. Historically, they've been very known for the good gamings, and so when we match with their content and our builders and good companies like, you know, Netmarble, Vortex Gaming, I think we can certainly create a lead and take the lead in Web3 gaming market. So please come to the Vortex Gaming booth. They have a booth, and then we're going to be around the booth area, and then we would like to talk more about Korean gaming landscape, how we can help you guys to sort of make an introduction to Korean market.
Perfect. Okay. I think our time's about up, and why don't we do some last takeaways, or if there's any last points you guys wanted to bring up. Hannah, did you have anything else to add for?
Just as I mentioned, please look up our games. Talk to me if you're interested, because it's no other like other games. It's more of like a Web 2 game. If you play it, it's fast. You wouldn't see all the blockchain aspects in the front and the UI UX part. It's more in the background. So it's just like a real good quality game. So please come after you tried it.
Yeah, so I think I would add additionally to kind of more of the retail, the gamers, but also if you're a game studio, definitely should talk to Hannah as well, for a bit more understanding of the Korean market or kind of the opportunities with them as well, right? Jay, did you have any last words to?
Yeah, just come talk to us, like at the ecosystem booth. We'll be there.
Awesome. Well, thank you for everyone's time. I want to thank our panelists kind of for coming up, taking out, talking, and sharing a little bit more about Asia. And thank you guys for sitting over here, and welcome. Hopefully you guys had a big lunch, and hope you guys enjoy the rest of the first day of NEARCON. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh wow, it's filled up in here. How's everybody feeling right now? Little midday lull? I'm not hearing it. Let's try again. How is everybody feeling right now? All right, a little 감사합니다 to the Near Korea team who is just out there. Very excited for our next session. We've got Michael Casey, who will be speaking to us about why decentralization really, truly matters. Who will own us in the AI age? I don't know. I hope it's not the machines. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Michael Casey.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm actually wearing two hats here. One hat is that of a co-author. I'm writing a book with a guy called Frank McCourt about how we badly, desperately need to fix a broken internet. And my other hat is one that you guys are probably more familiar with, and that is as the Chief Content Officer at CoinDesk. I'm going to start with that hat on, the second one, because I'm going to tell you about the year that we have had at CoinDesk. It's been quite a ride. So basically, last Thursday, a certain person whose name I really just don't want to mention anymore was convicted of 7 charges of fraud. And on that day, it was in fact the 1-year anniversary of the story that Ian Allison, my colleague, produced about the Alameda balance sheet, which led to the unraveling of FTX and a wild year for CoinDesk. And then we have Sam Bankman-Fried, I'm sorry, I did have to mention Voldemort's name eventually, found guilty, 7 counts. So it's been a great, on that level, fantastic year for CoinDesk. 3 awards we won from this. Last month, we got the Loeb Award, right? That is the Pulitzer of business journalism. This is actually the proudest moment of my journalism career. I've never been involved in a story that has had so much impact. But it's also been a difficult year, a very difficult year from a commercial perspective, because the collapsing of the FTX empire was obviously commensurate with crypto winter, and a brutal one. And marketing budgets got slashed, and sponsors no longer wanted to come to consensus because our US audience was no longer accessible because there'd been a regulatory backlash against America and crypto. So CoinDesk has really had a difficult time. We've had, this is public knowledge, we've had 2 rounds of layoffs. And the company is going through a very protracted deal process. I can't talk much more about that other than to say that it looks quite likely that finally this deal will go through. But all of that has added massive amounts of uncertainty to what we do. But I'm also going to say that, CoinDesk is not alone as a high-quality, high-integrity news organization that is struggling these days to pay for itself. Digital media is stuck in a game of whack-a-mole. We spend our time trying to keep up through search engine optimization, attention farming through social media, and all of this is in the service of an algorithm. It's a game of whack-a-mole. We're just like, the rules change, trying to figure out what the audience's latest search terms are, what's moving, what isn't. This is really no way to do journalism. How do you focus on what the story of the day is? It's meant that as a media organization, we are no longer serving just two masters, but three. Previously, it was our audience. Obviously, primarily, we care about our readers and our viewers if you're a TV operation. But we do have to service the ad guys. We've got to make sure that there's commercial operations that help to fund things. But really, we're also serving this third thing, this algorithm for Twitter, for Facebook, for Google, whichever it is of the intermediating platforms that's sitting between us and our audience. And I've chosen a black image because, of course, as we all know, those algorithms are black boxes. We do not know how they are structured. This has become a major problem. I would argue that it is an existential threat in reality to quality journalism. And I would go so far as to say that that in itself means that this is an existential threat to democracy. I first sort of realized how serious this was when BuzzFeed came out with a story in 2016, in the middle of the US elections. There was a team of Macedonian teenagers, and they had a website. And they were just running stories like this one. Government of Kenya has released Obama's authentic birth certificate. They also had a story saying that Pope Francis had endorsed Donald Trump. They were then landing the links to those stories into a Facebook group of clearly conservative people for whom this was an exciting story to read, and driving an enormous amount of engagement around that. All of them clicking on the site, and they were making good money from programmatic ads that they were running on the site. All of this was really connected, obviously, to the way that Facebook's algorithm helps to sort of curate attention to make sure that people are engaged, that they're getting likes, and all of that feedback loop that they like to build to get everybody engaged and sort of keep their own advertisers happy. But what I realized is that, oh my God, I had just left the Wall Street Journal at the time, and we had layers of editors above the journalist and the editor and the sub-editor and the editor-in-chief. We had lawyers. We had a whole machinery of people. We sent people off into war zones at high risk, all so that we could get the facts straight. It was the infrastructure that we built as a news organization to make sure that the truth was something that we could try our hardest to maintain. And we were being beaten at this game by a bunch of guys who were just making shit up at no cost to themselves. I just think this is an incredibly stark problem. So this algorithmic concept that we're grappling with here, it's part code, right? You guys most of you are developers, you know the ins and outs of code, but it's part human biology, right? Because what that curation algorithm is constantly learning for itself is what exactly it is that triggers our adrenal glands to release dopamine, right? You get a hit when we get a like, get a follow, get a new friend, whatever it is. All of that is an algorithm tapping into our brains, working with our adrenaline gland to keep us involved. Part human, part machine. There's a woman called Anna Lemke, who is a psychiatrist, who has spent most of her career studying the impact of, or the role rather, of dopamine in drug addiction. And she says that social media is a bigger, more addictive drug than heroin. She refers to the iPhones in our pockets as those digital hypodermic needles, The impact of this is profound. Since 2007, when the iPhone was first released, suicide rates for the age of people from the age of 10 to 24 has risen 62%. Teenage girls reported last year that, or 30% of them, that they had seriously considered suicide. More than 50% of that same cohort, teenage high school girls, say that they have persistent feelings of sadness and depression. This is a system. The cyberbullying, the body shaming, this is what the algorithm is producing. It's also, as by the way, the two of us didn't actually realize that we were having the same event here. Chris's speech did a lot of stuff that I was talking about, this polarization that you'll see. But ultimately, our political system is trapped by this. So, you know, if you're a politician, you're a brand. And you've got to play to social media. That's how you get attention. That's how you get votes. So we get, you know, AOC with 13.2 million followers, and she's obviously a fairly hard, uncompromising, progressive left person. And then you get nut jobs like, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, you know, is a QAnon believer, and she has 2.8 million followers, which is pretty good because she was actually banned from Twitter for 2 years, right? So, and here's poor old Mitt Romney, ran for president, was the governor of a state, was a mayor, you know, has a huge, long history of politics, and is one of the very few middle of the road, compromising Republicans in Congress, and he's only got 1.9, less than Marjorie Taylor Greene. So the system is driving us into these polarized differences. This system, we badly need to fix this thing, guys. But you know what? It's been incredibly profitable for the companies, the platforms that drive it. So if you include NVIDIA, which I think is relevant since they sort of pretty much drive the chips drive a lot of the LLMs that are part of this issue right now, the market cap of these companies adds up to more than $10 trillion. Right? That is, in GDP terms, the third biggest country in the world. The profit, of course, also is reflected in their sort of monopolistic practices. So Google, as we know, right, it is on 75% of all the world's smartphones. Apple, of course, being the other one, and it's really probably no coincidence that they both charge exactly the same 30% fee for developers to develop on those, right? Google and Facebook have more than 50% of all of the world's digital advertising. Just think about that. Google, of course, controls search. Google dominates navigation. Google is in home management systems, our smart homes. It leads on video streaming, right? It is everywhere. This is, I mean, the robber barons at the turn of the century had nothing on what these guys have. And think about Amazon, right? Amazon is both the dominant e-commerce platform, it also, you know, controls our web hosting, and it's a retailer in its own right. So imagine if you're a pizza joint, and there are two pizza joints in town, and you're the one that doesn't have a telephone. Those guys have got the telephone, and you have to rely on them to take your orders for you. And there's no record of when the orders come through, right? Can you trust that the same pizza joint is not going to like fill their own orders for yours? Right? This is literally a broken system of commerce. So look, we've got to fix this, but like, what is the problem, right? One of the biggest problems is that we just don't have much awareness. So the book that Frank and I are writing is inspired by this one, Common Sense. This was written by Thomas Paine, it was under a pseudonym at the time, or an anonymous publication. And it basically was the most influential book in history. Came out 1776, let people know that there was something that they had to see and could no longer unsee, which was the broken state of the British monarchy and what it meant for the American colonists. Of course, we had the revolution after that, the Declaration of Independence, and so forth. We need people everywhere to understand that this is a huge issue, that the data that these machines control, that their right to that is a human right, just as these guys back then were talking about the Enlightenment. You know, and we're at a crossroads now, because we could, if we change the system, we give people control over their data, control over their lives, decentralize the structure of the web. The kind of economy that we could create out of this, the open data for medical research, the incredible new business models that will emerge out of that. We have a huge opportunity ahead of us. But as Chris was saying, we also have AI coming. And if this is where things are going to go, with the same Web 2 companies controlling that data, then God help us, right? So what can you guys do? Well, I think people who are working on open web systems can do more than anybody. A lot of you are working on the infrastructure, and that's really important. The underlying fixes are very complicated games of building bridges and making sure all this stuff works and it's secure. But we need people to be involved in this. We need people to build the killer app that allows people to understand that there is an alternative to the network effect drug that they have on Facebook or Twitter or wherever. We've got to change the way people think. So build something beautiful and attractive. And look, come and look up the Project Liberty, which is what Frank McCourt's organization is all about. It's an open system. It's a not-for-profit arrangement. It's all about open source software. They are inviting people to come and build on that. So please get involved. We need to change this. We need a revolution. So let's go and start one. All right. So hit me up, and I can talk to you more about it. And you still got a little bit more of me, unfortunately, but I'm going to invite Chris Donovan out on the stage to join me. Of course, you may have heard from earlier on, he's the COO of the NEAR Foundation. And we are going to talk about everybody's favorite topic, regulation.
Good to see you, Michael. Regulation, let's do it.
All right.
People are going to think we coordinated beforehand with our talk.
It is kind of interesting. I was sitting there watching you talk and thinking, wow. In many respects, the book I'm writing, it seemed like you were just sort of...
Yeah,
you must have been reading the manuscript.
You thought I'd nicked your manuscript.
I did. I thought that somehow. But as you can tell, we're both from the same part of the world. And, you know, Aussies, in our blood, there is a certain convict, criminality. So, yeah, my suspicions were running pretty high.
Yeah.
All right. So, look, you were the GC at NEAR Foundation. You are now the COO.
That's right.
Were a GC at Outlier Ventures. You have been involved in the legal side of things for quite some time.
Yeah.
And as I said at the opening of my presentation, it's been quite a year in terms of that regulation. And one man in particular has featured heavily, Gary Gensler. I have a certain connection to Gary. I was at MIT Media Lab, where he and I were both part of the Digital Currency Initiative for a couple of years, and I used to talk to Gary, once a week, basically. And he was never nearly as stridently in the position that he's taking now at the SEC. But we would argue, and my point was always, look, Gary, if everything's a security, then how on earth are we going to allow for people collectively to participate in these systems? We want to have an open web and one that doesn't have these gatekeepers. And he was always very opposed to gatekeepers as a concept and regulatory capture and rent seeking. He'd use these words about. And I said, how on earth are we going to
reconcile that? Yeah.
You're going to have all these barriers in place. So, I mean, how do we get that message across? How do we turn this conversation away from a very narrow financial one to know we need to do this? If the regulators would kill the dream that you and I are talking about here, what are we left with?
Well, I think that's a very good question, and it's a serious problem. I think our view at the foundation is that we want for the industry and for the open web to be successful, we need fair and proportionate regulation, right? There's no question about that. I think. And many, and I would say most of the people in the industry are also clamoring to have that clarity, right? We're not all running around being scofflaws, trying to break the law, and that actually is one of the most disappointing elements of how Mr. Gensler presents the argument, as if our industry is just full of criminals and that's that, and we get written off. So I think one of the things that we need to do is to be quite honest, behave a little bit better as an industry, set better examples. Like, you're right, it's been a big year.
Don't steal your customers' funds.
Ideally, don't do that, right? Don't be an out-and-out criminal. That would be great. And like I said, it's unfortunate because a small number of individuals that have caused a huge amount of damage and harm to people have come to paint our entire industry with a very broad brush, or at least allowed individuals or regulators or lawmakers who maybe have these suspicions, maybe they have their vested interest, whatever it is, to essentially jump on that bandwagon and say, yeah, look, you're right, it is just for crime, it is just for people running around trying to do naughty things, when actually, as you and I have been talking about, and as we all in this room know, it is about so much more than that. And the financial use case is one part of what Web3 represents, and I think we do need true decentralized, permissionless financial infrastructure to be part of this open web. But it's also not the only reason why we're here, right? And the giant casino of Web3 is, it's damaging and limiting the perception of what we as an industry are capable of. So I think education, and frankly, the work that we are doing here and in the NEAR ecosystem and across the industry, genuine use cases, genuine users, showing people why there is value for them in the stuff that they do every day with this technology.
Right, because ultimately this is a political question, right? I mean,
100%.
it has been, crypto regulation has become highly politicized, and
well, in the US in particular.
In the US in particular, but I mean, it's laden with this, and therefore getting through that and being able to reach people to understand the value, I think, is critical. I mean, just to pick on that, the problems, therefore, with the community itself or the industry, it does seem that to me that sort of some of the problems with the tribalism, the sort of the desire to drive tokens higher and my token, not yours, contributes to this, right? It contributes to this kind of mania that I think feeds bad behavior. So how do you guys view that? Because clearly, the vision behind the open web, the stack that you're building that is really trying to look at the multi-chain solution and onto interoperability, how are you approaching that problem in particular, the sort of this tribalist?
Yeah, well, look, I think it's a big problem, as you say. It's a scourge of our industry in a way, right? And we've grown up fighting each other, and actually, there's still such early days, right? And we have so much that we need to do, and frankly, we're fighting such a big battle against much more organized, better funded, more influential opponents that I think the infighting is an utter waste of time, right? And I think it distracts us from the mission if we were all working together and sharing these goals. And I think many other ecosystems would also agree that this is the future that we want. We don't want the dystopian surveillance state future. I think we would be much more powerful as an industry. I accept that it can be hard sometimes to put aside differences or at least perceive potential competition. But again, what's the point in fighting over the tiniest slice of the tiniest pie when actually we could be building something bigger and sharing it together, right? And I think that's how we as an ecosystem think about this, right? And our technology stack that Illia is going to talk about straight after this, I think, is all about putting interoperability at the heart of everything, right? So we want founders and projects and applications in every ecosystem to come and see how they can leverage different bits of this modular stack that is kind of the heart of the NEAR ecosystem's technology. And I think productizing interoperability will help eliminate that tribalism. Because people will realize there's no need to be scared of each other, right? We can share and we can grow together.
And still serve that broader mission of avoiding, as you put it, the dystopian, surveillance state.
Right.
So let's just look at this from the perspective of government then, right? I mean, Europe in particular has taken, I think, a more aggressive and sort of constructive view of the real problems around this structure of the internet and threats to privacy and so forth. But at the same time, when you use terms like, an open permissionless architecture, permissionlessness almost runs counter to the Bank Secrecy Act, KYC, all these things that are ingrained in the way that our financial system is structured. So given that dichotomy, how are you approaching conversations with, regulators either here or in the US? How do you get them to sort of embrace this idea of an open permissionless architecture?
Well, it's not always easy, especially in the US. I mean, there are plenty of people who want to have that conversation, but I think, like we were touching on earlier, it's become very politicized in the US, not so much in other parts of the world. But you're right that the idea of permissionless systems and no intermediation at all, is literally the polar opposite of how the regulatory state has functioned pretty much since its inception, right? And that was because at that time, when these systems were being brought about, they did not have the technological infrastructure ability to do it any other way. They had no choice, right? And the key thing is that now we do have a choice. And actually, part of convincing lawmakers and regulators that they should embrace this stuff is to help them understand the benefits to them as governments, right? And I think one argument that I've found sometimes helps to get a bit of traction is you think about how much money governments spend every year maintaining trust. Trust in all of the institutions of government, trust in infrastructure, public service, all of this kind of stuff, right? It's an enormous amount of money. It's a huge amount of GDP. I don't have the stats off the top of my head, but it's huge. And actually, this technology can help reduce that burden, for example, right? And that's just one more powerful, tangible use case for governments to think, well, actually, I don't necessarily need to be scared about thinking about this new paradigm. Actually, maybe it allows me to do the things that I want to do, run the country effectively, provide for my citizens, provide high-quality public service and infrastructure more efficiently and more effectively, and empower my citizens to do the same thing, right? And we were having a conversation before talking about how, natural open market competition forces hopefully will also drive some governments to realize that there are massive economic advantages to embracing this technology, right? And there are some jurisdictions globally, you can think about places like, for example, Singapore, Switzerland is another one, that have completely embraced this technology, right? And they've managed to at least take some steps on the path of creating some frameworks that are a little bit more open and sensitive to the unique features of the technology, right? Not trying to remove them or treat them as bugs, but actually lean into them and embrace them, and actually hold up those unique features. And these jurisdictions have been benefiting as a result. Dubai would be another one, right? So I think some of this will happen naturally, right? Because we're a mobile bunch, Web3, we move around the world a lot. We're happy to go where governments and regulators are willing to sit down and have proper conversations with us.
Is it also incumbent upon the industry to think through whatever application solutions they're building that can be sort of friendlier to the needs of government? And I think one of the ways I would frame this is that, part of the ethos in the early days of Bitcoin, of course, emerged out of the cypherpunk tradition of, just zero compromise on things like privacy. And I think that, I'm not suggesting at all that that's not a worthwhile position to take, but I figured like when we think through, say, COVID, and there was an opportunity to actually, have a zero knowledge proof kind of structure for how we would check whether somebody had had a vaccine or not. I felt like the community's just, it got in its own way. There was a real opportunity there to work with governments to try to figure out a way to have a private and yet constructive data tracking system that would have our cake and eat it too. But ultimately, the fear of Big Brother, the idea that IBM and others were just stepping in and providing these solutions anyway, I felt like the community just went, nah, we don't want to be part of this. This is all too spooky, and I think that was possibly a missed opportunity. I don't know if you need.
I would definitely agree. I mean, I was in the UK at the time of COVID, and the NHS is literally still using fax machines to send around information, right? And I'm not joking. I think they have like the last 5 fax machines in the whole country, and they use them every single day, which is mind-blowing. But you're right. I think there is definitely, and it's ironic given that we're trying to build this technology that kind of productizes trust, right, and guarantees trust. There is not a lot of trust in the industry towards government either. And I think part of that is because of how certain governments and regulators have been behaving towards our space. There's definitely a sense, if we bring it back to the US, that Chair Gensler is not acting in good faith, right? He's not setting up and presenting the position reasonably or fairly. Like I said, we're not all scofflaws. Like I said, the system in the US is not fit for purpose for this technology, despite the fact that he seems to think that it is, or at least he presents it to be. So for us as an industry, to me, it's about figuring out, A, how we can try and rebuild that trust. And like I said, there are some parts of the world where that seems like it's at least a possibility. But I think we also need to accept, perhaps, that at least around the edges, we might need to make some compromises initially, right? And we need to decide where we make those compromises and where we don't, right? And I was talking before about permissionless open infrastructure. to me, that's a compromise we can't ever make, right? Because that is the core, that is the technological platform for everything else that follows. But there might be other areas where we feel that, yes, it is not the absolute perfect cyberpunk manifestation of a particular program or whatever, but maybe it's an important first step because we need to start somewhere and we need to rebuild that trust.
So you mentioned earlier, Dubai and the idea that this is a borderless technology. You can go anywhere. So in the light of that, I mean, how are you viewing what some people see as almost like a competition amongst different jurisdictions right now? Where you mentioned Dubai. Europe has got the MiCA regulatory framework. Japan is even doing things. Hong Kong,
Australia,
Australia, various different flavors of it. The UK seems to be going back and forth. I'm not quite sure where they stand right now. But
that's classic UK.
Yeah. But the US sort of way behind. And so are we indeed in this world where we're sort of regulation shopping, and is that something to the industry's advantage? I mean, how do you approach that aspect of things?
I mean, I think, regulatory shopping makes it sound almost cheap, I guess. And I don't think that it is. I think we have to make the best of what we've got, right? And I do think that the way that the US has been behaving the last 2 or 3 years towards our space is cutting off its nose to spite its face in many ways, right? And it is a unique political feature of the environment in the country for all the reasons that you were talking about before. But my view would be, why shouldn't we take advantages of opportunities that are presenting themselves in other parts of the world? Mm-hmm. Why shouldn't we, one of the things that the foundation is doing is working with governments and regulators in some of those jurisdictions to actually create proof of concept, things like sandboxes and safe harbors and stuff that we can then take to the US and we can take maybe to the UK if it ever makes up its mind and say, look guys, this stuff does work and actually it does bring demonstrable benefits. And again, one of the things that we need to do as an industry, as an ecosystem, is be really good at shouting about what we are good at and what is the value of this stuff. It is not just the giant casino, right?
I'm just going to make a point. As I see G. Clay down in the front row there, he's going to hit me afterwards for not mentioning Bermuda as one of the jurisdictions that's been out, and my good friend David Burt, the Premier, who's been driving this very sort of innovative approach to these things. And I know you guys are looking at it as well. Yeah, I mean, it really is interesting seeing all of these different jurisdictions wake up and see, and almost like seizing the opportunity that the US is leaving open.
I have a question for you, though. I mean, have you caught up with Gary Gensler lately? And how has that changed since your heady days at MIT?
It's really been tough. Yeah, I'll tell you. I mean, I don't know. I don't. These days, I wouldn't have answered these sorts of questions a while ago because I was trying to maintain the relationship, but it just doesn't work anymore. So I happily talk about it. Yeah, look, I figured when Gary came into office that this was it. CoinDesk was going to get the first interview. We were going to get he was going to come and keynote consensus and everything else. And he didn't answer my calls, didn't respond. Every single request we had was a no. Finally, 2 years later, Nick Day, who was the best policy reporter covering crypto, bar none, anywhere in the world, finally got an interview with Gary on CoinDesk TV. It has seemed to me that in itself was just completely deliberate. Like there was he saw no upside in being associated with a crypto publication.
Yeah.
It just occurred to me that, somebody said to me, look, there's MIT Gary and then there's Washington Gary, and they are two different animals. And so it felt like this was a very calculated political decision to associate himself with the folks who were attacking this industry and therefore to disassociate himself with anybody else who'd been part of it before. So no, haven't had him speak at consensus, haven't had any interviews since that one. We don't really talk much anymore.
All right, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but
he's genuinely a nice guy when he's out of Washington.
I think it's also a shame that that's the position that the industry is in, and it shouldn't be, in my opinion, it shouldn't be a political question, right? It shouldn't be something that's divisive politically, because we should all want an open, permissionless future, truly, including governments and everybody else, including whatever side of the aisle you happen to be sitting on. And so I think, one of the other jobs we have as an industry is to
feel at home with a fly, of course. Aussies, everywhere we go, we track the flies.
I need my hat with the corks.
Exactly.
I think we also need to try and help find common ground politically and to find use cases and demonstrations of value that can help unite people politically too, right? And again, it's a huge challenge. And honestly, I don't know what the answer to that is yet.
Do you think the trial of Voldemort is actually something that will help in this? That will, like, you know, it's cathartic. It gets it all forgotten about.
Well, look, I think,
and also an opportunity for this industry to learn from its own mistakes.
Yes, well, I think it's definitely that. I think it also, like we said, we need less people stealing customer funds and actually focusing on bringing value to their users and building legitimate, sustainable businesses. And obviously, people who are, you know, doing criminal things should be punished, right? Absolutely, unequivocally. And I think, again, the whole industry is united as being, you know, in that view. And I think that now that we've had at least initial conclusion to everything, and perhaps it can be put behind us, I do think it is an opportunity for us to show how we can do better as an industry, and also how we can unite, like you said, across all of these kind of tribal boundaries to actually focus on the stuff that's really important.
Running short on time, so maybe one sort of final message to these. What is the one thing that you would ask people to do in support of a constructive, you know, lobbying, you know, action for change approach to regulation?
That's a good question. I wish you'd told me before that you were going to, so I could have.
Sorry,
I'd have to think of something on
always
the
tell it. Yeah, the one thing.
Yeah. Well, I think to me it would be try and maintain hope. Don't lose trust that there is a constructive path. We don't have to write off interactions with the lawmakers and regulators, period, just because there are some out there who are making our lives very difficult as an industry. There are many others who are genuinely curious, genuinely believe in the technology, are doing their best to try and bring it to the fore from a policy perspective, trying to make things happen. So I think, don't lose
regulators
hope.
Are
Stay optimistic.
They're human beings.
They are
as well,
humans
right?
too,
right?
like
and,
lawyers
you know,
as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that speaks a little bit to what you're saying, like this tribalism, all you know, being able to actually step back and see that there's probably folks with good intentions, and that can definitely, you know, that can be used in some way to move this thing forward. Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much for the time. Round of applause for Chris Donovan, everyone.
Thanks very much, everybody.
And I think we've got the amazing Illia up next.
Thanks very much, everybody.
Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's David Morrison.
The key to success is developers, founders, builders. Developers, founders, builders. Developers, founders, builders. Welcome to NEARCON 2023. All right. Okay. Oh, gosh. Enough of this. Right. It is my huge pleasure to welcome to the stage one of the most incredible founders I have ever met, and indeed the founder of NEAR Protocol itself, the CEO of the NEAR Foundation, and the biggest alpha leak in the room this week. So please, after me, put your hands together for Illia Polosukhin.
This is Illia. Thank you. Hello. It's great to be here. Third NEARCON. Amazing. Really good to see everyone. And thank you for all the people who are working to put this together. It's an incredible amount of work going in to do this. So I want to welcome and thank everyone who has been involved in doing this. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get some energy. I mean, we just saw, a Web3 Steve Ballmer. All right, so I want to talk about the open web vision, the kind of NEAR, and what is open web, right? I frequently get asked, about what is the NEAR's vision, right? Why are we doing this? And the core idea always been to bring the open web in a true form that we can imagine, to give everyone control of their data, assets, and power of governance. And to be clear, the open web is not a new concept. It's not a Web3 concept. It's existed before. The web started as open. It started as a way, of various protocols communicating to each other and everybody participating in it. But the kind of technology wave that's brought social media and search engines and kind of all of these companies, it leads to monopolization. It leads to centralizing control. It leads to taking the data that you put in and using it to kind of as a product and monetizing that product. It makes users to be consumers, as Chris mentioned in his previous talk. And so the innovation that blockchain brought, the new form of ownership, the way to not require any single party to be a representative of your ownership, but relying on the decentralized ledgers, on decentralized set of technologies, is what changing the wave, right? It's what bringing kind of back the original ideals of open web. It's also something that didn't exist before in the world, period. Even kind of from like the money, the kind of ownership of real estate, ownership of companies, everything was always defined by somebody else, right? There was somebody else who was ensuring and recording this, and you relied on that as a consumer or business. And now we have something that's different, that allows to have kind of this common ownership, to have the participants themselves to ensure that the records are kept in a fair way. And that's what really kind of the vision we established. But this is not just a vision for NEAR, this is a vision for the whole space. We are really trying to bring this vision forward and make it accessible and usable. But it's also important to understand that as individual user, as individual founder, you're not kind of choosing your apps because of this vision. You're not choosing day-to-day to use applications based on what values they provide. You choose them based on functionality, based on kind of what you can receive from them, and then you complain when they leak your data again. And so it's important to understand that the first and foremost, it's about showcasing what benefits and value that open web creates for developers, for founders, and for users. As a founder, you choose something that you can use to address a bigger market, to create a more liquid ecosystem for yourself, to have cheaper transaction fees, not just Web3 transaction fees, but broader as you're doing financial operations, to not pay a bunch of middlemen a high transaction fee. And so this, as well as when you're starting a new company, how can you bootstrap your user base? How can you connect to more people quicker? And that's what Open Web, that's what Web3 is all about. It's about actually providing new primitives as well as better economic opportunity and a way to build businesses differently in such a way that they're better businesses, that provide better kind of experience to the end user and in turn create bigger economy. And so we want to be the ecosystem that is the best place for founders to build. This is a place for you to come and actually leverage this technology, leverage the community, bring all this together and really build successful open web companies which are truly better as a product for the user, which are truly easier for you to build, and which are, at the end, benefit and move us towards this open web vision instead of kind of going into a very dark mirror episode state. Now, the other important part to define is what is NEAR ecosystem, because it all starts with technology. It all started with technology, but at the end, it's not just technology. Technology is a piece of it. It's a part that enables it. It's kind of the building block. But at the same time, it's about the public goods, the founders, the community here, the principles that we follow when we build this, right? In blockchain, the principle of immutability, the principle of kind of user having control over applications they use is something that we're instilling and showing why it's a better way to do things than kind of traditional way, right? The application that is immutable or is owned by the users of this application is better application you can rely on when you build your kind of layer on top, because it's not going to change under you. It's not going to go out of business. It's not going to disappear, right? There's examples in Web3 where a business that's built by few people in metaphorical garage are being used for billions of dollars of value, and been multiple billion-dollar businesses are built on top of it, right? This is impossible to imagine in traditional web, where you will expect a kind of a thousands of people company to be able to do something like this and have enough reliability that they're not going to go out of business tomorrow. And that's kind of the principles that we want to instill to build this kind of applications in this new way. Now, important to mention is also the evolution of technology. The blockchain kind of introduced new primitives, but zero-knowledge technology is introducing something new as well. Blockchain meant we need hundreds of servers, thousands, tens of thousands of servers around the world that revalidate the same work, that have billions of dollars at stake for security to make sure that nobody is at foul play. Zero-knowledge brings something new where you can have one single server that runs compute and is, with this kind of proof, can ensure that the computation that was done is correct, that was not manipulated and cannot be changed later. And that is something that's introducing, again, new primitive. It's something where if before we were expecting blockchains to scale to millions of transactions, now we can have lots of sub kind of servers running specific applications and proving their kind of execution to everybody else without needing to actually synchronize the whole transaction on one blockchain. It is something new. There will be talks about this throughout this conference, but kind of principally speaking, what this means is that the blockchains themselves are becoming more and more similar to traditional infrastructure, where as a user, you don't actually care as much on which blockchain your application runs. Because if the security is unified, if everybody proves what they've done with a zero-knowledge proof, you don't need to kind of have expectation that it's on this blockchain and that blockchain. And you can leverage kind of this unified security, liquidity, state across all of the blockchains that are supported in this way. And because of this, what becomes even more important is user experience. It's a way to interact with applications, is a way to engage users. And shortly after last NEARCON, we started working on this. We realized that this is coming, and we realized that we need to give more instruments, more tools, as well as new concept to developers and founders to build in this new way where blockchains are becoming more unified. And that's when we introduced blockchain operating system kind of in February this year. And blockchain operating system is really a combination of layers, right? It's similar to other stacks, kind of if you're familiar with internet stack. It builds on top of each other, right? It starts with blockchain protocols. It goes into a data layer where all the data lives, and I'll talk about that. It goes into identity, which is extremely important. It's what we link the kind of security and ownership to. And it goes to applications, which are really driving the value and actually in front of the users. So through kind of this year, Near became the home for top consumer applications. It is because we have the easiest to use blockchain. It is because it scales, it works off the shelf, and The biggest applications in Web3, consumer applications in Web3, Sweatcoin and Kaiching have chosen to build on Near and leverage Near technology. This kind of is a proof point to the vision we're building. These users who are using Sweat and Kaiching, they don't use it because it's blockchain. They don't use it because it's open web. They use it because they get the value of it. They use it because, in case of Kaiching, they're able to kind of reduce their transaction costs from Web2, from Stripe, to 1/100th of what they pay there. It allows kind of to leverage Near's technology to really bring value to both their users, to have the economy around their own kind of user base, as well to themselves to kind of create, and capture portion of this economy and don't have to pay a ton of fees. And importantly, none of their users need to install extensions, figure out seed phrases, and kind of engage with standard crypto interactions. Smooth experience that everybody can use. And this is the products that are going to be driving the adoption in Web3 and bring people into open web. Another example, as we've been building out the blockchain operating system, is a DApp. They're launching soon, and this is an example of kind of this multi-chain chain abstraction idea that you can have one application that is open to all the users, and it has all the blockchains. The blockchains is just infrastructure. It's not, you don't think of like, oh, is this Facebook page served from Google or Amazon or their own data center, or is this Netflix movie being right now streamed from this CDN or that CDN? And similar here, you can just use applications across all of the ecosystems, and you can access everything from one place. And the important part is every single piece of the application built here is built through decentralized frontends, through application frontends. This is where you can actually go and open the source code. You can inspect how they build. You can see how much usage they get. You can actually fork it and create your own application. This creates a new programmable environment for developers to build applications that span across blockchains, that abstract the blockchain details, and actually offer direct value to the user. And so I invite, for those who haven't seen it, near.org, you can explore applications, and you can always check out in the developer tab how they built. Identity. We've invested a lot in how do we make not just cryptographic identity, the blockchain accounts. Near has pioneered account abstraction from the mainnet. And beyond that, how do we make it easy to onboard new users, right? The ask always been, we just want to log in users with email. And so we built something that is using your phone cryptography, allows to sign in through email, set up cryptography on your phone, have an email recovery through multi-party computations through kind of decentralized custody, and offer a smooth experience that users are familiar with. And it's actually faster than Web2 because you don't need to come up with a password or like try to find where it is. It then allows you to use gasless transactions right away and pretty much onboards you into Web3 without needing to think about all the details that usually, as a Web3 person, you probably think about. It's like, where do I custody my keys? Where is seed phrase go? What is a 0x address? How do I pull it up? There's more coming on FastOS, but there's also talk in more detail on this. On the other side, we also realize it's important to have compliance. It's important to have identity verification. There's value in kind of having access to accounts that are kind of verified. And so we partnered with Fractal on IDOS, offering that as well as a primitive to all the blockchain operating system developers. Now, the next step of the FastOS is introducing something what we call account aggregation. Now that you have one account on Near that you signed up extremely easily, you can actually use this account similar to how would use Coinbase or Binance account on multiple chains. The way it's done is the near validator set itself becomes a decentralized multi-party computation signer for transactions on other chains. But what it practically means for the user, you sign up once, and now you can use applications everywhere without needing to switch networks, without needing to use bridges and deposit funds. And so if you remember DApp, right now, you still need to switch network if you use application on a different chain, but with account aggregation, this will get all abstracted. This goes to the next step of the chain abstraction thesis, where users will know less and less about the blockchain applications it's running on, or it may be running on multiple, and more about the experience they're getting, the value they're getting from it. And so any near account or smart contract will become enabled to this. It also means you can build multi-chain applications really easily on near because they can just sign transactions on other chains. We've invested in data. Data layer is extremely important. Blockchain is not optimized for reads. It's not designed to be kind of a way to access it in various ways that developers really want. And so beyond RPCs and kind of indexing framework, we introduced Query API. It's a protocol to define how you want data to be indexed from the blockchain, and then anyone, in theory, will be able to run kind of nodes that follow this protocol and offer this data. And what this means is you can have custom complex queries aggregating data from the blockchain stored in kind of databases of the providers and access them. And this is extremely important if you want to have reactive applications, if you want to have something that shows you analytics over time, if you want to have something that is more complex than what transactions are on a blockchain. We also partnered with Urbit. Urbit is kind of a new also operating system for the new age, and it's a place to store personal data. It's ways to peer-to-peer interactions and groups. It's a place to also have our kind of blockchain operating system front ends, which are decentralized, being accessible across all of the servers they have. And finally, Calimero, for those who haven't tried it, the NEARCON chat runs on Calimero, which is a private shard of kind of technology for Near, which allows to run the kind of applications that don't need or can store their data in a public chain, and also have faster performance, not pay for gas fees, etc. And so NEARCON chat runs on that, kind of powered by this technology, while the front end is powered by the application stack. But it comes with unified identity, unified kind of application, such that as a user, you don't actually need to know that it runs on the different servers. For example, you have just an application, you log in with your kind of Near account, and you start using it. Finally, protocol, right? The blockchain, the kind of technology we started with. Near has been fast transaction execution. It's extremely cheap data availability. It's fast and kind of secure settlement. And so today, we want to announce Near data availability. This is something that leverages existing Near technology. The fact that Near is 8,000 times cheaper to store data than Ethereum. And we have a number of first users already signed up: Madara by Starknet, Fluent, Caldera, Movement Labs, Dimension, and Vistara, to start leveraging this kind of as they're launching their layer 2s. And again, within a bigger vision, all of these layer 2s now provide new functionality. They have their own focus. But for the user, you have this unified experience. You have this unified kind of abstracted access, and you can start kind of interacting with this and benefiting from the cheaper transaction fees that Near provides. Now, the other announcement we have today is partnership with Polygon on building ZK Wasm. Polygon has become a zero-knowledge experts. They have built an amazing piece of technology that provides kind of proven infrastructure, and they continue innovating on it. On our side, we have spent tremendous resources in building WebAssembly to allow developers to use common programming languages, Rust, JavaScript, C++, anything you can run, because WebAssembly is something that's available on every phone, on every laptop, on every device. WebAssembly is also used by lots and lots of companies and enterprises on edge computation. This partnership allows to bring these two parts together and introduce something that, as I said, is changing how the computation is done. Where before you needed lots of servers to replicate the compute, lots of servers to ensure that everyone follows the rules. Now you can just run it on edge, on your personal server, or on kind of a shared set of computers, and generate a proof that everybody can verify extremely cheaply for any amount of computation to kind of ensure that the computation is done. The WebAssembly we have built on Near is one of the easiest virtual machines for blockchain that exists. It's pretty much a very simple service-oriented with a database. And by doing this, this kind of opens up a new way, not just for blockchains, but also beyond to verify compute. For us, it allows to have kind of continuous scaling of the blockchain of Near. It allows to have proofs for each individual shard, which we can aggregate and not need to re-verify things. It will allow to have a lot more validators as well who just verifying the proofs instead of redoing all the computation. It also allows people in layer 2 space to launch their own WebAssembly zero-knowledge rollups. And importantly, we're coming closer and closer with the Ethereum ecosystem through these two parts and really kind of removing this current maximalism and really focusing on the value to the user. This chain abstraction idea is really about that although technology matters, although technology provides new primitives, the kind of this fight, sometimes in Web3 that happens is not productive. We expand and offer to Ethereum developers, to rollups, to everyone in Web3, different benefits at different levels of our stack. We're the home for best Web3 consumer experiences, onboarding millions of users who now have access to applications not just on Near, but on other blockchains through account abstraction. So if you take one thing away from all my talk, or from this conference for that matter, is that the Near is the entry point to the open web. It's for developers, for founders, and for users. It brings a value that we all aspire for, while also solving very immediate problems for everyone. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Hey. Hello. 1, 2. Okay. Look, if you missed Steve, he's gone. He's finished. How amazing was that? Yeah? All right. Brilliant. Listen, mate, I don't know who you think you are, but there's other people on this stage. Right. We have a really quick 15-minute break. If you want to grab your NCon, get up, scan the QR code, get stacking, and get buying all the amazing swag and things. And I will see you back here in about 15 minutes, where we will continue NEARCON 2023. Thank you very much.
Please welcome our MC to the stage, Near Foundation's Marcus Ribeiro.
Hey, 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 good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us this year at NEARCON 2023. Hope you're all having a great time. I hope you're all making amazing connections, finding what you came here for, and extracting incredible value. We have some incredibly exciting talks today. You know, a couple of more action-packed days. I hope you checked out the other two venues as well. They're amazing. We have the Hacker HQ and the Community HQ that are pretty close together. Some amazing things happening over there. But nonetheless, very excited to introduce our next topic. Miran is going to be talking about the secret to 1 billion users on Web3. Keynote by Cosmos AI's Miran. Please welcome him on stage.
My name is Dani.
Unlock it, play it, learn it, read it, unlock it, watch it, share it, shop it.
Number one.
Unlock it,
Earn it.
play it,
Earn it.
learn it,
Earn it.
read it,
Earn it.
unlock it,
Earn it.
watch it,
Earn it.
share it,
Earn it.
shop it.
Earn it. I've been playing with Kang and now everybody wants it. They all FOMO in the party and now all they want is Kang. I've been playing with Kang and now everybody wants it. They all FOMO in the party and now all they want is Kang.
Can we do it again?
Hello. Unlock it, play it, watch it, learn it, shop it, earn it. Number one. My name is Neuron from Cosmos, the company behind Kai and Kaiqing. First of all, congratulations. All of us Near ecosystem members deserve congratulations. You should be very proud because 2 out of top 5 most popular blockchain apps are built on Near. Woo! Kaiqing and Sweat represent over 50% of all active wallets, monthly active wallets, out of top 5 blockchain apps. Over 70% of all daily active wallets are built on Near. But so right now, Kaiqing has 700,000 daily active wallets, 2 million monthly active wallets. Our next milestone is 10 million monthly active wallets. But the real goal, the real objective for all of us here is 1 billion Web3 users. We are still very, very far from that, but don't worry, you're very lucky because you're in this room, and I'm about to share with you the secret recipe for 1 billion Web3 users. Are you ready? Woo! Stop talking, start building. That's the secret recipe we all should apply. Stop talking about Web3, start building based on Web3 principles. Stop talking about crypto prices,
start building products that are priceless for our users. Regular people don't care about Web 2, Web 3, Web 5, or Web 10. All they care about is value they can get. And at Cosmos, we are focused on 3 values: save, earn, and own. Save, earn, and own. Our mission is to help users save time and money, earn rewards, and own their data. Save. You might have seen this headline from TechCrunch saying Cosmos ditches Stripe to adopt near crypto solution. What is it about? It's about Visa, MasterCard, and Stripe stealing from us. Every day, from all of us. Every time you pay with your card, every time you pay online, they steal 2% from you. On top of that, Stripe charges a payment fee every time you make an online transaction. It's a lot of money. If you buy 1 coffee a day, just 1 coffee a day, in a year you will spend $170 on payment processing fees. Just 1 coffee a day. Imagine how much all of us pay in payment processing fees. Every payment transaction, every online transaction, these guys keep stealing from us. That's why we launched payment solution, Kaiching, based on Near, which decreases the payment fees to just few cents. Earn. People should benefit from the ecosystem they help to create. Google, Facebook, TikTok, they collect our data, they take advantage of our data. In return, we get to use these products for free. And that used to be enough. It's no longer enough. Users expect that they will get some of these benefits. And this is what Kaika is about. Every interaction, every engagement with our product results in rewards to our users. Our users get rewarded because they help us to create better product and better ecosystem for everyone. Own. Own your data, own your privacy. GDPR is not enough. It's nice to have, but the reality is that it creates standards for good actors, but gives absolutely no protection when it comes to bad guys. The reality is your data is safe only when it stays on your phone. And this is what we are working on. We're working on a solution that will combine edge computing with blockchain to give all of us real privacy and real data protection. With edge computing, our data will stay on our phones, and with blockchain, we'll be able to ensure that only the authorized parties have access to our data, and we'll be able to revoke this access whenever we want to. The biggest challenge here, how to decompress the algorithm, the model that right now weighs 20 gigabytes down to just 50 kilobytes. If any of you is working on this challenge, please come by and let's talk about this. So you've been working for months, sometimes for years, on your amazing products. Result, you have no users, no website visitors, pretty much nobody cares. It doesn't necessarily mean that your product is bad. It doesn't mean that your product sucks. Sometimes it just means that you didn't have the opportunity to tell your story. And this is what we want to give you. We want to give you the opportunity to tell your story, to share your product with thousands of users. If you scan this QR code, you can apply and get listed on Kaikai as part of our wallet. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Miran, for coming up and presenting that. Next up, I'm proud to announce that we'll be hearing an awesome panel moderated by Lindsay Crawford of Proximity. More info won't save us. Why we need consumer crypto.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming to this very insightful consumer panel we're about to have. With me today, I have Ian Taylor, who runs UK's digital asset arm. I have Jess Houlgrave, who is the COO of WalletConnect. Miran, who is the co-founder and CEO of OpenAI, who just heard speak. And we have Oleg, who is the co-founder and CEO of Sweat Economy. So I think to start things off, historically in previous cycles, infrastructure has been very much being built, but without a consumer angle for onboarding. And figuring out how to solve that issue within Web3 has been a constant struggle. And so hoping for the wave ahead for us to be able to conquer the issue of onboarding consumers into Web3. And so we'll dive into some discussions around that today. First question for you all. Why do you think consumer adoption hasn't taken off within Web3?
Should I kick off, seeing I'm next to you, Lindsay, if that's okay?
Yes.
And then let my fellow panelists have a stab. For me, I'll distill it into maybe 2 or 3 short answers. And working for Crypto UK, which is the UK's trade association that represents 160 firms, trying to navigate a new regulatory environment is for the retail space and the institutional space, there needs to be a framework to operate. We see a lot of harms, people getting ripped off, a lot of fake websites we were just talking before, and then there's illicit finance, and then there's market integrity. All of these aspects, for some folks to come in and start dabbling around, that needs to be addressed. And the previous panels have spoken about that, so I won't bore the folks too much about the regulation. But then there's the UX and the ease of using an application. I mean, I remember going to the government back in 2019 and showing them how to connect a wallet to a DeFi protocol. And it can be clunky for those people that don't operate within the ecosystem that frequently. Things are getting much better, and as Illia was just describing on the previous presentation, there's a lot of effort and resource being put in to make applications more easy for those folks that perhaps don't have a technical background to use. So that's just 2 as a starter for 10, and I'll see what other folks think. Yeah.
Should I go next? I think there are 2. The entire Web3 industry didn't take off because there are too many scammers and too few builders. I just showed my secret recipe for Web3 adoption. Stop talking, start building. And I think it even comes down to the title of today's panel, which I don't agree with. I don't think we need more consumer crypto, and I think we should stop using the term crypto because for a regular guy it means scam. Instead, we should be talking about open web and Web3.
I think that for me there's a couple of things. Every time we're building something within Web3, we exist within this triangle that many of you are familiar with of like nice user experiences, security, and decentralization. And that means we're all forced to make compromises and trade-offs in order to deliver what we want to be building. I remember in 2017 building an OAuth login for an NFT site that we were building and getting so much hatred as a result. You're not decentralized enough, you're not decentralized enough. And the answer was no, it was not decentralized, but it was a way that we wanted to start kicking off adoption. And constantly, and we've seen this throughout the last few years with respect to consumers interacting with this technology, is that trade-off. And we've definitely made that triangle smaller, but it still exists. And so I think that's number one. And for me, number two is that we still have too many people coming up with cool ideas, but that aren't solving interesting things and are not delivering real value for end consumers. They're not providing real-world use cases. They're not providing engaging experiences. The gaming kind of segment is a good example here, where throwing some NFTs into a game probably is not going to be the answer for most gamers on creating a really nice experience. Actually, we should be asking ourselves, how do we create better game loops using this technology to do something that we've not been able to do before? So I think part of the issue here is also how we build products and who we're building them for, and a lack of focus on building things that end consumers actually want.
I agree with that, but I would go one level down, and I would say that the reason why we don't have mass adoption is because the definition of success for people building, by and large, is TVL. And if you're focusing on TVL, even if you have the best intentions and you're potentially starting with a mass market product, once you are actually confronted with the need to prove your product market fit, it is a heck of a lot easier to go after 10 whales because you can actually spend time talking to them, and all of a sudden you have more TVL than 10 million users will bring to you because they're not whales, they're minnows. And we know that this is true because that's how internet became a mass market phenomenon. Until 96, 97, internet founders were using weird set of different success metrics and different definitions what matters. Yahoo had a interesting metric which was like earnings per square inch on their landing page or something like that. And until everyone agreed that active users is the currency of success, until VC started focusing on funding businesses going for active users, we did not see Google's, Facebook's being invented. Founders need to think that they need to deliver mass-scale products, and then they will be thinking about problems that are unified or not unique to a tiny group of whales, but to billions of people living around the world. So my answer would be, let's just define success as active users and run with it for a number of years, and I can guarantee you we're going to have email, we're going to have Facebook, and we're going to have Google really, really quickly built.
I would define success even differently, to make money.
Yes, but then again, you go back to the internet history, and we share some of the investors with Facebook. And the story that they told us is, yes, making money is extremely important, but it's a phase thing. First, you deliver the product that satisfies genuine need. Then you acquire a lot of users, and then on this huge set of users, you actually test dozens and dozens of monetization hypotheses, and then you start making money. So if you're starting to think about making money too early, you're going to have a cottage industry, which is pretty much what we have right now, because TVL is almost like that.
Yeah, but the question is, how do you think about making money? If you are thinking about scamming people, or if you are thinking about building a sustainable business model, right? Because I think the problem that we have in this room and in the crypto industry is that people don't think about building sustainable business models, and then pretty much don't exist, right? Apart from us, of course.
Yeah. No, I would not disagree with that, but I remember, as a European founder, I can tell you that one of the biggest issues that we had in initial conversations with American VCs, when we presented our monetization strategy, and these are the tests we're going to run, their eyes would glaze over and they would just kind of go, look guys, whatever you think your monetization is going to be is irrelevant at the moment. You need to show that you have users that are gagging for you, that are talking about you, that are satisfying the need that they have. Even if you don't make money, but you demonstrate that users love you, then it is just a question of fundraising for the next phase, which is why we have pre-seed, seed, A, B, etc. You know, pre-seed is all about the team and hope that you will get your MVP. Seed is when you have your MVP and you're starting to prove your product market fit. A is when you have your product market fit and you're starting to scale. So you raise money for the next phase, and after A, you're really going hell for leather for monetization, because unless you find that answer, you're not going to have B and you're going to be dead. So it's, you know, but product market fit and users, active users, comes before money. In sequencing, not in, you know, in importance.
On that note, what does the industry have to do differently this time around to make consumers stick and to onboard consumers?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Lindsay?
What does the industry need to do this time around, this wave, to make sure that it's sticky for consumers, to be able to onboard them, that we haven't been doing historically?
Well, don't defraud them, number one. I guess that's very topical, but yeah, so let's hope we're moving out of the down cycle and back into an up cycle. Yeah, be better. Maybe this has been a shakeout. We've seen that back in the late 90s and early 2020s with the dot-com bubble. That might bring you know, more users in with better use cases. I guess there's been a proliferation of things, as Jess said, that weren't really solving a problem. I mean, what I do at KPMG, we look at companies that are building new products and they're looking to go to market, and what are the killer applications right now? You can divide these up into different, you know, product services. So I suppose, you know, money, digitization of money, whether that's private stablecoin issuance, digitizing deposits at banks, you know, these are big use cases. And I was thinking some of the questions that we were talking about before, you know, what's the benefit and the use case that this brings? Well, within the world of financial market infrastructure, you can be faster, cheaper, get to more people, increase liquidity, greater markets. The technology doesn't sleep, you know, operates automatically 24/7. But some of the real use cases when I talk to government is around providing, you know, direct humanitarian aid to where it's needed, which doesn't cost any money. And is a much better way to get the value where it's needed straight away. And I think this time round, that's what I'm seeing is happening. Some real use cases to provide value to society.
Great. What about you, Jess?
I think we've got to stop thinking that the vast majority of people are interested in crypto, or that they're interested in things like privacy, which we all care a lot about, I know, but actually the vast majority of people...
everyone is interested in privacy, actually. That I wouldn't agree.
Go ahead.
No, I think everyone, if I ask my dad or, I don't know, my auntie, they would also care about privacy, right? They would talk about this differently, use different vocabulary, but they do care about privacy.
And then when you ask...
But they don't care about Web3, open web, crypto. They don't know these terms, right? But we shouldn't talk to them in these terms because they don't understand this language.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Shall I carry on? When you then ask people who tell you that they care about privacy, whether they regularly make GDPR requests for people to remove their data, how many of them say yes? Because a lot of people say that they care about things, but their behavior doesn't indicate that they do. So let me just finish before interrupting again. What we have to do is stop assuming that people care about crypto and care about the things that we care about, because their actions, despite what they might say, don't indicate that they do. So what we have to do is we have to build things that they care about and that bring them value. We have to stop telling them that it's crypto. We have to build things that they enjoy doing, whether it's a game or whether it's something that brings them financial value or social value or health value. And it's a technology that enables those things. It's not something that's philosophical that's going to drive adoption.
Beautifully said.
I can reconcile your positions very easily. People do care when you ask them about privacy, but they're not prepared to jump through additional hoops and have more complex life because of that. I mean, present company probably excluded, because you guys probably have multiple ledgers for different entities, private. The OPSEC that you are used to is not something that an average user will be able to deal with. They value their privacy, but straight after that conversation, they're going to go to Gmail and send a message. They're going to go to Facebook and they're going to make a post. Why? Because these are the things that they know, and these are the things that are the easiest to use. So in order for us to be able to get this conscious, privacy-conscious user to engage with us, our UX with privacy needs to be better than Facebook, needs to be better than Google. Only then these values are going to start actually materializing into consumption habit. Coming back to your original question, I think what we need to do differently, and there's a whole raft of things, but one thing that really fascinates me when I talk to VCs and investors, they are investing in an ecosystem. Like, oh, I'm investing into Cosmos, or I'm investing into Near, or I'm investing into Polygon. And I'm like, have you seen VCs investing into companies built on AWS? I mean, that's, you don't even think this way. Why are we actually removing our ability to look at the higher level, at the projects and the founder's vision and ability to build for mass market, rather than starting from the inside out with the technology they're using to power that use case? It's very, very strange, because then what would happen, and actually this reminds me, in early days of internet, some of you might remember, I'm showing my age, but there were VCs that were saying, we're investing into internet. Right? I mean, have you heard anybody saying that my thesis is investing into internet? They are investing into direct-to-consumer products or SaaS, but then they go into more niche. But it's all about the end product and the problem that these founders are solving, rather than the chain that this product is built on.
And then as far as envisioning how consumers will actually use these different applications, how do you think or see everyday consumers using these applications within Web3? What does that look like to you?
It's a $1 billion question. You're like, you do have an idea for Facebook? How do I envision it? I think that for me, it's less about particular idea. I mean, of course, I love sweat economy, but let's just not do shilling here. I think it's the way of thinking, right? So if you're going after the next billion people, what are the characteristics of this audience? First, it is going to be on the mobile. It's not going to be on the web. These people don't have laptops. These people don't have desktops. If given a choice, they're not going to use mobile web. They would prefer native app. And I think that we have not seen massive shift in the whole Web3 space towards leading with mobile. It's quite curious, actually, that the 3 biggest projects on Near are mobile-centric. We are mobile only. Kai-Ching and Cosmos is mobile only. Play Amber is mobile only. There is something there. There is a signal that you can start seeing. So first, it's mobile. Second, it is millions and millions of people with tiny little balances. And that requires completely different way of thinking and approaching product than if you're building for 10 whales. The hoops that you can put through that they need to jump in terms of onboarding are completely different. Whale with a few $1 million to invest and with a high APY hanging there, they'll go through, kind of whatever barrier is there. The average user, God, I mean, you give them like 3 steps, they already bail. It needs to be 1 or 2. So I think that this is, this is what we need to be really kind of focusing on: mobile and thinking large scale, low value.
And Jess, from the WalletConnect side, what are you seeing as ways people will interact with wallets and just assets in general on chain?
I mean, I think the mobile point is the most valid. We've just released all our modal SDKs in mobile native, and we're seeing a lot of great traction there because people do want these things that they're interacting with on a daily basis, right? That's how we carry around things. I think we're also thinking, whilst we live in this global economy and crypto is very global, the way that crypto adoption takes place actually differs a lot geographically. I think sometimes what we see in Europe and in the US in terms of people building is building for my generation, which is probably not the right generation to build for. We should be building for the next generation for what they want. We should be building for actually places where the infrastructure that they have today is not working for them. I come from a payments background, and everyone talks about crypto payments as being a killer use case. And the reality is, like, yes, it is, of course, but in a lot of places we have faster payments, and they deliver a pretty amazing end user experience. Now, when you go to some markets that don't have faster payments infrastructure, crypto is really the killer use case there in the payment sense. And so we should be thinking differently about where this adoption comes from, which is from a different generation, different geographic places where what we have today isn't good as well.
Great. Ian, what about you as far as KPMG and hurdles that you're seeing in ways where perhaps consumers, your team is able to help consumers become more aware of, from the legal side and the risk side, what they might run into on these applications to get consumers onboarded easier?
Well, I can tell you that I have many arguments with our risk team when we're onboarding folks that operate in the crypto space. That within these big corporate firms, there's a lot of lack of understanding as to what a project is, what the risk of working with that project is. It's kind of has been seen as binary. But I mean, to look at the question, it's not really something that I work on too much, but having lived through the birth of the internet also showed my age, thinking from my own personal experience of, even understanding how public-private cryptography works, I'm still abstracted away from caring about whether my credit card payment is safe and goes through, because it's easy and it's quick. So I always come back to, most people just want things to be frictionless. And so I see we're at a sort of an infrastructure building stage where in the last few years we've moved from these clunky onboard, or connecting a wallet or onboarding into an application, whatever that may be, a centralized application or decentralized application. And I mean, the promise of the open web is clear, as the messages have been already mentioned. But for me, as a user, that's where I think I see you get the billion users. Take the friction out, make it easy, and I think that's what the guys here at NEAR are trying to do.
And Myron, as far as real-world crypto examples for consumer, what have you been seeing trending?
So how to answer this question? So I think it's wrong to think about building Web3 project as a completely different monkey, right? It's because people don't think like this. It's not they wake up and they say, oh, I have a problem, I will look for a Web3 solution, right? It doesn't work like that. So I think we need to solve normal problems and just apply Web3 principles. And this is what we are trying to do at Cosmos. Instead of building Web3 products and features, apply Web3 principles to normal problems.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that this is just an enabler of good product development because some problems cannot be solved without using blockchain and Web3.
Yeah, and the principles are simple. Make sure people own their data, that we care about privacy. Make sure people benefit from the ecosystem they help to create. And make sure that instead of ripping them off like Stripe, MasterCard, and Visa are ripping us off with payments, you decrease the prices for consumers, you give it back to them. And I think if we even if you build a new Facebook, but based on these principles, it could be successful.
Does anyone have anything to add to that? We have about 50 seconds left here.
Yeah, I think that the most exciting use cases in 10 years, looking back, probably are still not around, but I think what they will be around is making existing assets more liquid. And this is what we see quite a lot of happening right now. But what's most exciting for me is actually creating new assets. You know, like we are tokenizing physical activity. Physical activity as an asset does not exist. It could not exist outside of Web3 space because you actually, in order to make it into asset and liquid, it needs to go on chain. And you know, I bet you that we're going to see more and more of those use cases where actually assets that we haven't dreamt of or we haven't thought about as valuable will start popping up left, right, and center.
Just on time.
Perfect timing.
Well, thank you everyone so much for coming to this consumer panel. I hope it was enlightening for the time ahead. And thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Elon, we know you're a massive fan of Near, but take 2 seconds, just go please move your red Tesla out front. We are incredibly lucky to learn about the importance of consumer adoption from undoubtedly some of the greatest minds in the Web3 space. But next up, I would love to introduce our session, Time to Rage Quit Web 2, Why You Should Build Web3 Games, hosted by Mark Me. Let's give it up for them, everybody.
You're at the end. Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Me, and I'm a part of the BD team here, a director at the BD team, lead kind of gaming. I was here on earlier talking about more of Korea, Asia gaming as well, and now today we'll talk more about other game developers, opportunities here within the Near ecosystem. Now, the topic is time to rage quit Web 2. Why you should build a Web3 game. And why don't we let our great talented guys over here introduce themselves. Why don't we start at the end with Julian.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm Julian. I've been in the crypto space for almost 7 years now, building different companies. And right now, I'm a producer and CTO of Sorgente, and our flagship game is Time Breachers, which is available today in the App Store, so you can try it out. It's a 4X MMORPG that the lore is like the space and time has been crushed together, and you can explore space-time and build your characters that you can build with artifacts that can be NFTs. So this is where the blockchain comes in, and you can evolve your NFTs. They have a life cycle. They can become something that's really part of you and that you can own. So this is it for me. Thank you, Mark.
Awesome. Yeah, so Starchain, and we definitely learn more about that project later. Next up, Hugo from PlayEmber.
Cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Hugo from PlayEmber. So we're a fully Web 2 mobile game studio, and that's what we've done for years and years. But about a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, we wanted to make the switch to Web 3. And currently, we're building a Web 3 SDK. Think of it like a loyalty rewards platform, which means Web 2 users kind of get rewarded for their gameplay. So for so long, people have kind of watched ads and been monetized, but never got anything back for it. now our SDK effectively gives back to the users so they can buy stuff like NFTs or gift cards.
All right, thank you for that. Last, we have Tung from Vista Digital, and I'll let him talk a little bit more about himself as well, kind of the background of the project.
Yes. I'm Tung, and I've been in the games industry for more than 15 years. In fact, I was one of the very early, let's say, evangelists for free-to-play in Europe. And this reminds me currently also, when looking at Web3, that it feels very similar to 15 years ago. And what we are working on is a fashion game. So it's a next-gen fashion game that has, let's say, original roots in Web 2, but has also a Web3 component for loyalty, but also mechanism in order to give ownership back to the users. And yeah, I'm very excited to be here on the panel.
Awesome. So I think, here we have various genres of games, as well as different stages and where they've built. Some already having a Web 2 platform that's live. And I think it's at its core to the topic of blockchain. Why don't we start? What's your guys' view in terms of why blockchain, right? And what's the reasons for kind of how blockchain would fit within the game mechanics? Why don't we start with Julian, since he's kind of the furthest over here?
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Mark. As you may all know, I mean, like the Web 1 has been the web for the read. Web 2 is read and write, and for me, Web 3 is really the web of ownership and community creation. This is where we need to go in terms of gamers, where you want to be part of the creation of your game. You don't want the studio to be fully responsible for making the game. You want to take part in creating the game. So, for example, if you think about the emotes that the YouTubers, have been propagating inside of Fortnite, for example, you want to be part of that, and you want to be recognized as some content creator inside of that game. And I think that blockchain for that is literally the way to go, to write down those ownerships, And with that ownership, you can really see and convince others that this is who you are, your identity, and that you're providing the world with something that will be included in the game. So I do think that for that part, it's going to be something very different than we have today. And decentralizing the production and of the content of the game is something that we don't really know yet today, and that will be very different.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I think the use cases of blockchain are very clear, and we just haven't seen it fully drawn out yet. And I think this question is going to get harder and harder because, if we're going to say one thing, someone else can't say the same thing. So I'm going to let Tung kind of speak next, and then maybe Hugh can follow up after, because obviously he kind of more has a live product.
Yeah. So our game is about fashion, and if as a player you want to, on the one side, create fashion, purchase fashion, or you have partnerships with fashion brands, you want to make sure that all the things that you buy, that you create, is something that you own, but you don't own it only within the game, but also can you bring it outside, give ownership back to the users, make it, for example, exchangeable, tradable, also outside of the game, maybe in the future, even bring it to other games. So that's the idea of it. And also, for example, if you have a collaboration with brands like Gucci, Dolce & Gabbana, etc., they want to make sure that it's being spread around. And so that's the reason why we have the blockchain component as a complementary element. And that's the reason why Web3 for us makes sense, but also that's the reason also why for us it makes sense to use Near.
Perfect. Hugo?
Yeah, ours kind of came from a Web 2 problem. So in mobile gaming at the moment, there's a real problem with eCPMs. So that's effectively the amount of money we get per 1,000 ad impressions. And that's gone down a lot. I think it's just the general market. So we were looking for some way to, I suppose, better retain players. And Web3 was perfect for that. So blockchain allows us to give out these loyalty coins. People effectively stick around for longer. They feel like part of the community more. They feel, that they're kind of loved by us because we're giving stuff back to them. So that was really key for us.
Okay, so I think that's a perfect segue to my next question, right? And basically what Hugo touched upon was more of the maybe gamification or incentives so that you guys can understand engage the users more, right? And bring more activity, bring more masses, increase the value of these users. So I guess going back to you, why not just create a Web 2 game, right? I think you kind of partially answered that in the beginning, but we'd love to follow the other guys to answer that as well. But if you want to make that a little bit more clear of why not just make this Web 2?
Yeah, sorry. So I think with Web 2, effectively our games are Web 2. So the loop kind of doesn't change. So you would have this a very similar experience. So if you go onto one of our games, you effectively can play the Web 2 version, or you can choose the Web 3 version, and that's the one where you get rewarded. So I think it's, for us anyway, it's not really about changing the gameplay experience. It's more, or how do we make it better? Okay, yes. It's certainly like a sprinkling of Web 3 for us rather than a fully on-chain game.
Exactly. Okay, love that. So, Tung, I think you were going to jump out and say something else.
No, I cannot say something else. I can confirm what Hugo said. So we are, in essence, we are also building a Web 2 game. But I think in these times, you can do both. You can have a free-to-play Web 2 game, but have complementary as a, let's say, icing on the cake as an add-on. You can have also Web 3 elements, but make the use of, let's say, the best what Web 3 can offer and to combine it. And I think in these times where we still see early days in Web 3, I think it's a good way. So we could also consider ourselves Web 2.5, more or less, like bridging from Web 2 to Web 3. And I think that's also the stage or the phase in which we are and where it makes sense to, let's say, not work onto something where you do not have, let's say, a use case or a business case, but something which is tangible, something which makes sense, and also something which brings, let's say, a use for the user. So that's the reason why we are having a Web 2 game, but with Web 3 components on top of it.
Okay, yeah, so I think you bring up a great point. So, I think Web 2 is thrown out a lot, Web 3 is thrown out a lot, and then you have this Web 2.5, right? And how do you actually define that? What does that mean? And obviously, who you ask will be different in how they describe it, but I would say for me, just, for those in the crowd, Web 2.5 is maybe the similar experience to how you use, right? To play the game, and your overall experience is just not like too much that's different, right? And I think that's what these guys have learned and are trying to build as well. So, Julian?
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, on the why build a Web3 game, I'm going to go back to that ownership economy that if you guys know Yatsu and his economy talks, I mean, like if you compare with owning a car versus renting a car, the economy that's around the car itself, it's much bigger than the economy of the car, of selling the car itself. So when you own something, it becomes something that you can use, especially in our capitalist markets. You can rent it out. So for an NFT, for example, you can rent it out to someone else. You can stake it. You can use it in different other worlds. Whereas when you just use something that's been lent by a company, for example, you don't have access to all that. Now, on the Web 2 and 2.5, that's a very good point as well, because onboarding users on Web 3 has always been like a pretty hard struggle, and like 99% of the gamers in the world today don't know anything about Web 3 or actually don't want to hear anything about Web 3. So the challenge, this is what we are doing at our company, is like really trying to build a game first from Web 2 and introduce some NFT concept or Web 3 concepts to those who want to hear of it. So this is a little bit like what you were saying, Mark, about Web 2.5, is where you give the choice to the user to have a full experience that's Web 2, Web 2-ish, or Web 3 in the case they actually want to make it Web 3, And for those who are building stuff inside the game, who are spending hours of their time to do something with the game, to bring up their artifact, build stuff inside the game, depending on what the game is, they want to be able to take it with them, and to show to the world that I've done that, this is mine, and it's not going to disappear at any moment.
Yeah, it's a really good point, because I think they need to value the in-game stuff, right, before they'll trade or do anything with it. So yeah, have to make a really good game first, and then
exactly, yeah, that's the point. I mean, like, and you want the game to work before you actually talk or introduce any blockchain concepts into it, which I believe is like where you should start with if you really want to build something that's working.
Okay, so I completely love what you guys have just said, and I'm going to change it a little bit to say, okay, now that we kind of know, why we're building these games, what interests us, and what the goal of the tech to be utilized, what stage do you think we are within Web3 gaming? Because obviously, in the last year and a half, everyone has been talking about these games. It's going to change the world and things like that. So, where do you guys think we are with Web3 gaming? You can say within the market, or you can talk about yourselves and your own project. But would love to understand and hear that.
I think completely market-wide, I think it's going to be really, really exciting. Like the next year, kind of got those big games, Shrapnel, those kind of huge AAA titles coming out. So I think that will be really exciting. I worry a little bit that there's so much riding on these big ones. But I think it will come, and I think soon people won't have to say they're a Web 2 studio or they're a Web 3 studio, or gaming will just be kind of inherently Web 3 on the back end.
Okay. Kang or Julian? Any thoughts?
Go ahead, sure. I can take it for a little bit. Like for me, and it's been like since I've started in the blockchain world, and I've mostly built like B2C applications, and like we've been needing like tooling forever, and I think it's still true for onboarding gamers onto Web3 or Web3 infused applications. We still need to be able to abstract those layers. Because even for Web3 users, I mean, you don't really want to know what's going on behind the scenes, And this is even way more true for Web2 users. If you're focusing on like having any gamer being able to use your game, you can't really talk to them about like a wallet, how to store your key, how to do a transaction, and even more how you have to spend money to actually do in-game transactions. So all that needs to be abstracted somehow, and I think we still need those tools, I mean, like this is not there yet, and and like we have a bunch of stuff that are coming up, And for example, ourselves we're building that proxy manager that would be something where you don't have to actually propagate anything on the blockchain, but you can batch the transactions and trust that central server to be like the reflection of like what's the state. And the good thing for us is like you can actually reduce the cost of transactions because you do less transactions, and also in case of our game, because we have like PvP inside of our game, so it's very fast-paced, And when you need to update the NFTs or anything inside the game, it has to be instant, So even if you're near and you have like almost instant transactions, you need like even faster stuff, So this proxy that would be in between the game and the blockchain is something that's critical for us, and we believe that this is one of the key parts that can provide something for games and other applications in between the blockchain and users who don't want to hear about the blockchain. So it's something that we want to do.
So two things that jump out to me, kind of like, obviously your first point is mainly about the understanding or the tooling or the education of what how to build these, but more importantly, I can see the education piece being very important for the users too. Right, and it's not just the same experience, but they need to understand how things work, right? And I'm sure when free-to-play came out first, no one really understood it, right? They're probably frustrated that they're watching all these ads and don't know why. And this is like the education piece. So like in terms of the question of what does it look like of where we are, I guess it sounds like we're still in the early stages of really educating. So do you want to add on this?
Yeah. So I think I want to add to the earlier point. I think you have to, if you develop a game, you have to think product first, but out of the perspective of a user, of a player. What he or she wants to play. And I would like to see it more, let's say, technology agnostic, because it's not about, really, do you differentiate between Web 2 and Web 3, if you do it analytically. I think from the user perspective, it shouldn't feel like, it's like a technology piece that is an add-on. It should feel seamless and native, when he or she plays the game. That's the reason I think why it's so important also to overcome the technology hurdles when more or less using the blockchain, so to say. From an analytical perspective or from a market perspective, I think it feels like still early days. If you compare, for example, the number of active wallets, player wallets in games, it's I think around 800K in the third quarter of this year. which is, if you compare it with the overall number of gamers, which is probably between 500 and 750 million users. So you see that there is still a huge potential, or let's say a gap to bridge to go. But for me, it's not if, it's just a question of when is this happening.
That feeling that no one has today, that you can own something that is digital. It's extremely rare, and it hasn't been yet, shown to anyone. So again, a little bit for people who know the blockchain that happens, but we need to be able to tell someone this is something that you can collect and that you can have, and they have to be able to believe it, And I don't think we've been to that point yet, I don't know for those who know about Urbit, which is a decentralized operating system, which goal is to for you to own your own data on your own server. That's a step further than blockchain in terms of decentralization, but this is literally the end game of it. When you have something, you will be able to say, this is literally on my server, my data is here, and I can own stuff. So that's another example, but I think people are not ready or not convinced yet that it can happen somewhere in the future. But I truly believe it can, and once the shift of paradigm happens for people in their mind, that will be a completely different mindset, in a world.
Yeah, there's a really good example of like mythical games, so NFL rivals even, and they've kind of done similar, and I think that ties in with people value that IP so much. So actually, that's I think a great example of kind of adding on a bit of Web3.
So you kind of have that element of, I think initially what we've seen in the last 18 months is a lot of new business models, and people thinking that's a new wave, but then at the end of the day, that's only one part of the whole recipe, right? You need to combine that with maybe the gameplay, a good community go-to-market audience or community that, you can kind of build that niche and things like that. So the more and more I dive deeper into gaming and kind of game development, the more I've respect for game developers, because it's really, really hard. So, so next thought, how does NEAR kind of fit in within the game and kind of the ecosystem and kind of why NEAR overall? Obviously, I think I had touch points with you guys throughout the process within the last 12, 15 months. Would love to just pick your brain and get your quick thoughts on that, just so maybe the rest of these builders or even people thinking of building can have an idea. Anyone want to start?
Yeah, I'll go for it. Yeah, for us it was quite a quick decision in that we knew we were going to be doing lots of transactions, so it had to be scalable and cheap. And at the time, there weren't many kind of to choose from. Maybe Polygon, but NEAR just really stood out as something that could scale with us. So that was the kind of very quick answer.
So tech, and I think it's been proven the fact that if you kind of see, go check the chain analysis on kind of PlayEmber, you could see that they are driving tons of users and tons of transactions. So I guess it does work. But Julian or Tom?
Sure. There is this speed of transaction and cost that was definitely some motive for us to go through to go with NEAR, but also you've been helping us, Mark, yourself for the past 24 months, and I have to say it's been of invaluable help, for us. And this is what we really liked in the NEAR community is you brought, a lot of support in terms of tech, but also introductions and trying to bring the game into something and in front of an audience. So I have to say that this has been really something that's helped us a lot.
Awesome, thank you. I kind of paid him backstage for that comment. But, thanks. Tom?
For us, it was very clear. So we are about now to finalize the integration. But when we spoke to you guys, we had the understanding. I think you were very supportive. Whenever we had a question, you were there. And I think from a technology perspective, it went very smooth. We can only say good things about the collaboration with you guys. And it feels really nice, and I'm really excited to see more coming.
Got it. So summarize, sounds like it's a lot of it, based on the tech, based on the, easy onboarding or the focus on the easy onboarding for the users. And obviously, I think the BD team, and not speaking just for myself, but, does work very hard to really connect and support the projects. And obviously, I know it's impossible to support every single project, but you know, we do try our best and work really hard from that. So appreciate kind of the positive feedback. Maybe you know, we're down to our last 4 minutes. Maybe a last question is, what do you guys you know, expect for Web3 gaming in the next? I know Hugo, you know, this keeps jumping out at me. He expects, you know, excitement for the next, you know, big titles launching next year. But what about the rest of you guys? What are you guys expecting? What do you guys look forward to that's coming up, or even within the market?
I can take it. I'm like, it's going to be more of a summary for me, but like those tools that I've been thinking of, you know, I mean, like, I think, and we're part of it. We're building some of them, so we do think that I do think that it's going to happen very soon, and we're going to have like the building bricks that will help us bring, you know, those Web 2 people to Web 3, and yeah, I mean, like that like consciousness of what you can do with the ownership of your assets on game. I think we're very close to it. I don't know what's going to trigger it. You know, maybe some kind of a big event happening, a bit like ChatGPT, as you mentioned. You know, but sometime in the near future, I mean, like this is going to happen. This is going to literally change the way we think about the world and the digital world. Yeah.
All right, Hugo, any thoughts on the last kind of the market, or kind of what you expect?
Caught me off guard because you said you covered me earlier, so no, not really.
Not really.
All
Okay.
all good.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm waiting. Actually, I'm hoping that we get very soon out of the crypto winter.
Yeah, I mean,
that
there's
the
been,
market environment becomes, let's say, more positive,
Uh-huh.
because or the sentiment, you know, and once that happens, I think it paves also the way to more acceptance, and because I think, you know, if the market signs are more positive, you know, money is more pouring in. I just read one number that I think in the third quarter of this year, 600 million was invested in Web3. So that's kind of, you know, gives you some confidence that I think it's 12% better than compared to the previous quarter.
Oh,
so
okay.
you see that there is some, let's say, positive change happening. And I think if that continues, would also give, let's say, a better atmosphere for the whole market. And that's, I think, what we are all waiting for. And then also that, you know, paves the way maybe for the iPhone or the ChatGPT moment that can arise. And again, you know, for me, it's not the question if that happens, it's just the question when. It can maybe take also longer, but having seen transitions in the game model, for example, into free-to-play, but also when it was the market was transitioning from online to mobile, I think there's a technology shift that is happening, you know, and I'm excited to see what comes, and I'm kind of bullish, you know, for the overall perspective.
Yeah. No, I love that, because what do they say? They say history does not exactly repeat itself, right? But I mean, it's always kind of similar, and I think you're always seeing that with tech and kind of how that innovates. So, yeah, I think we're down to our last, 30 seconds a minute. Any last words? You know, if not, good. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us, for the crowd for sitting in, and thank you for the panels for, coming in, enjoying NEARCON, and really talking about your project and kind of what you're building. I'm also very excited about the not only next year, but just a matter of when that we actually see one product kind of just really take on and have that experience that's sustainable, that's able to really just onboard masses, and from there we'll actually have a playbook, because in my mind right now there's no playbook that people could copy, right? So that's what I'm excited. All right, thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Oh.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for coming up here and discussing the future of gaming on Web3. For this next session, we're going to just pivot slightly to the future of sports and fandom on Web3. We're going to be joined by an amazing lineup moderated by Near Foundation's Sam Wang. navigating Web3 fandom, the future of sports marketing. Let's give it up for them, everybody.
Yeah. Oh, that was loud. Whoops.
Alrighty.
That's a lot of.
Good to see everybody here. My name is Sam Wang. I lead sports and entertainment partnerships at Near Foundation. And welcome to this afternoon's panel on the intersection of sports and Web3. Why don't I give an opportunity to each of my panelists here to introduce themselves, their organization, and what they do there. Amr, why don't we start off with you?
Sure. Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be here for the second year in a row in the NEAR conference. My name is Amr Rawi. I'm a sports marketing director for Oracle. I manage our partnership with SailGP, working very closely with Matt, Oracle Rebel Racing in the F1 and the Premier League. And my core focus is to help our sports partners to improve performance on track, on the sea, and off the pitch and off the track.
Amazing. Thank you to the NEAR Foundation. Thank you to Sam for inviting me. My name is Noah Diskin-Klein. I'm the CEO and founder of a lovely company called Nguyen-Khac, and we build B2B sports or B2B infrastructure for interactive experiences for the largest sports leagues in the world. So right now, well, I'll dive into it in a little bit, but we work with NEAR Foundation and we work with the International Cricket Council on a huge activation going on right now, but service a ton of different leagues around the world. You'll see a lot of things next year.
Hi everyone, thanks for the invitation, Sam, to speak on this panel. My name is Matthew Lord, I'm Director of Technology Development Delivery at SailGP. I work really closely with Emma and the Oracle team and Near and the rest of our technology partners at SailGP to bring new experiences to our fans, but ultimately make SailGP works. Some of you may wonder what SailGP is, and unfortunately I couldn't get a sailing event taking place this weekend, so I thought the best next thing to do was to play a video and show you so you could see what it's like.
And for the first time in SailGP
Is this thing on? Yeah, that's what we call a sizzle reel in the industry, and what a sizzle reel was. Let's do a little icebreaker to get the audience a little bit more familiar with each of you. Matt, why don't I start with you? What's your favorite sport and crypto-related project?
I think for me it was probably Sorare and what we did with sort of giving more utility to NFTs, the whole gamifying of collectibles, making that into like a resource-based game where you could collect things. That's kind of my first foray into that, alongside maybe Top Shots. I think there were things that, as a kid, I loved collecting trading cards and trading with my mates, and used to collect Pokemon cards as a kid as well. So it's kind of felt very kind of a cool Web 2 experience, but then into a Web 3 world that I really felt at home and drew me into the world of Web 3.
Very nice, very nice. Amr or Noah?
Right, I was going to say actually the same about the NBA, but actually I have to say now my favorite is the, I know we're going to talk about this a little bit more, the SailGP and Oracle, the doc.
The doc.
The doc.
Everybody download the doc.
And we're going to keep kind of that intriguing to kind of cover it all a little bit later.
Historically, I would say my answer has two, or my answer is twofold. One, I appreciate the people that basically dove into the industry first and foremost with NFTs, people like NBA Top Shot or Tops, even So Rare I quite enjoy. And then I'm going to plug Wincast because our whole focus was looking at these people saying, you have created a beautiful digitally native experience that benefits all these fans around the world. How do we take it to the next level? And so that's what our #1 focus is, and I'll dive into that in a little bit.
Awesome. And so we mentioned the doc already, and this is a nice segue into a question for you, Matt and Amr, which is, can you tell us a little bit more about how Oracle and SailGP are working together to elevate the fan experience, and particularly how you might be using new technologies, whether they're on-chain or off-chain, to achieve that?
Yeah, I can kick it off. I guess Oracle and SailGP have a long history of trying to, I guess, engage a new audience, new fans. Sailing's quite a difficult sport for people to understand. Traditionally, it's always been sort of little white triangles on a blue background, and no one's really sure what's going on. So SailGP is all around inshore, close, high adrenaline racing. And we have created a product called Liveline, which is a augmented reality package that sits on top of our broadcast that basically demystifies the sport of sailing. And that's all powered by Oracle technology. So as an off-chain example, we've really tried to push the boundaries on how do you show a traditional sport to a new audience by creating augmented reality graphics on top of broadcast. But more recently, on an on-train example, is working with Oracle on providing a new fan experience through a fan engagement platform called the Dock. So using traditional Web 2 technology within the Oracle world, an identity management solution called IDCS within Oracle, and a product called CrowdTwist, which is a fan loyalty platform, to create a traditional rewards versus an activities and rewards program. But what we're doing to add a little Web3 twist to that is, I'm sure many of you have seen through gaming the concept of battle passes, where people can unlock maybe additional skins or guns and things like that within it. Well, we've done the same, where people have a very similar Web 2 experience, but actually end up with a Web 3 wallet. And we try to not to use sort of Web 3 terminology, so they just get an account and they collect a digital collectible that unlocks additional rewards and experiences for them. And that's been kind of the first gateway for people to experience having a Web 3 journey, but kind of in a Web 2.5 experience.
Right.
And if they want to, they can take it off-chain, which is kind of the next sort of iteration, as we reward them with more points and more experiences if they take the next step and actually take the wallet themselves.
I mean, Matt, I mean, again, one of the things that I really liked about the doc, that it's actually have the key foundational element of fan engagement, I would say in 1.0 of web, because the thing that sports fan hates the most is that you reward them based on their spend. You spend £1, you get 1 point. And this is many sports brands. I used to work for Tottenham Hotspurs before joining Oracle. Some of the loyalty program that we have seen in Premier League is that you spend £1, you get 1 point. But one of the things that we have done equally as well with Oracle Web Racing and SailGP, which is again the foundational element of building a loyalty program, the more you engage with the sport, the more points you gain. Then SailGP came back with another challenge, said like, okay, we want even to take that into the next level. We would like that loyalty program to be able to integrate with NFTs. So like, okay, yeah, fine, I'm sure we can find a way to do it. And then they said, oh, it has to be seamless, like the custodial, non-custodial. So that was kind of one of the key challenges that we were having when we building the doc, is how could we translate that football, like the sports and sailing fandom, into a digital world, but equally as well take them into the journey by having the different layers, because you have the different fans and different audiences, those who are still in Web 1.0 or 2.0, and those who are actually more advanced and you are ready to use NFTs.
Amazing. And this is an opportunity. The doc, or the new SailGP app, launched, I think, a couple of months ago. If you download it from the App Store, there are, I want to say, 7 QR codes located around the conference. Scan those, earn some points, get involved. It's pretty cool.
Collect some Encom.
Yeah.
That's what you get as rewards.
That's right. Noah, the next question is for you. Can you give us an overview of how Nguyen-Khac has worked with the International Cricket Council to create something like Captain's Call? Did you uncover anything in the development process that's given you new insight into what it takes to be successful in building a blockchain-based sports offering?
Absolutely. So Captain's Call, for the record, is a pre-game predictive strategy game where you're basically setting your strategy saying, I think my team's going to succeed in bowling, batting, or fielding. And for people who don't understand cricket, you're just looking at things on the field and saying, will my team succeed? And in doing so, you gain points, it increases engagement, it gets people to watch it for longer. Something that's interesting about this in particular is it actually gets the ICC closer to the fan because a user is able to go on their existing flows. They're able to go into the applications that they love. They're able to go on the Cricket World Cup website. And our game, our technology powers a game right now where all you have to do is include your email, or if you already have an ICC account and you click our game, we're automatically passed an authentication token, and we open up a Near wallet for you. And something that's interesting about this is is that it served a need to create a compelling Web3 experience that isn't just riddled with these barriers to entry. We're not telling you, hey, go download or go open a wallet, go buy some Ethereum. How do you explain that to your grandmother, right? What we're saying is we can build a better experience that's user experience first. We can figure out the monetization afterwards. We can figure out how to just really crank this out. But first and foremost, something that we focused on specifically, especially in our focus groups and our testing, was how do you make something that people actually want to play? I think that's the number one issue and something that a lot of these existing platforms are running into because they're saying, cool, well, you can buy and sell branded IP, and that's like pretty much the extent of kind of Web3 technology within sports licenses right now. Obviously, there's a few exceptions, but from a high level. So for us, we were saying, well, look, there's all these people that are excited about these sports, excited about the ownership aspect of this. How do we take it to the next level, right? We meet the fans where they are. And the number one thing for us is what we realized, and through plenty of iterations, we did a launch with Dapper Labs and Sony TV for the NBA Finals in June. And what we realized in that experience was that if you meet the fans where they are, if you're advertising on their smart TVs, if you're advertising through their fan accounts, like where they're getting information from Dapper Labs, they're more inclined to actually interact with it as opposed to this random Web3 company saying like, go buy our NFTs or go download this, right? So what we learned with ICC and 275,000 players later, we've confirmed, or we still have a few weeks left, but we've confirmed this so far, is that if you give a good user experience to the fans where they're already engaging with their favorite sports, you see phenomenal engagement. You see a more willingness to, let's say, enter your email, open a wallet, interact with the partners, and so on. And we will continue to do that. So we have a few things for next year where we're tying into smart TV technology so that we can read what's happening on screen. We have an opportunity to tap into broadcast so we can read advertising, brand activations, things like that. The number one thing, though, that we're focused on is this exciting to fans? At the end of the day, if I wouldn't use this app, I wouldn't be building this app. And as someone who just learned what cricket was in the last year, let me rephrase that, the rules of cricket, I'm excited about this, and I like the validation that we're getting from the market so far.
I hope everyone is following. We're moving from sailing to football to cricket, so I just keep the pace with us, guys.
There's like 6 or 7 more abstract sports we're going to toss out.
But again, just interesting, like you see that there are so many commonalities between the different sports and the challenges that we face between each of the the leagues and the sports and the team. As we were talking earlier, it's just very similar as well.
Yeah, and let's talk about macro trends across the entire sports landscape. This is a question for all of you. What do you think what's your current perspective of the state of fan engagement, and which leagues or rights holders do you think are doing things differently or more uniquely, whether it's CLGP or ICC or another league?
Okay, let me get started. Again, there is a different. Firstly, let's kind of think about each. Again, CLGP compared to Red Bull Racing or the F1 in general, there is a really unique. And again, we were talking about this earlier, Sam. Is in CLGP they are kind of leveling the battlefield, if you can say, and just kind of all the athletes have all the access to the data compared to the F1, where each of the team have to do their own data analysis. They need to come up with a race strategy. It's kind of thinking about it from an open data source versus a closed data source. But what we have seen, that's one thing, and again, we can talk a little bit more about the differences between each of the sports. But what was very interesting in terms of technology, what is allow athletes and celebrities to have direct access to fans. That gives a different perspective in terms of the engagement of the fans with the sports, because you got the characters and you start to see the personality of those athletes who start building relationship with those fans. And that creates a different level of interaction, which is, again, that level of interaction could be translated in the NFT and Web 3.0.
Yeah, something that's interesting about the sports market as a whole is it's spectator sports is a very rapidly growing industry, and the difficulty in this from a B2B perspective is that the rights for these broadcasts for these different licenses are continually increasing because live sports are basically the last vestige of live TV that's still engaging. And so for us, when we are partnering with a sports league, whether it's NBA, whether it's ICC, and in this case ICC, they're saying, well, we have a global network of fans. We have people that will come into this application to our properties, no matter what country they're from, and we want a way to connect with them that's direct, right? How do we create the baseline for a fan's experience across every aspect of their journey, whether it's the advertising, whether it's the actual gameplay, just even saying, oh, I like this team, right? So for us, the focus is to kind of skip all of the different layers, whether it's the data side or the gambling side or the broadcast side, and we're basically saying to these leagues, connect with your fans directly and give them something they love, and they're yours forever. So that's a big focus.
I think for me it's all about personalization. How do you make the experience personal to that individual fan? What do they want from it? How do they get closer to the athletes, the team? And you know, that's some of the stuff that we're really working towards, is to create that direct affinity fandom within it. And I guess something that we're trying to do, you know, CLGB have opened up our participation agreement, which is what all teams sign up to allow a DAO to form and participate. And you know, a DAO is and create a team that will compete within our league. And in some ways, a DAO is ultimate fandom, right? That's, you know, you really showing that you want to be part of a team is by owning a team and having a say within that team. And I think that's where we're trying to change the DAO slightly, similar to how other sports properties like Link's DAO have tried to are doing as well.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think it's all about collapsing the distance between the fan and the athletes or the rights holder. And whether that technology is crypto, AI, or something else, I think it's all in service of that destination. So I think with the remaining time that we have, let's speed run through kind of like what we have left. Let's talk about the future. Matt, what are you most excited about with respect to SailGP over the next 12 months? Is there any sort of like alpha you can leak or share with the audience here?
Well, we're excited. No, this season 4 has been our biggest season. With, you know, for those who saw me on the scissor reel, we've got 10 teams, 13 events, and we're hoping for season 5 that's going to grow and be bigger. But what I really look forward to seeing is, you know, how can working with NEAR, Oracle, and potentially other partners in the future, how can we reimagine fan experience and the fan engagement platform? And I'm really excited to see what we can do as a partnership group to get fans closer to sport and engage fans in a different way.
Great. And Amr, can you tell us a little bit more about how Oracle's working on the future of the fan experience?
As we were talking, I think even before getting into the stage, we understand and we know that the fandom behaviors are changing. Fans does not want to be passive audience to consume sports. They want the interaction that you're offering. They want the interaction from the data that Oracle are presenting with Liveline in the SailGP kind of broadcast. They want the ability to see the game from different angles, from the athletes. I mean, again, I don't know if you guys have seen Ben Foster when he had the GoPro camera in the last, I mean, again, if somebody's watching Wrexham and the documentary, it's so cool. This is a change in the fandom. And again, from an Oracle perspective, technology and data is an enabler, but equally as well, when we work with SailGP, when we work together with Sam, when we work with Premier League, Oracle Red Bull Racing, they push us, we push them. We want to keep pushing the boundaries in order to deliver an immersive fan experience that is able to connect with those fans, no matter who they are, no matter where they are, and no matter what their age they are on.
Amazing. And Noah, question for you.
Yes.
Captain's Call, your partnership with the ICC. How do you think that's going to evolve over the next 12 to 24 months? And how do you intend to reach a bigger audience in terms of distribution and marketing?
Great question. So over the next 12 months, we will be launching version 2 of our game, which will include live in-game play. So right now it's just pre-predictive, but imagine, in June, the T20 World Cup is happening in the US and the Caribbean. Games in T20 in that format last about 3.5 hours. How do you keep a fan engaged for the entirety of that? How do you give them bite-sized moments of like just overwhelming dopamine right across that? So that's what we're going to be launching. We're going to have a ton of different connections on the NFT side of things, the loyalty side of things, and something that I think is brilliant when it comes to the distribution side, not to toot our own horn, but again, meeting fans where they are at the end of the day is the focus. So we're building a lot of different rails into streaming providers, into smart TV platforms, and so on, so that we can create digitally native experiences where the fans are. And to your point, the only way to interact with live sports right now is through fantasy or gambling. And at the end of the day, you're ignoring a large market of people that are quote unquote sports light, right? These are people that are excited about sports or around sports but have no idea what's actually going on. How do you get someone comfortable with this in kind of a non-invasive way where we're not saying, give us your credit card, you might win money. So that's a huge focus, and I think that seeing how that evolves not only with our company but the broader market, I think is going to be a game changer.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see, and I'll leave this with a parting thought that comes from, there's an old Steve Jobs quote where he says, start with the customer experience and work your way backwards to the technology, and I think that's what we're all trying to do up here on the stage. So thank you for tuning in. Watch this space. There's a lot of exciting things coming down the pike, so thanks a lot, and thank you to the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you all for coming up and discussing that amazing panel. We're going to now take a short 15-minute break. Make sure to stretch your legs. Go check out the amazing projects building on or integrating Near. Go out, get a bite of food. Go get some more NCon. Just make sure to be back in 15 minutes because we have some more amazing speeches lined up throughout the rest of the event. We'll see you soon.
Please welcome back Near Foundation's Marcus Ribeiro.
Hope you all had a good break. We're back for more incredible sessions. We have some awesome talks lined up and panels throughout the rest of the day. So next up, I just want to welcome the incredibly well-accomplished Richard Muirhead, who's going to talk to us about what the open economy looks like in 2023. Let's give a round of applause for Richard, everybody.
Hallelujah. Hi, everybody. So my name is Richard Muirhead, and as well as being a NEAR Foundation a council member, I'm also managing partner at Fabric Ventures, which a few of you might know. And I have now 9 minutes and 38 seconds to talk to you a little bit, maybe even philosophically. We've got a lot of practical examples. I'll try and tie it back to that as well, about why we're all here building the open web, and up on top of that, building the open economy. Before I do, I'll tell a quick story about one of the founders that we'd come across in our journey. And that particular founder had got like halfway through doing a mathematics PhD at Berkeley, and had applied for a job at a hedge fund and got it, and got the job as an intern, but not just as an intern, had got the job, the full-time job, permanent job. And so he was faced with a choice, like, do I, delay the job for another year, or do I just wait till the end of my PhD, or do I abandon my PhD? And he said, I'm going to do both. I'm going to go for the job, and I'm going to go for my PhD. And so I'm going to ask all the supervisors, do you think that's possible? I can do my PhD in 2 years and not in 3 years? And everybody said, absolutely impossible. But he had it in his mind he was going to do it. And you know what? That's exactly what he went and did, and got his PhD in mathematics from Berkeley in 2 years. And this is an example of the relentless determination that the individual can demonstrate, that all you fine humans in the audience can demonstrate, that the founders and community participants in Web3 and the open web can demonstrate. That is a demonstration of the virtue of selfishness, as Ayn Rand put it, that we're looking to capture within the open web. But the trick is, how do we coordinate ourselves? And I'm going to bounce through this because I think we know this trope very well. We're just escaping right now, or trying to escape from the claws, the clutches of the tech titans of Web 2 that have managed to use our data and software they didn't write in order to build many, many trillions of market capitalization. So yeah, we kind of coordinate our activities through finance and through social media quite effectively at scale, but as the product, as it's well understood. And so, this next phase is about how do we take those willing individuals and coordinate activity without those centralized third parties. So why is there such an urgency around this? Well, this is about the little app that you can use in order to use your NCON to buy something and send payments across nations and across the globe at low cost. That is a valid application of the technology. It is also about the fact that store of value is kicking in right now, and that if you look at the returns of, say, Bitcoin versus gold over the last 5 years, you're going to see some positive numbers that's like 5x returns over the last 5 years, for example, and the VIX is starting to converge. So all of that is kicking in. Stable coins is a use case, very, very strong. But there's something even more fundamental than that. One way of describing our choices here, say the red and the blue pill that we have here on the slide, is, do we allow ourselves to succumb to the surveillance capitalism that is kind of the end point of cowboy capitalism that you see from the West? Or do we allow ourselves to succumb to the surveillance state, where we're in this dystopian future where our every action is observed and we have no personal privacy, We have had plenty of examples of that historically, today, and there will be in the future. Or is there a third way, one with a collective capitalism, a kind of modern mutualism, where we can have many, many different ways of aggregating our efforts as individuals in intersecting communities and tribes and deliver benefits to each other in that sense, but without sacrificing the rights, and in fact celebrating the rights and capabilities of the individual. There is that third way. And there are some tailwinds in our journey here. So we've got MiCA regulation kicking in, we have stablecoin regulation in Japan and Singapore that has just come into act. You have the value of stablecoin transactions surpassing those of MasterCard and PayPal just recently. So I think, that's good. Let's not dwell too much on this. We've also had some bad in the last year, but predominantly around humans, the frailty of humans, the ego, the greed of humans, and how that can be, that greed can be extended through centralized and traditional finance effectively, and to disgrace themselves, and also to bring our industry into disrepute. But throughout that, DeFi, predominantly, although we're not there yet, there's still plenty to be built, has kept on ticking. And there's also been there continue to be some ugly attempts to bring this industry down, but attempts nonetheless, whether they be around the financing of terrorism. Nick Carter and others have done a great job of bringing down the analysis in the Wall Street Journal, I believe it was, 130 million that they thought had been used for Hamas. It's not as simple as that. And also a demonstration that where you do actually identify accounts that need to be controlled or frozen, that you can do extremely fast in our industry, and that we can move ultimately to turn what people always perceived as an Achilles heel for the industry into a great advantage, and that we can move ultimately to a world where there's not just know your customer, but know your transaction. So I think we're moving in a positive direction despite those different attempts. So quickly, in the last few minutes, rip-roaring pace, I hope, there have been a few fundamental developments in the space that give us even more optimism for the next decade, the disruptions that will drive the next decade. So this slide is meant to represent what's been going on over the last decade in terms of building the open web stack. We heard Illia just earlier today and talk about collaboration. Well, so really he was talking about ever more, greater levels of abstraction. There's a phrase back at the turn of the century that my friends and I were using when we were building our kind of Web 1 startups, that was the meta, the better. So the more abstraction, the better. I don't think that's always true, but it certainly seems to be a core part of the NEAR strategy at the moment. And so whether it's the ability to use cross-settlement using ZK across different chains and that shared security in order to abstract users from the chain, or whether it's the ability to take a part of the open web stack built at NEAR and lend it to the Ethereum ecosystem around data availability, so you get that 1,000x improvement in terms of cost. All of this is going on within the stack that allows users to be more indifferent to where their applications are built, if they're developers, and which applications they're using if they're ultimately end users. And often there's a lot of impatience with, okay, we've been building this stack, isn't Bitcoin like 15 years old? Isn't Ethereum almost sort of 10 years old? Well, yeah, Amazon over 30 or 40 years optimized the efficiency of its capabilities by, say, 100x. Ethereum is only sort of, in the Ethereum ecosystem, which NEAR is increasingly close, is only the best part of a decade old. And what we're building here is in many respects, it could be analogized to the complexity that you see in something like Tesla. You have to build a machine that is making other machines. And that's incredibly complicated and hidden to most people who haven't happened to do a degree in production engineering. Anyone here done a degree in production engineering? No? So whether it be Tesla or Lotus and McLaren, two places I actually briefly did work before I got into software, building the machine that makes machines is incredibly complicated, and often the only route you can take to build a successful car company. And so here, is meant to represent a little bit of that complexity. And we shouldn't be impatient as we build this world computer of immense complexity, even if occasionally it gets kind of co-opted by the world casino and we think we've made it because the prices are high and then it comes sort of crashing down again. So token economics, often challenged. I'd like to say that I think I'm optimistic about token economics. I think as we look at the evolution of the stack that Illia was referring to earlier, where we have this truly cross-chain environment, where we're sharing security across different chains, I think we need to look again at how we are going to extract fees and share them with the different decentralized participants. We need to look at how we are going to provide utility within applications that also can then benefit the underlying tokens of kind of layer 1 or layer 2 environment. But those are complex things to achieve. And what's on this slide actually is not just a kind of an idle animation. It's something that has come out of the work done at NVIDIA in a project called Eureka. It's where they have set something up to design reward programs for reinforcement learning to improve those reward programs were designed by generative AI versus humans. And in 80% of cases, they did a 50% better job. And that led to kind of compounding over different experimentation to allow unprecedented levels of fine motor control from these robot hands. And so by analogy, I mean, I'm not going to talk about surgery here, but by analogy, I think we can apply AI to token economics, to these many experiments in this sort of blurred line between micro and macroeconomics to make token economics way more successful than they have been to date. Even though, of course, you know, the merge and move to proof of stake within Ethereum was an incredible feat just over a year ago. I think I'm going to be ushered to completion shortly, but magic. Zero-knowledge proof magic. I think most people are sort of reasonably familiar with it at this time, at least at kind of the high level. But this ability to prove a fact about your data set without sharing anything about the data set itself, one of the simple ways of describing that to children even is using Where's Wally? Has anybody heard of that approach to describing it, where you can show you know where Wally is without showing exactly where on the kind of cartoon exactly Wally is, so without disclosing the rest of the information. So this is crucial, not just for acceleration of the speed of blockchains, where obviously we're getting to the point where, especially with NEAR, we're at sub-cent transaction cost levels, but also for privacy preservation alongside homomorphic encryption. But also beyond that, I think as we look at the intersection between AI and Web3, we need it in order to know that the right data sets have been used to train our large language models. We need it to know that the right language model was used or was made available to us when we want to deploy it, and that the inferences that we're taking from it are actually the ones we have come out of that model and that we expect to get. So there's many different applications, and I think that whole intersection is also going to use token incentives in a very creative way. There's a great project called NEAR Tasks in the NEAR ecosystem that's looking at exactly that, building on a lot of work that's happened over the last few years. And this ZK world over the last 5 years, 5 times higher level of research. You know, it's a tenth of the size to store a proof. It's 20 times cheaper, and it's 30 times faster than it was just 5 years ago. So the incredible progress being made towards more of those magic. These are the sectors that we see great things happening within Fabric. We see ongoing success within gaming from our portfolio company, Sorare, which was actually mentioned on one of the previous panels. Gaming, they've got about 3 million users, about 15 million a month in revenue. We were fortunate enough to kind of partner with them from the seed stage. They're not on NEAR, but they've been successful nonetheless. And we still are optimistic, despite some of the unsustainable token economics and digital economies created within gaming historically. We're optimistic that the close to 1,000 games already being produced in this year for Web3, that some of them are going to be successful, and there's actually significant activity in terms of transactions. There's like 20 times the number of transactions in gaming that you have in DeFi. and it's about half the transactions on the chains out there. Blackbird is a very successful play in the States on the loyalty side. I think that's an interesting one to look at. Frodobots is a very exciting one that looks at the gamification of manipulating robots that you can use that are essentially traversing the space in the last mile in terms of delivery. So that's another interesting gaming play. And a couple of my sort of favorites are around the open workspace and open health space. So this ability to codify your credentials, your attestations, and switch the game so that you're not applying for jobs, but jobs are applying for you, and move towards this future, one that I know that is very close to Illia's heart, where you're represented within DAOs by a digital twin. That is the only possible way that you can cope with the level of information that's going to happen within these DAOs, and that there will be other DAOs within there that have different roles in terms of governance, but you will have your say and have your represented by someone who's learnt what your preferences are, and that will turn the world where we were a product historically to one where when we're being productive, we can get paid for it. Exactly how we cope with the whole question of universal basic income and the data dividend and so forth, and because you get a kind of an inflationary pressure, I can't say I've cracked that one yet, but it's going to be interesting to see what people do. And so trying to bring this to a conclusion quickly, this ability to govern at scale people's activities and productively, it's all about governance. And as Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all of the other forms of government that we've experimented with so far. I think that it brings us, therefore, the closest approximation to freedom that we've had. And so in that sense, the open web is bringing us more freedom. And I think that allows us to attack a lot of really sort of fundamental challenges, everything from better decision-making around sustainability and climate change to better financial systems, and even beyond that. And so on that basis, my final call to action is that everybody joins one or many network states or DAOs or tribes at the behest of Illia within the Near ecosystem, but also in this multi-chain world. And so it's over to you guys, you relentless humans in the audience. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. It truly is a privilege to be able to learn directly from these amazing minds we have with us on stage today, as well as over the next 2 days. Speaking of the open economy, we're going to segue very nicely into the next panel we have, which is all about how fans and brands are reinventing loyalty in Web3, moderated by Vanessa Grellet of Aglay Ventures. Let's give a big round of applause, everybody.
And
good luck.
I'm going to be over here, right? Over here. Make a name.
Hi, everyone. Really excited for this panel about how Web3 is reinventing client and fan engagement. I have an amazing panel of exceptional founders and entrepreneurs with me. So I'll let them introduce themselves briefly and tell us just a little bit about their company. Zoe?
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Zoe Levitt, the founder of Glass, which uses blockchain technology to power loyalty and engagement for the $1.6 trillion alcohol industry. So we help the world's leading beer, wine, and spirits brands engage and reward their fans across bars, restaurants, sports games, music festivals, all the incredibly fragmented range of channels where drinks are relevant, atop our blockchain-based compliance and engagement platform based in New York.
Riyadh.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Riyadh. I'm from Absolute Labs. We are kind of a last-minute guest. I'm replacing Jerome, but couldn't make it. So Absolute Labs, we are a Web3 CRM and marketing automation platform. We work mostly with brands on understanding their addressable market, measuring how much of their audience is already onboarded on Web3, and also enabling them to segment across more than 650 million of wallets that we have in base profile, and to engage through automation, whether it's airdrop, wallet messaging, or webhooks, the proper audience. We're mostly working right now with Web2 brands like LVMH, Louis Vuitton, or also metaverse like the Sandbox. And I'm coming out of Paris in France.
Ricky?
All right. Good morning, GM, everyone. So my name is Ricky, and I'm the founder and CEO of Paras, the leading NFT marketplace on Near. We've done $25 million in volumes. So we also built another products that we call Arcana. It is eco memberships and co-rewarding platforms. That's basically where we are rewarding our most valuable customers. So we work with businesses, we work with creators, and also we work with governments so that they can get more engagement and also reward their most valuable users.
I'm Quincy, founder of Crowny. We are building a Web3 loyalty and rewards platform, but mainly focus on the B2B side, where we are onboarding businesses through e-commerce plugins. So Shopify is one of the first. Next ones could be BigCommerce, WooCommerce, Magento, and have a very seamless onboarding where Web2 companies don't even realize they are doing anything blockchain-based to bring the adoption towards nearest chain. We are based from Amsterdam.
Great. So taking a step back, looking at what's happening right now in Web 2, what are the issues that brands are facing with Web 2 that Web 3 solves for? And anyone can take this question first.
Yeah, I think one of the things is plastic cards. Currently, the older traditional programs are very boring. They don't provide many new use cases for the end users, or fans, as some of us might want to call it. And the limited amount of microtransactions, which are now able to do, as an example, on Near, is much better. So you have the key infrastructure from the technical perspective from Near, which you could bring into loyalty and rewards. That's not only what we are doing, but I think my fellow panelists are also considering all these topics all together. So I would say that's a very brief summary from my perspective.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think from my perspective, particularly in the beverage space, which is so inherently social and engaging, so many Web 2 loyalty programs are so financially focused. You can purchase to earn and then get, say, a 20% discount a month later. And what this does is make that a very transactional relationship and can create a race to the bottom in terms of level of discounts, pricing. Consumers are continually, even though they may be a member of your loyalty program, they're always thinking about it in terms of the best deal they can get, where they might be able to get a better deal. And ultimately, this can cheapen the value of the brand, both literally and also cheapen that relationship emotionally, because it is tied to dollar values. Web 3, really with its focus on community and the opportunity for token-gated experiences, opens up such massive new potential for industries, particularly the one in which Glass operates, alcoholic beverage, to really reward people with incredibly unique, memorable experiences like token-gated shout-outs from celebrities, VIP tickets to sports games or music festivals, and a much more memorable way that creates a stronger emotional connection to the brand over time.
Yeah. And if I may complete on this, what we see the difference with between customer and fans is also that when you do customer, indeed, it's always transactional. So I have a transaction, I record it, and when I'm a fan and when I do loyalty in Web3, what I want is to basically say to people, we recognize and we reward you for the engagement, even if it's not transactional. So this is a thing that, for once, is complicated to do in Web 2 because you have so many platforms and things, so you need to do integration. Oh, they engage on Instagram, but I didn't plan to reward this. How do I reward this? I need to make sure that the tech stack I've built with my partner can support this, or can support TikTok, or can support the fact that I came in the store. So all of these are fragmented. It's like silo that you need basically to make work together. And Web3 is basically unique identifier, obviously, and hopefully at some point, that enables to record all of this engagement and to reward them. And another issue with Web2 is I'm a brand, I changed my provider of loyalty solution, so I need to reboot more or less everything. So you reconnect, and the brand forget about you. They don't know you anymore. You've done all of this thing, and everything has been erased. So I think this is also something for which Web3 is really gonna help change the game.
Okay, just want to add like quick little things like I guess the main difference between the Web 2 and Web 3 and how Web 3 loyalties benefits a lot for the customers. That the first one they're transparent, like it's transparent. Like you can see all the transactions basically on chain. Like for example, if it is a random number generation, then obviously we can check whether the numbers is really randomly generated or not. And the second is that if, for example, let's say the plastic card or like trading card collectibles that you get when you bought something, some products, for example, and you need to collect it and you can redeem it for some prizes. And actually, nobody really knows whether it is true or not. Like, does anybody knows that the trading cards, the collectibles, are well distributed? But on chain, on blockchain, everything can be seen. It is transparent, so that the winners will be the customers. So I guess the first one is about transparency, and the second one is about interoperability, where it's not just technically interoperability, but then the communities as well. So that, for example, you can tap into the other customer's brand, and you can work together with them. So it's more of like giving a lot more benefits to the end users, not just the brands that get all the data solid into their database, but then the customers just get very small rewards. But if it is open and it is interoperable, then it means that the customers will get all the benefits from a lot of different brands all at once.
Great. So if I hear it well, less clunky, direct to the consumer, emotional engagement, and interoperability and transparency are really the benefits of Web3 in this engagement. Could you guys share with us, stories of success with your clients, and what has Web3 helped them achieve that they couldn't achieve before? Do you want to start, Siri?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a fantastic client, Fiero Tequila. We have any U.S. folks here. They're the spiciest tequila in the U.S. Highly recommend. They sponsor a national tequila festival. And for the first time on Glass, so prior to Glass, they sponsored this festival, but really had no idea who was attending. They were able to put up some billboards and hand out some free samples of the drink, but not to deeply connect with the visitors to the festival. With Glass, they were able to register attendees through QR codes who signed up to the Fiero community, received their profile NFT, and now are a verified member of the Fiero Web3 community, which gives them access to exclusive perks and experiences that range from gift cards for free drinks in the future to VIP tickets to future events that Fiero sponsors. So creating that one-to-one connection between the brand and the individual consumer that, to the point about interoperability and giving the power to the consumer, can travel then with the consumer to the e-commerce platform, the bar, the liquor store, and really maintain that personal connection with Fiero over time. And of course, for Fiero to give them that consumer data, that behavioral and purchase data across these channels that they've never had access to before.
Okay. What we saw several brands, one of the main things that were struggling with loyalty is partnership. Is each time you want to partner with somebody to do an activation, to do a collaboration like fashion brand, it's always messy because first you need to negotiate the artistic, the assets you're going to bundle together. And then you need to go into the tech part and say, hey, how am I going to recognize that it's your clients? And so he is able to basically buy this. And this is where basically Web3 changing, because you don't need to do an IT connection. People, they come, they connect their wallet, or they collect even now with their email, and you're able to recognize them and say, oh, you own this token from our partner, so we unlock. We're working, for example, on several Shopify activation where you can just make the product appear. So nobody is frustrated and say, hey, this product, I cannot buy it. They may not even be aware that this specific exclusive product exists unless they have, the token that unlock this. So this is really something into commerce, token gating commerce. I think it's really interesting is, okay, you have a token, we will unlock experiences, or we will unlock access to product. This is something that our client Louis Vuitton has built through their Via Trunk, is once you have the Soulbot token that unlocks the membership, then you get access through Discord, through email, to knowledge of new products that are launching that only you are able to buy, and sometimes only you are even aware that this has been launched.
Okay. So I would like to share one success story that we did, I guess 6 months ago with one of our retailers partner here in Indonesia. So it is a fashion store, like an offline physical retail store. So we basically did a co-rewarding campaign with them, where we work with several brands, not just one. But with the retailers, we basically do a like a giveaway for an electric scooter, which helps them increase their sales by 30% and decrease their marketing costs by, increase their sales by 17% and decrease their marketing costs by 30%.
Wow.
It is a one-month campaign where basically if you purchase in minimum like $20, $30, then you'll get a chance to win this electric scooter. And we do it with several stores, retailers, fashion retailers, for a month. And on average, they got their sales increase and reduce their marketing costs, because we basically split the cost of the electric scooter to several different brands, several different stores, which means that they only spend very less than what they used to do if they wanted to perhaps reward their users with this type of things. So aside from that, we also do we also help an event to activate and engage for their booth attendees. And with that, we actually helps the booths to get 100+ visitors by doing this thing we call Expo Explorer Games, where the attendees, the participants need to join and talk with the booths to get a chance to win. In that case, we are offering them a watch. So those two are I'll say, a success case study that we did the last several months.
So I don't want to start it off with just explaining a success story. I just want to ask the crowd, would you guys rather prefer one application where you could have all your programs in one, or would you rather have 20 or 30 different applications where you could be in several different loyalty engagement programs? If it is the second, can you raise your hand?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the first, that you rather have everything just in one program, are you able to raise your hand? Okay, so vast majority agrees. So that's basically our key finding when we are speaking with brands. that they prefer one application only where multiple business could be in. Because if you as an end user, they're all annoyed by just having to download a different application, being completely like web-based, whereas what we are offering right now is completely mobile-based. Everyone has it in their pocket. So it's much more focused on like the younger, newer generation. So that's
so we see that the wallet is really becoming the gateway to these communities, this unique identifier that brands can leverage and engage with. But when you speak to the brands, when you come and you say you're trying to convince a brand to use your technology or to go to Web3 solutions, what are the challenges that they face as operating a traditional business? For example, they're not all tech savvy. What has been the main issues that you face that prevents them from going to Web3 or makes it complicated for them to do that?
Great. For us in the alcohol industry, which is massive but incredibly Web 2 and or Web 0 in many cases, not even Web 2, let alone Web 3. The challenges we face are, one, the engineering resources required to implement any sort of new technical solution is, of course, can be a bit of a barrier. And then secondly, and perhaps more concerning, but hopefully time limited as a challenge, is the overall industry reputation of Web 3, and that the kind of limits of the Web3 knowledge that some of these folks have is some of the high-profile court cases that we've seen recently that they may have seen some headlines, or the idea of the kind of one-off NFT drops through which these brands can make a quick buck, but don't really power ongoing digital consumer relationships. So with Glass, really how we found to kind of assuage their concerns is to show that we are using Web3 to solve a massive historical underlying problem in the industry, which is that direct digital connection to your fan that's a personal connection that goes with the fan wherever they are, that's not dependent on one specific middleman channel or another. And that this, by using blockchain, it's not about the technology, it's about the benefits, which is that emotional connection, that consumer data, that traceability over time. We also, as something specific to the alcohol sector, which as we know is gated by age and has a lot of complex regulations on the blockchain, we create a very secure, traceable record of legal compliance for the alcohol brands that they're marketing to folks who are of age, who are following local alcohol regulations in their territory. So we're actually more safe. Blockchain is creating more safety than Web 2 solutions, not opening, the brands don't have to feel like they're opening themselves up to the risk of a new technology.
Yeah. The challenge we see are much more basic than that. It's more brands saying to us, Web3, yeah, we read this article, it says 95% of NFTs are worthless, so maybe Web3 is a waste of time, Why should we go? And that's why also we build an offer where a brand can deploy just a couple of lines of code on their website, and they can measure the percentage of their audience that is already onboarded on Web3, but already has a wallet that is ready. Why is it important? We talk with lifestyle brands like Zoe, like consumer packaged goods like Pernod, or luxury brand like LVMH, Maison. They all want basically to capture the Gen Z. They all want affluent people, but they need also us to reassure them that this is something that has a future. And so when we go to them and say, the number of wallets that we see on just a couple of blockchain has been more than double in 18 months. We have this kind of metrics to a couple of hundreds of millions. They're shocked because every narrative they hear is contrary to that. This is finished. We need to move on to something else. So this is the main thing we're fighting for, and we want to do that with data. So we're going to be able soon to announce that some of the big brands, they have this share of their audience that is actually activated on Web3. So that for us is the main challenge. And the other are saying, yeah, but you know, this is only, this fraction is like people that are not in our audience. And we are getting proved every single week there's new brands entering this. So we need to update them on, you know, whether it's automotive, whether it's DeFi, whether it's luxury, consumer goods, music, everybody's going there. But this, you know, this narrative is, we need all of us to basically keep on telling it because we need some proof point as well for that. And it's data that will help us.
All right. So, for me, for Arcana, I guess one of the hardest things that we need to do to convince brands or companies to adopt loyalty is that we could split it into two different type of companies: the big companies, the big brands, and also the small and medium enterprises. For the big brands and big companies, I guess the hardest part is to tell them that we are on blockchain, and then the regulatory of that certain companies, certain countries, I mean, sometimes not really supporting about blockchain and cryptos and whatnot. So that's really the barrier for us to convince the big companies to adopt Web3 loyalties. But other than that, I think if we could basically abstract away most of the blockchain thingy, these top companies will open their mind to adopt Web3 loyalty as a whole. And the other side is that if we are going to onboard small, medium enterprises, most of them, they don't really care that much about loyalty. Like they don't really care like how this can benefit me. Like I give away a lot of things to the customers, while at the same time I want to get money from the customer. They don't really get it. So if we're talking with small, medium enterprises, we need to convince them that loyalty is a good way to reduce your marketing costs, to increase your sales, and to get more of your customers to be your fans. But then sometimes it's pretty tough to convince all the small, medium enterprises to adopt loyalty. But overall, I think what we do here, like doing Web3 loyalty, is really wonderful for all type of businesses, from top, small, medium enterprises. And I hopefully that all of us here can really help these businesses to thrive more and become much bigger companies than what they are right now.
So I would look at it a little bit differently, personally. I would say one of the major challenges we are facing is the lack of understanding from the end user to be onboarded in such a program. And like the lack of UI and UX in general it's still so terrible. Like recently we got like Fast out, we have Web3 out there. Many more simple ways how users are being able to get onboarded into an ecosystem, whether it's your program, my program, or whoever's program it might be. I think that's for something we need to solve in general by having a good UI and UX flow for both a business to eventually onboard their user bases before they are even at a later stage willing to consider to put their full user base in it. Like, if you're speaking to like small, mid-sized enterprises, obviously it's doable because they still need that program. But if you're talking about the companies which Riyad was also referring to, like Louis Vuitton, like those brands won't be just going into the loyalty and reward space to just onboard like millions of users they're already having. Like, it doesn't make sense for them to do it. So at first, it needs to become much more mature, in my opinion.
So 2 last questions, and I'm going to go very quickly on them. What is the technical improvements that you think is needed to onboard more brands? We start in the back.
Oh yeah, I think I kind of answered that question already with like the lack of UI and UX. So I'll just keep it short so the rest has something to say.
Well, I guess Near like us here, Near really solve a lot of different things for us to build on-chain, on blockchain, and abstract away all the different things, the gasless transactions with meta transactions, and then the econ abstractions. The fast out that Illia just mentioned like a few hours ago, that's really helped us. Like actually, Arcana, we've been around for like 5 or 6 months, but we already have 150,000 users across the globe with 50,000 monthly active users. And that could happen because we use Near technology. We use account abstraction so that the users do not need to use their seed phrases. They only need to use their email to log in. And I guess, they don't really need to pay the gas fees because we paid for them through meta transactions. So I think from technology's perspective, Near really helped us a lot by having all the tech here on Near so that we can build the best experience for our users.
Amazing. Zoe, Riyadh?
Go ahead.
Absolutely agree, the UI UX. To add another point, I think the promise of interoperability is so strong, but we have a lot of work to do to get there still. Particularly think about the overlap between alcohol and sports, for example, and how we see sports fan tokens, Glass is building tokens for the drinks industry, the potential to, for example, sports fans to unlock drink tokens from the brand of the drink, the brand of the drink that sponsors that sports team, is one example of the incredible promise of Web3 interoperability, but still there's some distance between some of the ecosystems where there's room to improve.
Yeah, and I will add to it, Jerome from Comif, that I really think will have talked much better about it. But what we see as Absolute Labs as the main technical hurdle is the account management. So Jerome will talk about account abstraction, even using passkey to authenticate, so you don't even need an email. You could just on your phone, and everything is securely stored and mapped. Is one thing, and the other thing that we see as a challenge is this tendency of brand and saying, "Hey, do a wallet, but only for me," which kind of defeats the purpose of Web3 because you onboard people, but they actually, it's not interoperable. So that's also something we need to fight because on the short term, it's easily to say yes to brand, let's do this, but on the long term, then you lose most of the benefits of building on Web3.
Right, and so last question for our panelists. If you had a magic wand today, and you could change something in the industry, on the tech, or anything that really would help onboard all these brands, what would it be?
I think the greater understanding of the promise of the underlying technology amidst Web 2 players. I do think in the Web 2 space, the reputation has taken a hit with the massive focus on financialization and financial speculation in tokens over the past few years, and for folks knowledge massive societal problems, and we need more founders, investors, enterprises focusing on that.
Yeah, what I see is like all the fake. If we could make sure that when you see something, you go on Twitter, X/X, and you scroll and you have all of these fake comments and say, "Hey, I earned so much money, I'm the real," whatever you call it. Well, you clearly see by looking at the URL that it's fake, but because we are advanced users, we know that. But with all this general population that gets scammed, and then it gives us a bad reputation. So that will be the one thing I'll try to fix.
So we call Ellen?
Yeah, well, I guess for me, I think it's more like, I'd say, let's focus on the collaboration instead of competition. So that's what I would like to, for all the businesses out there, let's focus on the competition. Sorry, let's focus on the collaboration instead of competition. So that's like all of us can win.
You know my answer already, but it was pretty simple, very straightforward. Remove bad actors from the industry, because those are the ones eventually withholding us from growth in general. I think it's very simple, but nobody is going to disagree unless he is a bad actor, right? So that's
So we
my
don't
way
have
of ending
magic wands, but we can call out bad actors, continue to work to explain the real benefits of Web3. With that being said, we're at the end of the panel. Thank you so much, guys. I thought I learned so much from you, and I hope the audience too.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming up here and discussing the open economy and the future on Web3. There's some awesome things happening on NEAR, as you probably could devise from talking to projects here today. We have some players in the NEAR ecosystem that are just continuing to think bigger and bigger. And we have one of those folks coming up next. I'm really excited to introduce the legend, the man himself, Oleg Fomenko, who's going to come up and talk to us about why Move to Earn is dead and what's next. Let's give a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Over the last 2 days, I had so many really interesting conversations with various people in the ecosystem and builders on NEAR that last night, when I was in the taxi going home, I realized that I needed to reshuffle my whole presentation and change an argument. And so basically, if I stutter and if I don't know what I'm talking about, that's because this is absolutely brand new content, and I've never actually delivered it. So yeah, my name is Oleg. I'm co-founder of Sweatcoin and the CEO of Sweat Economy. There's a little bit of a complexity about us because we came from Web 2 to Web 3. Sweatcoin, that you see on the left there, is the business that we started in Web 2, and Sweat Wallet and Sweat Token is what we've been kind of drumming up about, and we launched it last year, actually, at this event. So this is actually my third NEARCON. I realized it this morning. First NEARCON in 2021, I tailgated somebody into the event. Well, that somebody is actually Pamir Gelenve. He told me, you should come with me. I popped in. Pamir introduced me to Illia and to Alex. Well, the rest is history. On next NEARCON at 2022, from this stage, we made an announcement that we were going for our launch. And while I was talking, the team was furiously doing the biggest TGE in history of Web3, with more than 13 million accounts created over the period of 36 hours. Everyone was nervous. Illia was nervous. Technical teams on both sides were nervous. Our CTO did not sleep for 36 hours, but they delivered it, and NEAR held, which is an absolutely incredible testimony to the quality of the product and technology built by this team. And today, we're going to be talking about the death of Move to Earn and what's next. And the sneak preview is, it's not about Move to Earn, it's not about segments, it's not about products. We need to think bigger and bolder, and we need to start building economies. We need to go beyond what's out there right now. So, quick recap, because I don't know if all of you know our history. We started in 2014 with Sweatcoin, and the idea was it pays to walk. So it wasn't charity. It was hard to raise money because nobody could understand how could you actually pay users to walk. And we managed to prove that it actually is working. Last year, we launched what I believe is a true revolutionary thing, because we are not thinking about tokenizing existing asset. We are thinking about creating an asset that did not exist before. We believe that physical activity has tangible, non-zero value. Everyone is talking about it, everyone agrees with it, but it doesn't have financial expression. And that's why we launched Sweat, which is tokenized physical activity. And our objective is not to shield the token, and is not to do utility pumps, dumps, etc. We would like to create it so that it's traded, and we know how much our physical activity is worth. Now we're getting to Move to Earn. The biggest question that I'm getting asked time and time again, sometimes several times a day, is it like Steppen? God, if I could actually get NEAR for every time this question was asked, I'd probably be richer than Illia. And the next one isn't Move to Earn dead? So let's actually answer this question, because definitions of what dead can be different, but I actually went and I looked at what is constituting move to earn. And of course, it's actually dead. Look at Steppen. And this is market capitalization of projects. From all-time high, Steppen lost 92% of their market capitalization. Step App, minus 82%. Genopets, minus 91.8%. We are not much further down, actually. We are minus 52.3%. And then it made me think, OK, if we're thinking that move to earn is dead, then let's look at the whole crypto. And actually, the whole crypto from all-time high is down more than even our project. So that pretty much means that crypto is dead, right? No. Oh, I mean, last few weeks are definitely very, very encouraging. But, before that small tick up, we were actually just at $1 trillion. Now, is it death, or are we too early? And if we dig into that question, we actually see very interesting things and very interesting parallels with another industry. And I am pretending to be a student of history, so I went back and I looked at the internet. Oops, sorry. And you know what I've discovered? That if you actually look at the index of internet stocks, it is almost mimicking the trajectory of crypto development. And if we are assuming that we are somehow trailing internet, then we would now be roughly somewhere in year 2002. If we're looking in terms of user adoption, we are now in 1996 of internet. And I think that this is quite an interesting parallel, because you know what? This is the industry, internet, that between 96 and 2002 has become from curiosity and thing that geeks did into a truly mass market phenomenon, and started engaging not hundreds of millions, but billions of users. Now, are we sure, and is it guaranteed, that we will follow that trajectory? My answer is no. I think that there is a lot of stuff that still needs to be done, and there are major blockers and major barriers that we still need to overcome together. The first one is we really do have too many crooks and thieves in the space. And I know that quite a lot of people would disagree with me, but I actually agree with Gary Gensler when he says that this industry needs to clean its act. It is absolutely incredible how these people are damaging our livelihoods and are pushing away users that otherwise would have been engaging with us already a long time ago. The other barrier is we really have very, very confused definition of success. I mean, look at this project, Crypto Dick Butt, $1.4 thousand. I mean, there is a lot of stuff that is very, very, very strange. And you know what? It's also another parallel with internet. I don't know if many of you remember 93, 94, 95. There were absolutely incredible number of projects building on the internet that were absolutely batshit crazy. And last but not least is we do not have an email. Those that remember 95, 96, 97, email was that mass market proposition, mass market application that made internet get into everyone's minds and into everyone's homes. We do not have that ubiquitous product that appeals to billions of people and makes them change their habits, change their lives. Now, what does it mean? How are we going to go about it? And there are two things here that I'm pretty much certain, and they're guaranteed to happen. And there is one question mark. First, we know that there will be regulation and prosecution. Like it or not, there will be more regulation and there will be prosecutions. We know that they're already happening. The FTX process continues, but he's already been found guilty on 7 counts. And I think it is actually a good thing. I hope that there will be more people that will think multiple times before doing something like that, before meddling with users' funds. The second thing that I'm absolutely 150% convinced of, that our success definition is going to shift towards active users from TVL. When I see right now blockchains comparing themselves on total value locked, they don't make money on locked value. Locked generally is not part of a metric that gives you something positive. We are all talking about liquidity. We are all talking about engagement. We are all talking about activity. Something that is locked is not active, is not doing anything. It is just sitting there, and it's a vanity metric. And I think we should stop comparing projects on TVL. Active users will definitely win. Third, question mark, still, what is going to be our email moment? What is going to be that product that is going to make Web3 get into the psyche of billions and billions of people? So I will focus on this last bit. You know, the other ones are pretty much ticked, and I know that some of you would not just, would not agree with that. But actually, if you think about 96 to 2002 of the internet, that was the biggest breakthrough that made internet go absolutely ballistic. Everyone in West Coast of the United States, VCs and founders, started measuring success and feeding their egos on talking about active users. The bigger, the better. The more ambitious they were becoming. And that means that the founders, instead of thinking about cottage stuff that is generating profit but doesn't have necessarily scale, started thinking, what are the problems that we're going to solve for hundreds of millions, for billions of people? Google started, I believe, in 2003. Correct me if I'm wrong. Facebook started roughly around that time. So all of these monsters that we are now talking and calling big tech were born out of these founders chasing active users. Now, what would be the approach to designing and creating a product for the next billion people? And first and foremost is it needs to start with the problem that hundreds of millions and billions of people have. And I'm not going to pretend that I have an answer. I mean, we have our answer, because Sweatcoin, obviously, and Sweat Economy is solving a real problem. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a scale that we have right now. 145 million plus users on Web 2, and 9 million users on Sweat Wallet. The problem that we started with is very simply, people want to be more physically active. It's a genuine intent. Huh? You said 9 million, 900. No, 9 million on Sweat Wallet. Everything good needs to start with a problem, not with an idea. You know why? The explanation is very simple. You build a beautiful product, you have an idea, and then you need to sell it. And in order to sell it, you need to find someone whose problem this product would satisfy. And there is nothing sadder than a beautiful product that people spend a year or two building, and then they are looking for someone to take it and solve their problem. And the reason why they're in that situation, because they did not start with a problem. Another benefit of starting with a problem is you never pivot. You do not have to pivot, ever. You don't freak out your investors, you don't freak out your team, because pivot, when you start with a problem, is an adjustment to a product because you learn something about the problem and those users that you didn't know before, and you just shift around and you become more and more targeted with your product, and you become better and better at solving that problem. That is a lot easier narrative to sell to anyone than when you have not found the problem to solve and you need to completely pivot and go for another idea. Second point is simple UX and language. Our users do not understand HODL, BIDL, staking. we had to change this vocabulary completely. And this is not to talk about seed phrases, 24 words that you can't take a screenshot of or copy and put it somewhere. You have to scribble it down on a piece of metal, split it in half, put it in 2 different safes in 2 different locations. Users, the next billion, are never going to do that. They would love to be good at OPSEC, but they are not going to jump through so many hurdles. So, simple UX. Third, it has to be native mobile. Next billion people does not have laptops. They do not have desktops. They are preferring native apps to even mobile web. So starting with this is absolutely and incredibly important in order to get mass market adoption. And last but not least, this next billion people are not whales. There are millions, hundreds of millions, probably billions of them, but very low value. And that means that we have to think altogether in a completely different fashion. And accepting $10 transaction cost for the next billion people is not going to work, because for people in Africa, that would be like half a year wages. Nobody's going to pay that. So, and because we're here at NEARCON, that gives you a whiff of an idea. Where else would you actually be building this product? What other chain can give you the combination of all of this stuff and founders that actually understand the importance of each of these points that I'm making? Now, there are a lot of conversations around product innovation, and I'm getting sent quite a lot of decks. And my biggest frustration that I see right now is that we're continuing to innovate largely for whales, and nobody, or very, very few projects, are thinking about minnows. But if you want to have a vibrant ecosystem, you cannot just have whales. It's not diverse enough. We need to start building products for minnows, because then it's going to be a vibrant ecosystem. We also should not forget the roots and the ethos of Web3, because we wanted to democratize things. We wanted to bank the unbanked. We wanted to give products to people that are excluded by the existing industries and existing players. So minnows is the original mission, and they are terribly underserved right now. What is our hypothesis? What are we doing for the minnows? We actually learn from an amazingly huge economy that everyone's familiar with, but is not thinking about it in terms of XXX to earn. But attention economy is actually pay attention to earn. It's only about 150 years old, and by some estimates, it's $7 trillion. It's 5 to 6 times bigger than the whole crypto that we're so proud of. Now, what do we learn from attention economy so that we can take it and build a movement economy? There are amazing similarities between paying attention and being physically active. Specifically, they are, it's valuable to you. Everything that you know and people that you meet starts with you starting to pay attention. If you're physically active, you benefit. Both of them are also valuable to third parties. Advertisers are paying for your attention. Healthcare providers, insurers, employers, and ultimately governments are happy and will be paying for your physical activity because it is actually good business to them. Let me give you an example. Why not accept some or portion of your taxes in sweat, or, let's not chill just sort of our project, but tokenized physical activity. If you have it, that means that you're taking care of yourself, that you're putting less pressure on healthcare costs in the country that you're in. You're going to live longer. In the most cynical fashion, it is good business because you're going to generate more tax revenues over your lifetime. It is give a little and actually benefit a lot. Now, third one, scarcity. you do not have unlimited amount of attention. Neither you can produce an unlimited amount of physical activity. And we know that scarcity is extremely important. With these three similarities between attention and physical activity, we can conclude that actually we should start going beyond products. We should start thinking really ambitiously and start building economies using Web3 and this technology that we have available to us as a basis, as an enabler of this very, very ambitious goal. Now, what are we doing to others beyond ourselves to actually push for more of you? And I'm saying you because there are a lot of founders here, and I hope that there are people who are thinking of building on Near. We are sponsoring hackathon that is happening in another venue, and the strand or the swim lane that we're sponsoring is DeFi products for the next billion people, because we believe and we put our money and our bounty where our heart is, that products need to start being innovated that are geared towards billions of users. And we called it SweatPay. That's a sort of code name, but actually this is something that we're really, really keen to bring to reality and allow those tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people that right now have smartphones but are excluded from banking system to enter into traditional finance and allow them to spend that crypto anywhere where they're spending cash right now. What are we giving? Again, we're supporting our thesis that it's all about users. The winner is going to get 50,000 users put on their product so that they can understand it, test it, and verify that they have product market fit. And we'll definitely be very, very keen to help them. And of course, there are some cash prizes. So let's really focus on building for Minos and building economies, not just products. And perfect. Perfect timing. I don't want to stand between you and the beverages that are served over there. And now I think that we should just go and party and celebrate this amazing event and all of those amazing announcements that we heard today. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much for coming out today. It was an amazing turnout, an amazing day. We have 2 more days of action, great energy here. For all of you that are here today, please make sure to attend the opening night party from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. at Carlos Lopez, sponsored by Cosmos and BitGo. Have a great day, everybody, and thank you again for being here.